Back to the rhythm of my empty soul. Nothing here to let go. Back to the rhythm of my empty soul. Nothing here to let go. Give me something 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 to let go.
Put your best shoes on to see what it's all about. But you're never gonna lose on. Yeah, you make me wanna shout out. We're traveling double quick, like a rocket to the moon. Systematic, I'm automatic, cold static. Everybody's a fanatic.
There's poison in my blood. Feels so wrong but tastes so good. One perfection, one desire. Feed the monster, fuel the fire.
Seven-seater jet plane, hot in the sky. Everybody's looking at us, all know why. Systematic, I'm automatic. You can pin disaster on me, I'll do the time. You can try all night to wrong me, but I'm bad by design.
There's poison in my blood. Feels so wrong but tastes so good. One perfection, one desire. Yeah.
I've got a special secret. Don't waste your time on me. If you can swear to keep it, I might just let you see.
There's poison in my blood. Yeah. Feels so wrong but tastes so good. Ooh, yeah.
Body's moving slow, spinning in the afterglow. Got it feeling so good. 'Cause this love is all night. This love is all right. This love is all night. This love is all right.
Breathe the air just like a fire, we can't control it. See explosions in the sky, moving faster than the sun over the horizon. Can't sit hold the feeling high. Breathe the air just like a fire, we can't control it. See explosions in the sky, moving faster than the sun over the horizon. Can't sit hold the feeling high.
Body's moving slow, spinning in the afterglow. Dancing till the daylight. 'Cause this love is all night. This love is all right. This love is all night. This love is all right.
Breathe the air just like a fire, we can't control it. See explosions in the sky, moving faster than the sun over the
can't escape it, baby. It's you and I dream it in the evening. It haunts me in the daytime too. Better get believing, baby, all I want is you. We go in where the others won't, walking straight to the fire. You, we see things that the others don't, fueled by helpless desire. You tell the woman no matter what I do, I just can't shake your cold. When your heels come strutting through, every man's gonna fall. I can't escape it, baby. No, not at all. I dream it in the evening. It haunts me in the daytime too. You better get believing, baby, all I want is you. Only you. I dream it in the evening. It haunts me in the daytime
rhythm drives me. Just the rhythm drives me. Just the rhythm drives me.
I just do what I do. See me, I just do what I do. Man, I just do what I do. Don't know about you, I just do what I do. Check, that's the intro. See that? Yeah, I just do what I do. See me, I just do what I do. Yo, check, let me flip this script. I feel privileged for all who can witness this. I am close to divine. Know the moment is mine, need no omen or sign. Providing a back sound to all the squares that ask around. We getting it, my skills pay me. Trying to get a million, baby, with an adopted flow that God gave me. Me now. Tell whoever runners that they spot is temporary till I take it, it's mine. I'm selfish. Yo, will tell Miss I'm on my wealth tip. So when we cash out soon, I'm just investing. No yes, man. I've been a legend since before mom and dad had me and was best friends. I true through comp, don't test them. I chew on tracks, cause after that I bless them. I just do what I do. You see me? I just do what I do. I just do what I do. I don't know about you, I just do what I do. Check. I just do what I do. See me? I just do what I do. Feel me? I just do what I do. I don't know about you, I just do what I do. Listen to this rhyming exhibition. I'm something you ain't seen, like an honest politician. This ain't just head hitting. A lot of pinch nerves on necks are caused by bars that bless spitting. Wait, don't hate, I just move how I move. I can't describe what it is, I just do what I do. I am better than any rapper from here to wherever, and my legacy will harass my offsprings forever. I flow and write better than any, I'm the hottest, and trust me, that's not being conceited, that's being modest. I'm being honest, pop up my collar, school of hard knocks, I graduated with honors. I just do what I do. You see me? I just do what I do. I just do what I do. I don't know about you. I just do what I do. Check. I just do what I do. See me? I just do what I do. Feel me? I just do what I do. I don't know about you. I just do what I do. I just do what I do. You see me? I just do what I do. I just do what I do. I don't know about you. I just do what I do. Check. I just do what I do. See me? I just do what I do. Feel me? I just do what I do. I don't know about you. I just do what I do.
Something's building, it's a picture, it's a rhythm, it's a context. It's been snapping at your heels, trying to feel what is up next. Everybody's on the pulse of it and dancing to a new groove. You can sit, you can lie, but you know your feet have gotta move. First cross the line, I'm in the mood. Hot wire, light the ground, turn me on and melt it down. Table tipping, record skipping, it's equipping us with more to say. It's a movement for the people, for the lovers, and it starts today. First cross the line, I'm in the mood. Hot rush hot wire, light the ground, turn me on and melt it down. Hot rush First cross the line, I'm in the mood. First cross the line. I'm in the mood. Watch me. When the nights were long and the sky was painted black, had a broken soul. Then you came along, and I'm never looking back. Made a house a home. Now every time I close my eyes, I feel like I can fly, like a butterfly. setting. Girl, this time I'm betting you come alive and whisper in my ear. It's getting colder and I'm getting bolder. You be the heat and they'll forget our fears. Can you feel it? Girl, I'm gonna steal it. You got us down, it's like we're in a trance. The drop is coming, think this time I'm coming. Let's get on the phone and dance. Let's get on the floor and dance. Do the water dance. Dance. Do the water dance. Dance. Do the water. Fly up to heaven, fly up to heaven. It's way past 11. Do the water dance. No one around us, no one around us. The music has found us. Do the water dance. I've been tripping, girl, losing my gripping. A little something just might.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to week number 6 of the LPL. My name is Dom Romer, and joining me today on this fine evening to join us for these pretty exciting games, we've got Barento Raz Mohammed and, of course, Zach Rusty Pie. How are the two of you tonight?
Fantastic.
Exactly, I'm doing well.
Yeah, excellent. So yesterday was a pretty momentous day for the LPL. We got to celebrate the 4th anniversary of the LPL. And in addition, we got to see one of the oldest teams there since the beginning do something they haven't been able to do in a few years at this point.
Yeah, 3 years ago, OMG going up against EDG. That's the last time we got to say that they beat them in a set 2-0. And, I mean, when we look at that roster, you see the likes of Going, and honestly, Xiang mid. So Xiang being the last remaining member is able to say, actually, I remember the last time we beat EDG. That happened.
I think he's one of 5 remaining members in the LPL as a whole actually being there since the origins of it. So actually kind of exciting to see him get that victory at all.
Yeah, Pepperidge Farm definitely remembers the last time they won. But we get a chance to see the comeback. It's like the Twinkie making a return.
I don't get this at all.
I do not understand it.
Yeah, do you guys have
I'll
Twinkies here?
accept it.
Anyways, we'll keep on moving on. Of course, in our second set for the evening, we saw WE absolutely smash LGD.
Yeah, that was one of the biggest stompings that I've actually seen in the LPL, full stop. It's the kind of game that actually makes you shudder as an LGD fan. And, you know, LGD are an unpredictable side. Sometimes they're great, sometimes they're not. But this was so far down the not great route that it's actually quite disheartening. And honestly, because WE were actually just that good.
Yeah, and it went pretty far down the unpredictable route when we saw Jinu in the mid lane. We were like, all right, that's a sub-top laner in the mid lane position. And so, as I said, as you mentioned, Condi was a real big force on that one. Could have just played with one hand when he was like 10 kills ahead on Rengar. Ridiculous player.
Yeah, Condi and Mystic both deserving us putting them in the OP5 this week.
Absolutely amazing performance from them. Of course, we'll be keeping an eye on when they play again tomorrow against #1 team RNG. But before we get into that, let's actually take a look at the standings. Of course, both of those teams are in #1 for their group at 7-1 and 7-1. Yesterday, LGD went 2-7. And, of course, we also got to see EDG drop down to second place.
Yeah, so the craziest thing that we always have to start looking at here is you look at Group A's standings, and they are far too close together. It's something you don't often expect coming into the LPL. We say Group B arguably better, but Group A right now, the individual talent of Snake starting to get wins, IMA starting to come back on the ladder, and OMG even finding strategies and identities that work for themselves. They're all getting wins.
Yeah, and when we looked at Group B, it's only really game talents that's starting to go on to the upsurge, unless put WE into that discussion. But overall, yeah, it's a major surprise that Group A is really coming out ahead on this one.
I think, honestly, it's just because Game Talents has basically done what the rest of Group A have done.
Yes,
they've said, we've got a strategy, we've got the Kled, we're able to win through this Kled or by charging in towards their opponents, and basically have been able to find it just because individually they're playing better right now.
Yeah, currently Game Talents at 4th in the standings, probably feeling a little bit better now that they're finally taking some wins. One team that isn't feeling better about that is going to be NewBee, just behind them, tied at 5th with Vici Gaming. They're playing today in our first matchup against IMA.
And that matchup's going to be really important. Both IMA and NewBee, this set's going to mean a lot in terms of propelling them into their own groups. IMA tied for 2nd, but also tied for 5th. That Group A is ridiculous when it comes to that middle ground. And you see NewBee that's also fighting it out with Game Talents, as we mentioned earlier. So if they really want to come out ahead and challenge Game Talents, they're only really one game apart, but one game really means a lot for these teams. And so it really is important for them to pick up wins.
Of course, in our second match for the day, we're going to get an opportunity to see Invictus Gaming take on Chao Gu later on. So that looks to be a fun set. As you said, 2nd/5th place, depending on how you look at the standings, against 3rd place for that final group. But let's actually get into the first matchup itself. NewBee versus IMA. NewBee, they're in 5th place right now. They've got to start picking up some wins before the LSPL promotion tournament is going to start creeping up on them.
Yeah, and they have to really trying to figure out what's wrong with them because talent has never been an issue. They have the talent in the mid lane. Coco, cool, like they've been swapping up between them, but that's never been an issue because they always seem to come out as MVPs at the end of the day. You even look towards Swift, and he always comes out ahead. V in the top side of the map, too, always seems to be doing very well for himself. So that's when it comes down to, yeah, sure, there is an issue when you look at the bot side of the map, but overall they need to start playing well together as a team.
And I do wonder if that's actually just the team issue with the bottom side of the map. I like to always contrast NewBee to Invictus Gaming in the way that they both play on Summoner's Rift, because their mid lane, their jungle, and even just their top half of the map in general is usually going to be the strong point of these teams. That's how they try and find their victories. V has been a surprisingly big unit in there, but it's mostly Swift and Coco, or now Swift and Cool in the mid-jungle duo. That actually leaves the bottom lane out to dry. And so if you're building these strategies around your strengths and ignoring a lane that could be a strength with NewBee, but making it a weakness, then it's really hard to have extra expectations on that lane because they're getting nothing.
And we talked about this even before the show happened. You mentioned IG was also an example of that. Teams that expect their bottom lane to overperform with the resources that they are given. So sure, we're looking towards Happy, LWX, and more at the same time. Any of like the bottom lane to look to work out. And when we see Happy playing his best, it's in team fights when his early laning phase isn't very impacted. But then you have to look to the rest of the team to really help them out through that portion of the game.
Well, then that becomes the big question for NewBee. We know that they are very talented individually.
Yeah.
How come they aren't picking wins? Where is the disconnect happening?
I think that's what we mentioned already. I mean, they're going up against IMA, right? And so IMA as a team, they are super good when it comes to playing as a team, playing towards a single point on the map. When we see Vici play well, when they start picking up wins, it's cool going down towards the bottom lane and looking for those dives. It's in the top side too. And just take a look at these members on your screen. Look at all, they're all stars at the end of the day, but they have to be stars as a team.
Absolutely. And of course, their opponents on the other side, IMA, maybe not quite as individually talented, but they seems like they found a much more coherent identity than NewBee.
And yeah, that's the crazy thing with IMA. They actually lost to WE the last time I watched them play, and they somehow almost won against the team where there was a 12k gold lead at roughly 20 minutes into the game. Again, WE looked crazy, but IMA found success by being able to team fight, by being able to utilize their whole man roster as a single unit, and be able to out-team fight someone like WE, who are known for that.
Yeah.
That's definitely something they can look at today.
That's a big thing. Both of these teams, known as the team fighting team, IMA recently, NewBee historically as a team have been the team fighting team. Of course, that has kind of faltered just a little bit, but overall, early game seems to be a focus for me. IMA's early game has been really bad lately. Sure, when they get to the mid to late game portion, it's been fantastic, but that's been a question mark. And you could say a little bit of the same with NewBee.
I think that's something that's actually been a strength of them. The fact that they're so conscious of the idea that they can wait 50 minutes, they can wait 40 minutes even to look for those late game team fights. Whereas NewBee, they're still struggling to find that identity. Here on the roster, you're going to notice something pretty exciting. That's not V in the top lane. That is Sky showing up along with Swift, Coco, LWX, and more.
Yeah, so Sky people don't really... this is something that we're going to have to talk about a little bit more. But yeah, we've seen him before. RNG was the last time we saw him. Team King even. We take a look at IMA.
Yeah, it's Amazing J, Ben 4 returning along with Road, along with Athena and Jin Zhao.
So this is just even going back to the top lane matchup. This is going to be incredibly exciting because at first we had an issue with V versus Amazing J. That's going to be a really exciting matchup, but then suddenly you look towards it, I was like, Sky. Well, we haven't seen Sky in a very long time. In fact, he kind of lost in memory because when we first saw him, and there was a lot of hype coming around Team King, right? Yep. Coming in from the LSPL, they were starting to take names in off-season way, way long ago, and then they go into the LPL and they fall downhill. And so that's been a big question about this man because changing meta, his champion pool has been kind of limited. But then the issue is once he got into RNG, he got replaced by Let Me, and then we kind of went into LSPL obscurity for the most part, went to ZTR, and then at that point, we just never heard of him.
So then what are we expecting out of this matchup? If that bringing in that new top laner against effectively the shot caller of Amazing J, could this be someone deliberately trying to target him and keep him down?
I mean, you have to look towards what he has been playing before he comes back into this team. As you mentioned that he plays a lot of carry champions. V doesn't necessarily excel at those carry champions, and there's a very defined reason for that when you look at the team of NewBee, because right now they usually have a tank or a split pusher top lane, and then they'll surround that with a strong four-man unit, and they're relying on V having really good teleports if he's a tank, or just pressuring the side lane if he is going to be a split pusher, and we just don't know where Sky is going to go with this.
At the very least, it seems like Sky is going to be competitively rusty for the most part. No pun intended, rusty.
No, that's me.
Yeah.
But overall, I mean, just like he hasn't been playing for some time, and so real question is how is he going to use his advantage if his team's going to be really comfortable on him playing a carry. They're comfortable with V playing carry, so if he does pick up the Camille, if he does pick up his tried and true Irelia, that's going to be fun to watch out and see if that's something that Swift and Coco will be looking to play towards.
Exactly, and we're going to have to keep an eye on the jungle matchup for NewBee and IMA as well. The fact that this is Swift versus the freshly dubbed highlight hunter in Ben 4.
Yeah, the montage maker.
Yeah.
Whatever you want to call him. Ben 4, super young, known for his ability to play Lee Sin mechanically or junglers mechanically, but does get overexcited, a little bit hyphy.
Yeah.
And pulls the trigger on a lot of things he probably shouldn't be doing. Now he's going to be against Swift, who is an experienced, refined, invade, heavy pressure, heavy jungler, who will be trying to take everything away from Ben 4. similar to something like what Vici would do, but they up the aggression in comparison to Vici, who are but a bit more refined.
Yeah, and when we always talk about or at least NewBee, it's the discussion is the bromance
Yeah.
of the mid lane, Coco and Swift. But then when we look towards Aime, it's actually kind of like a bit of an issue in terms of the relationship between Athena and Ben4. There seems to be disconnect. Athena dies in the mid lane a lot more often in between the new junglers coming in. So we even have Flawless in the back. It seems like Aime is not going to be afraid to pick him up because they are a little bit more confident in their support picks here because they have changed up FF for Starlight, and we saw how Starlight played. He played well up until, of course, level 1 where he lost Flash, but even past that point, he did well.
He shouldn't have won the set anyway. Again, it was against WE.
Yeah.
Like, these things happen. And he looked okay when we saw him. And again, we saw good mechanics. There was okay decision-making from them. But right now, this is the comfortable roster. This is the one they should start with. And perhaps if they win Game 1 or if they lose Game 1, they can look towards subbing again and continue to get these members on the team experience. Because ultimately, they do want to have Flawless there. They do need to have Starlight there if they want to have Flawless there. Just because it's out of necessity of the 2 Korean rule.
Yeah, and that just comes down to the discussion of, is Flawless going to be the main primary focus? Because they really have built up Ben 4. They initially did want to put in Flawless, and they have tried him out. But let's see. Obviously, they want to give Ben 4 a little bit more time in the light.
We'll definitely have to keep an eye on his performance today and see if he can redeem his performance against Aime last week. So, Rusty, we're about ready to get into Champion Select. Who's your money on in this match?
I have to give it to Aime. I feel like they're just rolling with a bit more momentum at the moment.
Yeah. That's safe money right there.
Yeah, we'll definitely have to see. Perhaps this could be NewBee finally finding their identity and proving that Rusty is, in fact, incorrect, unfortunately. But they're getting a bit ahead of myself. We're only a Champ Select for game number 1. I'm already predicting the end of the match way too far ahead.
The end of time.
Yeah, exactly. As you can see, Rise and Vladimir banned away from Athena. Very safe, comfortable picks that we've seen him succeed on before, along with Jace and Rumble taken away from NewBee.
It's very interesting that the blind pick mid laners are getting completely demolished by NewBee. The last time we saw Coco, he went towards the Corki. Corki is not really the pick right now. You can pick him up, but the biggest issue, the nerfs that did come through him, is that his early game is a little bit problematic through his ulti. So it's just harder to wave clear, harder to take control of matchups than it was before. So I don't expect him to go towards that. He might look to counter pick, but overall, Aime has the position to counter pick. So we'll have to see if that gets through first phase since Orianna is up and available.
Yeah, historically, we've seen Aime counterpick for Amazing J. Because he is that shot caller, it is so important to make sure that he ends up on a good matchup. Camille is a great matchup against a lot of things.
So because of all of these picks, or at least these bans coming through, remember the ridiculous picks, I'll say, are coming through. So as you said, the Camille, the Varus, the Rengar, all of these picks are up and available, and that must have been a strategy for Aime, quite honestly, because all of these bans, like I would say the Rumble ban is definitely a throwaway for the most part. That means that they can get the Camille and they can get the Rengar if they're interested in that. What's interesting is that Swift decided to move away from that Rengar because usually that has been his focus, but they thought that Varus justifiably is the pick here.
Yeah, and this was something that you and Rusty were talking about earlier, the fact that we've seen NewBee sometimes leave that bottom lane on a bit of an island, and that leaves them falling behind as the game transitions into those later game team fights. Well, they've already got Varus, and there hasn't been any sort of bans towards that support champion pool just yet.
That's a good point where you mentioned where jungle, the Rengar gets picked, the Camille gets picked. That's usually NewBee's focus because they do play towards top side so heavily and so well. The fact that they picked the Varus for bot lane priority, I hope it's not just for safety. And I hope that they will look to play towards that. That is going to be something we look towards. LWX is known as a more lane-focused carry, so perhaps that's going to be a change in focus, but we'll have to see what Sky looks to pick up. It's going to be the Rex, the Renekton. There we go.
Taking the, I was about to say turtle. That's an alligator. Into the top lane, into that Camille.
We might see a turtle skin. He's getting a lot of skins at the moment.
Yeah.
So very soon, you're not going to be wrong.
Udyr's entirely out of the realm of possibility. There are already 2 junglers. There's no chance. So, Aime will answer with the support as they look to limit NewBee a little bit. That Lulu pairs so well with Rengar.
And so this is a big question on NewBee's draft at this point because they've counterpicked just about everything except for the Varus, obviously. But Lulu getting out of their control, Camille, Rengar, all of these picks are mostly inexcusable. Specifically, Lulu has grown a lot of attention lately, especially going into the next patch. It is still 7.4 people, so don't worry about that just yet. But yeah, this is a great combination coming out of IMA, and they have a lot of picks, at least specifically their bot lane, just coming up here in the second phase.
Yeah, we'll see how these teams decide to prioritize their bans, as you've got top jungle and support versus top jungle and AD carry, which means mid, AD carry and support are the big one-ups left for AD carry and mid are the big ones for IMA, whereas NewBee looking for their mid and support. So Talon first ban, Zillion, interestingly enough, taken away from Athena.
Zillion makes a lot of sense because if you have Lulu, we've seen, or at least have heard of some Zillion
Oh, the
play.
unkillable Rengar.
Yeah, you're just going to have a lot of unkillable points. Not so much the Rengar. I mean, remember AD carry is still up and available, so there can be a potential Caitlyn pick. And so if you just have the very annoying composition of Camille just never dying when she dives into your composition, or the carry as well, that's going to be really difficult, especially since IMA is known as the team fighting team. So giving them a lot of those options, especially since it's Athena's strength, playing those controlled mages in the mid lane, it's good to take away from.
Yeah. Currently looks like Jin Zhao is looking towards that Ashe without a Kled to sort of lead the charge and force the fight for them. They might have to go for something a little more standard by firing that enchanted crystal down whatever lane they decide to be in.
And that's fair, but the biggest point about this is that when I saw Jin Zhao play this Ashe last week, it was phenomenal. Not simply because of his Ashe arrow plays, but also because sure, that's amazing, Jay, giving him a lot of space in teamfights to auto-attack, but his positioning in those teamfights were phenomenal up against Xiaogu Reapers. So I think we'll see a lot more pressure coming from him in teamfights just from auto-attacking. You know, you don't want your Ashe just firing off arrows.
Of course.
So it's going to be fun to see how Jin Zhao has progressing lately, because he has been a shining light recently.
That's kind of the... I feel like that's sort of the conversation with Varus on the other side, where he's going to be firing away his own arrows, but that's his purpose.
Yep.
That's what he's supposed to do. And now to help him out with that, looks like Moore is taking Karma to go for a very aggressive bottom lane in Coco. Safe and standard, nice long-range Orianna.
All right, so there we go. We're going to have the counter pick coming out. We mentioned that Orianna still being up and available. Didn't get pinched out on the second phase. The Aimee was a little bit more afraid of the Talon, which is interesting to see. But yeah, Orianna is a very safe pick for Coco, and it also really works for the composition. I think Aimee, though, is really lining themselves up a really strong comps. Even gets Ari for Athena, which I have not seen from this man. Usually a control mage here. Interesting.
We'll have to keep an eye on his performance as a little bit more patient. I don't think he's actually played Ari yet at all.
Yeah, exactly.
He's played Varus mid, but he hasn't played Ari.
That's just his style. His style is far more centered towards control mages. So him picking up the Ari is very interesting because, to be fair, you can technically play her as a control mage for your team and create space, but she's an assassin at the end of the day.
Perhaps that could be the whole synergy that we're hoping to see between Ben 4 and Athena in this matchup. Ari, very good at pushing lane. She can follow very quickly with her ultimate post level 6. Maybe he's going to be following Ben 4 around the map a little bit more, but I could just be getting a little bit too far ahead of myself as well. Just hoping to see Aimee improve, because last week they got smashed pretty hard by WE. I mean, game 1 was certainly a competition, but game 2 was, it's one of those games where you're like, wow.
I mean, that's a fair point. I mean, WE has been smashing people lately.
Yeah.
They did go up against Xiaogu Reapers when we were able to take the 2-1 victory. And they went up against Vici, and that might not be something you brag about because Vici's not looking good lately.
Yeah.
But getting those 2 wins right now, they've in their last 4 sets, they won twice. So they're in an even setting. If they're able to win now, then they are in an upswing.
Yeah, that is the important conversation for Aimee. They saw success during their first few weeks of LPL play, but then immediately tapered right back off into 3 smashing defeats. Are they finally making their way back up, or was WE going to send them right back down?
Yeah, this is a good set to really decide that. And when you look towards NewBee, their last set, this is going to be very depressing. RNG lost 0-2. Snake 1-2 lost. IG lost 0-2. Game Talents 0-2. So they are definitely on a very major downswing. 4 losses in a row. The last time we saw them win, of course, was up against Xiaogu Reapers. This is when we were hyping them up in week 3, saying, they defeated Xiaogu Reapers. They defeated EDG. They could be the best, and then they decided to just disappoint us all.
Yeah. So this is NewBee still looking for their identity as a team, and it has certainly set them behind here in week 6 of the LPL. Hopefully they'll be able to show us something exciting in this game, as Aimee are on the upswing and are looking to knock this one out of the park.
Yeah, and you know what? When we talk about exciting, I have been historically a fanboy of Sky. Now, I've got to make that very well known. It's not hidden. When he was left in obscurity in the LSPL, when he just wasn't playing on teams, left in contractual question marks, I was like, will we never see Sky again?
Yeah.
Will his lasting legacy be defeat in the in the LPL, and I guess later on in the LSPL? So this is going to be an interesting point to see whether or not he keeps up in the lane, because he hasn't been playing much at all. Of course, solo queue is one thing, but competitively, definitely not. So I want to see if he keeps up. He got a counter matchup for himself, but it's up against Camille. So
it's up against Amazing J's Camille. And every once in a while, Amazing J has one of those games where he's like, you know what? I'm just going to win the game single-handedly.
This is what's going to be frustrating for the man. Oh, wait a minute.
Oh, Rhodes.
Oh,
he doesn't
that
get
cheeky
any,
man.
though. Yeah, Moore is going to peel back off, and Swift gets level 2 off of the small Raptors.
Still a good challenge. I mean, Lulu can literally challenge every single one of those Raptors because of her Q being AoE. So that's just something they had to watch out for. Rhodes going to come out of that saying, I just needed a few more AP runes. Just a little bit more.
Slightly increased damage instead. Meanwhile, Sky looks to take early priority in top lane. Amazing J will happily catch these minions as they push in.
And so top lane matchup, Renekton versus the Camille. This is very interesting because people have come out and said that Renekton into Camille is pretty bad, level 3, level 4, level 5, around that area, when Camille can really just choose her fights, can back away with her W and be able to take an advantage, especially since Renekton just shoves out the lane consistently, so he has to worry about Camille freezing on the tower, getting ganked, obviously, because of course if you get that one kill for Camille, it's all over, lights out. But then once you get level 6, then Elise can actually impact that lane. The dive pressure is there with the added like damage, the added tankiness from the level 6 on Renekton. So this is going to be interesting to see whether or not Swift looks for his top side, but he just got revealed. Damn you, Jin Zhao!
They just spotted him out. Ben 4 is on the complete opposite side of the map, and Swift will continue to farm in his jungle, not even looking for the Scuttle Crab, whereas Ben 4, slightly more proactive towards his team, is going to prepare that just in case. But he still has his own. He's actually invading right now and looking for the Krugs. Perhaps seeing that Elise has unlocked him to go for the invade and steal away that Krug camp.
So this is where it's really worrying for both teams, because Ben 4 doing this, if he gets caught, he's dead. But at the same time, if he doesn't, he's a genius because he just stole a lot of experience from this team.
And the answer on the opposite side, Swift, so smart, is going to head on out towards the other side. Meanwhile, trading in the lane.
Oh, here we go.
Athena doing some damage here as they both chug through those biscuits. And yeah, you can see Swift on the invade is stealing away Ben 4's Krugs now.
Yeah, Athena had to watch out there because he was definitely positioned out of that side of the map, but Orianna did not have his jungler beside him. That being said.
No, they don't see it. Oh, he should have just seen it.
Oh, red alert.
Oh, there's
no.
a Lulu there. Trying to play just outside of vision, but Coco kiting it around. Meanwhile, Swift has found Amazing J. You mentioned whether or not he goes top.
Oh,
what a read, Swift. What a shot!
Swift, my man! All right, that was ridiculous. Even cut out the flash. This guy is incredible.
And this is exactly what we said earlier. It's never been a question of mechanical skill for NewBee. We know they're very talented.
Yeah.
But there's just been some sort of disconnect on the team. Well,
yeah.
He's connected with Sky right now.
I mean, yeah, this is when we do back away because, those leads coming through, that's fair. He is a mechanical genius, that's fine. We can back away and say, what does this mean now for NewBee? Can they utilize this lead? Sky is fairly green, especially in the LPL. I say this, people are going to be like, he did play on the team. But he hasn't played in a long time, so I want to see how he uses this advantage. If he does, like, this is Amazing J, if he got this lead, he would be looking towards mid lane. He would be doing quite a bit. With that being said, he's not going to get a second chance.
Oh,
Swift
Swift.
is looking for this man.
So clever. Immediately heads right back up to the flashless Camille, but Amazing J intelligently spending the 75 gold instead of going for his own, another set of potions, goes for life-saving wards instead and keeps himself safe. Ben 4 is going to take use of that window to steal away the Raptor camp from Swift as it respawns.
Yep. Take note, everybody. Control wards can save your life from just getting camped. So the camp strategy is now just in terror. Like, at this point, Swift probably isn't going to make a second visit up there because Aime's focus is now going to be in protecting Camille on the top side of the map. They do not want her falling behind. And if they do, then right now Ben 4 is level 5. If he gets to level 6, maybe he's going to be a little bit more comfortable taking that 2v2 top side. But for now, there's no reason to take that risk. And so there's a safe farming from the Camille. It's going to be a good one.
I love what Swift decided to get on the first recall. That's a Dark Seal Moby Boots. Taking a page out of Condi's book saying, all right,
To be
You
fair.
want to play Crazy Elise? I can play Crazy Elise.
Yeah, to be fair, that's a. Oh no, Athena, relax there. Get out of there. Okay. Oh yeah. Oh, you know what? They decided to just double down. There is no saving time for Swift here. His time is gonna be spent here.
Oh, he cheats forward just outside of the vision. Amazing
Oh
J
my
again.
God.
Swift reads the dodge.
Oh,
He
he's gonna
chases
die.
forward, and they have to reset though.
Oh, this is
That's another
awful.
turret hit, and Ben 4 comes in.
Oh.
Flash Bola as he starts building up some rage. Amazing J has got to be careful looking for the
Oh my.
cooldown as that's a stun. He's got enough. They turn on to Swift, and level 6
6.
from Amazing J. Hex Tech ultimatum locks Swift down. He follows up, and Amazing J gets revenge.
And that's the one thing you don't want happening. That's
Yo,
Camille getting a kill.
Athena managed
Oh.
to kill Coco in the mid
Oh.
lane. Road was actually there as well. He was the one who got last hit on that.
Oh, okay. All right, Aime. All right. So they get up with a kill lead there. That's a lot of things happening at the same time.
Yeah.
But yeah, just taking a note at the top side of the map. That was really well played from Ben 4. Yeah, we're going to get the replay on Athena. So he does get the Lulu gank. Let's see how that turns out. Yeah, okay, he gets the E. That's all you need. The charm, and you're going to be able to get the kill.
Lulu
Road
auto
takes it.
attacks are so strong.
Hey, to be fair, getting that kill is going to be nice because if he does get good back timing off, he can get a sight stone, and that's going to be very valuable for Aime, especially Aime, because then being able to roam out to the opposite side of the map. This time he did it for the kill. Next time he's going to do it for extra wards on the map.
Yeah.
And so that's going to be very valuable for them.
Keep an eye on whether or not Road moves around. He's seen a lot of success in the early weeks of the LPL by pairing up with Ben 4 and making aggressive plays. And Ben 4 actually seems like he was off to a little bit of a slow start with his hard farm, but now he's ganked a few times. He was able to get a kill and an assist, and is now going to face check into Swift. That's a cocoon. Lots of damage done to that Rengar, but he answers right back. Charm finds Coco, and he actually stealths in order to escape, so that is the Rengar ultimate. Whoa!
Wrong, wait a minute.
Yeah, it's 3 versus 3 in the mid lane,
Okay.
but we'll diffuse.
They made the guess, and you know what? That's respectable. I respect the girth on them to be able to say, Rengar's right here! Oh, not even anywhere clear, but that's a smart overall from Aime. And you mentioned Ben 4 had a slow start. I think it was actually fairly good because he did take that Krug camp on the bot side. So as I say that, get out of there,
they
Amazing
are
J.
hard diving. He's almost got his flash. Oh, thank goodness the minions prevent the Mobies from coming back up.
Yeah, so overall, Amazing J is hating his life. He wants this to end. He has himself the armor boots. He wants this to just all go under the rug. No, he actually just wants blood.
Yeah, he doesn't have his Hex Tech ultimatum just yet, but will force Sky's flash by using the tactical sweep.
So yeah, Ben 4 did have red buff, and at the same time had Ahri and Lulu very close by. NewBee didn't know about Lulu coming in, but at the same time, this just showcases that Aime is not afraid to put Jin Zhao in a 2v1. So it looks like NewBee's going to have a little bit of a harder time being able to support these massive investments in the top side of the map.
Yeah, and this looks like this is a little bit of a different Aime that we're seeing in these first 10 minutes so far. They're fighting, they're skirmishing. Aime that's going to sit back and wait for the 50-minute team fight.
Yeah, and this is the Aime that we were waiting for, because Aime of old, and I guess fairly recently, they roamed a lot. I mean, that's the biggest point about Amazing J in this matchup that I would have mentioned, is that he's not going to be threatening Sky a lot. He would usually be threatening Coco in the mid lane because he roams quite a bit. Road also roams quite a bit. So these two side laners coming and converging onto the mid lane is definitely a worry, but I guess they're starting to go back towards that. And we wanted to focus on Aime's early game. Well, this is an early game.
Oh, yeah. Currently doing rather well. It's still dead even in gold, but we're starting to see some CS discrepancies opening up for NewBee that have been balanced out by those kills that Aime have got. So still a 21 CS lead for Sky with that first blood and the pressure that he was able to get onto Amazing J. And in the mid lane, Athena's still doing rather well against Coco. In the bottom, Jin Zhao is actually taking a lot of pressure with Road roaming so consistently.
Yeah, so Athena is the biggest winner right now on the side of Aime. Ooh, same with Ben 4. If you can get this off, it would be great, because Swift has definitely went back to base. Oh, but that, yeah, you know what? That ward didn't catch him, so they're still fine. We're going to have to see if anything comes out of this one, though.
Yeah, they're going to have to know that something is
Ooh,
up as
they're
Athena
investing.
is thinking of
Oh,
heading down.
There are blue wards on both sides. He is getting locked out of that one. No entry. Okay, so Ben 4 has to back away. That was really smart from NewBee to recognize that that was indeed an option, and Rengar is not going to have an opening. He is still in the area. He has ulti too. He can just walk down the lane. It would just be very hard for him to do so, though.
They're wasting a lot of time
Yeah.
here. What was dead even in gold is now a gold lead for NewBee, as Sky has opened up his CS lead a little bit more. LWX has gotten some more farm, and Swift is able to invade rather freely into Ben 4's jungle and get a lot of vision out there. He's
And-
actually going to take the Krugs, and Ben 4 is
Yeah.
too late.
We did mention that Ben 4 has gotten an experience advantage when he was able to steal tramps while Swift was looking towards topside constantly. Of course, that got deleted just a little bit. Not only was the Krugs answered to, but at the same time, Swift had a lot of options to clear out his own blue side and bottom side jungle. So he's caught up in farm for the most part, or experience. And put out a lot of pressure on the top side. Here we go.
Yeah, that's the Hextech ultimatum. They've only got a few more seconds to try to burn through, but Rengar does so much. Sky goes down.
Yeah, not much you can do about that. They do a lot of damage, and Amazing J is going to be able to lock you down for a long time. So Sky didn't have flash. They must have timed it, because if he did, he would have been able to flash out immediately, preemptively, just not to get caught out by Amazing J's ulti. But that's just not an option for him. This is going to be a big focus. I mean, topside, topside, topside. And so this is a major question and test for Sky. He has a lot of assists to him because Swift has been taking a lot of the kills, but he's up in CS.
Yeah, and again, Swift, the moment he knows Rengar's on another side of the map, moves forward and tries to get some vision. Tragically, no wards, so he just scouts out the camps that have been cleared before heading towards mid lane. And it's actually going to be Moore who drops the ward on the opposite side of that bottom tier 1 turret. So we haven't seen any turret advantages just yet, and the kill that Aime picks up, he's going to get them right back even in gold.
So that would be nice, and that would be fine if Sky had walked up to towards the top lane and didn't use his TP. Unfortunately, his response to that gank was to TP to the top side of the map. So what would look like, you know, a lot of teams would say, okay, now we've set up in the bot side, we've set up quite a few wards. We can actually look. Uh-oh, LWX. Okay, you know, he played it safe.
Yeah, he's fine.
They decided to back away from that entirely, so that was a wasted ulti from Jin Zhao, but look, it's not going to turn into anything. But back to the point, you would want to use those wards to set up for a TP dive. You would want to use those wards to, at the very least, just back away Jin Zhao and Road from this tower, and that would be a free tower for anybody. And so this comes towards the inexperience of Sky, because he would have been able to really help out in all of that. But he's put himself back on this really poor situation. Maybe he gets got out by this.
Ben 4 is waiting just outside the vision. The moment he sees that Renekton overextend, he's going to follow up. But first, Krugs. Of course, you got to get your main course before you can get to dessert.
Yeah, just waiting a little bit just so the time to work out. And just take a look at Ashe and Lulu was playing really safely, just sending out Ashe hawk shots just to see if there's any dives happening, because they don't know where Elise is, and they don't know, I mean, every single time Oriana is able to clear out the wave. Oh, he does get caught out here.
How they see Swift. They're actually going to see Swift roaming up. Ben 4 is going to leap over the wall. No, he doesn't make it.
No.
Amazing J is there, but luckily he's got that blast cone to get him over, but Amazing J is being burned down. Hextech Ultimatum stalls it, but he drops to Amazing J. Ben 4 follows. He gets some damage and goes down to Sky.
What an absolute disaster on the side of Aime. That was a beautiful look. That would have been great from Ben 4. He doesn't get over the wall, takes a lot of time. I mean, Amazing J must be looking at that situation and just outright face-palming, because he put himself out in a position where he got absolutely chunked up because the jungler wasn't there. So Aime lost out in a scenario where they set up perfectly.
Tragically, that is going to put NewBee now in the lead, so Aime fans, 74% of them were voted, 74% of fans voted for Aime to take this matchup. Well, right now, NewBee looking to prove them wrong. As Moore gets that standard support trade, he's going to take advantage of the fact that he saw the jungle and get some vision on that side of the map.
Yeah.
It is Cloud Drake, so not a huge priority, but nobody wants to give that up for free.
Yeah, and honestly, when you look towards the bot side, I mean, look at Swift. This is deja vu all over again. You look towards his KDA, and it's like 3-1-1, been incredibly active on the map, got that boost of mobility, so he's able to really impact on people on the map very quickly. And this is the Swift that we always tend to see, or at least quite often in their victories, but also in a few defeats, because this is, I mean, we talk about Swift being an amazing jungler early on in the game, but then how does that translate later on? I mean, Elise doesn't look very good as the game goes on, does tend to descale, so he should be very active. And so big focus for me at the very moment is Sky with that TP. It's coming up very soon. There's a lot of pressure on the bot side of the map. Swift wants to open up the game with a bit of the lead that they have right now.
Yeah. Amazing J actually held on to his TP after that death, so he's still walking top. No Triforce just yet, but Sky a full level ahead, 40 CS up. He's got Black Cleaver, he's got Tiamat, he's ready to fight.
And this is what Amazing J will do for his team. This man is 40 CS behind, and he doesn't care. Not going to burn that TP towards the top side. He's really playing towards the rest of the map, and that's his turn to play. With the Dragon being taken out, this is when you roll the dice. What is it going to be? What's the next one? We're not going to take a look at it.
We'll see it eventually. It's 6 minutes. But even in that play, Aimee, they push for the Dragon. Amazing J gave up the lane, walked to Krug so that he could teleport safely if a fight were to break out.
Yeah.
Swift, however, taking advantage of that, is going to invade, and Athena, very cognizant, will try to combat that around.
And I mean, Amazing J right now, his sole focus is A, not to die. Very nice, very nice point. B, to try and help out the rest of the map because he wants to stop NewBee from looking to open up the game. And the main way to do that is towards a bot lane dive, especially if you have Karma and Varus who will be able to constantly look to shove. So, I mean, Aimee's bottom lane has been playing so safe and they were just waiting for that moment. Currently, NewBee's not looking for it, and so that's a little bit of a problem for them. They have TP up and available. You would want Elise to be bot side, but knowing Swift, he's going to try and just camp this Camille harder. That's his game plan. You know what? 3-1. Why not make it 4-1?
Yeah,
why not make it 5-1?
It's so interesting to see how NewBee are playing so safe in their lanes.
Yeah.
So that Swift can be enabled to effectively sit top. Maybe he looks bottom for some vision. Maybe he looks to get a ward around Dragon, but he continues to play around Sky in this match.
Yeah, and you know what? That would be fine against lower tier teams. That's a play where most top laners in the lower tier would start to fall out. They would try and play even more aggressively. With that being said, Aimee they're going to really chip down this tower.
Yeah, they get the recall timing onto Coco and almost take the first turret of the game as Athena gets some help from Ben 4.
And that is a major loss of NewBee. They wanted to be able to use that Renekton offensively towards the bottom side of the map. But because of you would have to say bad back timings, where Coco probably didn't communicate that well with Swift to be able to hold the tower. So there was just nobody defending it. And so that Sky's defensive TP to hold that tower, really, really bad for NewBee. And that's just Aimee really stagnating this game, holding it on just a little bit more.
Good guy Swift shows up just in time to last hit both of those wards. As the supports traded off. Ben 4 is...
I mean, he's gonna get seen unless he ultis. Okay, he's not.
Yeah.
He's not gonna look for it.
Not entirely certain what he's looking for, but even take a look at Coco on the map. He's playing so far back. You can
here
see
he
Sky is
comes.
falling back as well.
TP.
And NewBee are using this window to pressure bottom. That's
Oh, it
teleport.
gets canceled.
And it is in fact canceled. Road overextends. He's forced to ult himself, but with no turret to fall back to. Jin Zhao is all alone. Here's Athena racing forward. Does he have enough damage? He gets one as Road kites it out, trying to make it to the blast cone. Ben 4's there in time and separates them, but still Swift follows over the wall, and they end up trading 2 for 2.
So that was very crucial from Sky to be able to cancel that TP because it was a trade. The tower, I believe it did go down.
Yeah.
Overall, that is a win, just a slight win from NewBee. It would have been much better for them if they were able to set up for the TP. As I mentioned, the TP did play out defensively in the mid lane, so they didn't have the ability for Sky to be there. So Sky's main role at that point was just to never allow Amazing J there. Never allow that to happen, or else his entire bot side would just get demolished and they would die. So most teams would actually just wait it out. Wouldn't even go for it. They would either try and bait out the TP or just not go for the tower. They decided to go for the tower, and thank God Sky was there to cancel the TP from Amazing J.
He had the Hextech ultimatum, he had Flash, he had everything to collapse on that play and make it bad. But Sky, it has been 8 months since last we've seen him in competitive play. 1, 2, and 3 right now, but he's 40 CS up, and with all of the pressure that he's been getting from Swift and now the lane swap, he has been set up for success remarkably well.
Yeah, he has been. That's one of the moments where if you're a solo queue top laner, you look towards your jungler, just stop taking the kills. It helped me in the matchup. You know, I would rather be 4-2. That would be nice.
And then your solo queue laner pings Leandri's Torment, 800 gold away.
Ah, yes, that's when they took you out of the. But that's another moment. That's just the point where right now, as you mentioned, he is incredibly ahead. It is a question how he uses that lead now going forward.
Yeah, we'll definitely see. NewBee are currently looking to use that lead to open up more of the map. They're trading top tier 1 for bottom tier 1, but they do have a small push advantage with Swift up top.
It's kind of like when we had the lane swap metas because both TPs, or at least both top laners, are down with their TPs. So they're sticking to the lanes, hoping, praying that the enemy team doesn't go any farther, or else we'd have ourselves a complete race towards the finish line. But they decided to leave it out. That means the top laners are really just kind of holding out. Oh, that's nice. Renekton's looking towards this.
Arrow catches Sniff before he can get up as Athena changes targets onto Coco. Swift comes back down and is taking a lot of damage. Sky joins the fight and gets into the back line. LWX drops through as the fight disengages.
So that's just a 1-0 big win for NewBee, and that's because Renekton moved first. He was there to get there first. He did a lot of damage to the backside of the map. It would have been a little bit scarier if Camille was able to get there first, but it was just a very well orchestrated fight from NewBee.
This game is ending up a little bit more bloody than I think you or I expected.
Yeah, we definitely didn't expect this coming out of NewBee, especially when we recognized that they were putting in Sky fairly late. We were like, all right, we didn't even think he was on the roster. We were, at the very least, I was just surprised that he was
like,
coming in.
That's a new spelling of V.
Because I already mentioned at the beginning of the day, I was like, you know, Sky, I love this top laner from way, way back, and then I was just like, this guy's never coming back. He failed in the LPL, he failed in the LSPL, he's gone.
The only time he saw success was in the offseason.
Yep, and no one remembers the offseason. As that one person in the crowd says, I do. But yeah, he's coming back, and this is looking really good for him.
Well, I mean, apparently you remember it as well.
I guess probably that person's probably
So
me.
you're the one person in the crowd.
I'm probably the person who's announcing it and also the person saying, I do.
Yes. The multiple personalities of Raz.
The very empty studio.
Alrighty, so Aime are still looking to break down the mid lane turret. Athena's been doing work. He's 30 CS ahead. He's 2-0-1 for his team, but that Orianna has not broken. Now they've got LWX sitting and defending the turret. So instead, they're going to take the consolation prize of Ocean Drake as it spawns, but Sky with teleport is going to make them trade for it.
So we're going to have to see. It looks like Sky's going to remain the top side. He has access towards this tower. The ping did go down. Hopefully he takes a little bit of it. It's a lot of damage. Yeah,
he's going straight for the Titanic Hydra. This isn't Bruiser Renekton. This is, I'm going to murder you, Renekton.
Yeah, he's just going to stick to the matchup, which is very interesting because Camille does scale up to a point where she wins the 1v1, but if she doesn't have items, obviously, that's going to be a little bit an issue. And he's going to be doing a lot of damage in team fights. He can just outright burst the person if he does look to stun them. So combos there.
And take a look at how Amazing Jay is building this as well. As Swift might be caught here. Nah, he's fine.
Yeah, he's
just going to eat a bowl up. Whoa, Ben4.
All right, Ben4, watch yourself.
Actually managing to catch LWX. There's the arrow to follow up, and they catch that Varus. He goes down. They're turning on to Swift now. He drops as well, and Amazing Jay leads the charge with Ben4. That was unexpected.
Woo, all right, no one expects that except for Aime. You have to expect that when you're going up against Aime. That was an incredible flank coming from Amazing Jay. They did not see it coming. He still had TP.
It's after 20 minutes.
Yeah.
Amazing Jay has teleport, and with 3 dead, it's 5 versus 2 in front of the Baron pit.
Yeah, they're just going to go for it.
Recall out of more. He's not even going to try to go for the steal, or perhaps he's just trying to be safe. No, he completes it. There's no vision from NewBee.
Renekton's going bot side too. This is not going to happen.
Baron secured by Aime.
That's how fast a game could turn if you're going up against Aime. They fall behind early consistently. It doesn't work out for them, and then suddenly they can turn on a dime with a great fight. And so I'm sure the replay is going to come, but if it doesn't, let me just map it out for you. That was a great flank coming from Amazing Jay. He didn't use his TP, as I mentioned. He was just there when it happened, and then rode to be able to pop like a 3-man pop-up with a Lulu. And of course, if you have a Rengar on your face, if you have Camille on your face, and you know one of them is Lulu ulted, not going to happen.
There was definitely that feel when Rengar leaps into 3 people with crowd control, but then nails the bola onto LWX, and Xin Zhao follows up with the perfect arrow. Here's the replay.
Yeah, and I mean, we already mentioned everything else. Just take a look at this Ash arrow that comes through. You really wouldn't expect it, other than, of course, the bola making it much easier. It was just a great combination, and so everyone was there for them, and you look towards Renekton, didn't see it happening, didn't see it coming. He was like, all right, I may be, pants down. With that being said, Ahri getting chased down. She's going to survive, though.
Yeah.
She's okay.
Spirit Rush, very effective at allowing the escape. Finally, the top tier 1 and the mid tier 1 go down. So it's back to 3-2 in favor of turrets. So far, 1,500 gold lead off of that Baron, but it's still got 2 minutes left. Let's see if Aime can use that Baron advantage to break something else down.
Yeah, so the reset did come through. Ahri, she has a lot of items. The Void Staff, the Abyssal Scepter, a lot of just shred coming out of her in the mid game right now. So this is going to be interesting coming from Aime because you don't usually see a 1-3-1 coming out of this team. You just see the all-in team fight. So Athena doing very well on the Ahri.
Yeah.
Can just be on a side lane and really no one can touch her, not even Renekton. If he does look towards her, she can just dash away, kite it back.
And I love how you can even look at the builds of Aime and see how they're preparing to transition towards those late game team fights. It's not Tiamat first out of Amazing J, it's Jarm's Fist. He wants the health and sustain instead of the wave clear. It's not full damage with Eluden's Echo out of Athena, it's Abyssal Scepter and Void Staff. He wants to be able to take a fight if one happens.
Yeah, and quite honestly, a lot of people have been favoring Dream's Fist if they're going into the full item that the recipe builds off of, because the
Titanic.
sustain. Yeah, it's a really good item as a general point, just for the sustain, as I mentioned, the HP. It stacks up just nicely, and it's just cheap. So it's a nice purchase.
Yeah. As it is, though, Aime seems like they're a little hesitant to push, as they've got Amazing J prepping a side wave and Athena doing the same on the top side.
Yeah, honestly, a lot of the heavy working right now is on Athena. He did get that early on back, so he had to really set up the wave on the top side of the map. It looks like they're just going to give up a lot of that, so their 1,500 gold lead isn't going to look to turn into anything, because Rengar is all the way up there taking Krugs, and Camille's doing the same. I don't even know if she should be taking blue, but it looks like he's doing something. Overall, they need to set up towards this, and they're not really going to be doing much damage here. NewBee, if they had known, if they had full vision of the map, they could just go on top of this Ashe, but the very lack of vision coming out of NewBee, because the control coming out of Aime has been great. That means that they have no real understanding of where Ahri is, where Rengar is. So that's a plus side for Aime.
Yeah, very patient in pressing those control wards and side vision forward. A lot of safety for Athena in this split push, and a lot of similar safety for Amazing J.
And if I'm looking at Rengar, this is going to be a
Arrow's
choice
been
where
launched.
he goes towards.
Oh.
Woo! I mean, that's good.
That was.
Oh, they're going to
he's
go
still
for it
gonna
anyway.
try it. Misses the charm though,
Okay.
and Coco's forced to back away.
That's just a little bit of miscommunication coming out of Aime, because they could have made that happen if Rengar looked to fully go towards that lane, then Ahri can go on, then you're 100% going to be getting the kill. Or if Ahri just roams towards the mid lane, because Orianna's going to take a little longer towards coming to that tower, and then overall you either force them away from the tower completely, or you kill somebody. I mean, either one. But Aime definitely messed up that execution, so the gold lead coming out of that entire Baron power play is fairly low. You don't see the 1,500 gold leads from Baron power play, but that's just because they weren't able to execute.
I love how Jin Zhao fired the arrow just behind him. It's one of the panic arrows.
Yeah.
You see it, and then if you panic, you walk into it.
Yep,
But if you keep your cool, or in this case, you keep your Coco,
Ah, no.
you stay nice and safe.
No, I'm not gonna. I mean, I've already given it a bit of time on that one. But yeah, I mean, he just tried to hard read him with that Ush ulti.
Yeah,
I would have
yeah.
definitely flashed into that Ush ulti. You know me. Just fat finger every. Not even fat finger. I'm just afraid as a general point.
Well, he didn't have flash. I think that was the downside.
Yeah, that's probably what
So
it
he's
was.
probably like, oh, thank goodness. But Ocean Drake spawns. Aime still have got a plethora of vision after the Baron buff wears off. And with NewBee all sitting underneath their tier 2s, there's a small window of opportunity with Amazing J's teleport for them to try to burn through its health.
So this is going to be a little harder for NewBee now, because their early game was pretty crisp, was pretty clean, and really that's what they were banking on, because they had so much priority towards the bot side of the map, and their top side was very, very good at skirmishing. As the game goes on, obviously, looking towards Elise, she has now armor items. She got the Dead Man's Plate. She's not going to be doing a lot of damage. She's going to be pure tank / supportive Elise. Sure, Coco's going to be doing a lot of damage, but you just have a poking Varus, who hopefully, if he can get his poke off, that'd be fine. If the actual team fight starts, he's not going to be providing consistent DPS. So a lot of damage has fallen off across the lineup of NewBee, unless if they can get a good pick off. If they can get a good pick off with Swift, and then Sky, you know, he does a lot of damage right now at this state of the game, then sure. But right now, looks like Aime should be very easy.
Oh, Swift. I mean, you got the red buff, but what of it? Okay. Looks
Nothing,
like he's just going to fight. Yeah.
Oh, they probably just
Skirmish.
realized that Elise is a little bit too tanky.
Yeah.
He's like, all right, you know, this is definitely not AP.
I didn't notice it until you pointed out that he did switch toward the Dead Man's and that Aegis. I thought he was going to go for the full, like, Leandri's Rylai's Void Staff.
Which is honestly really interesting from Swift, because usually when he does get that lead, he's like, all right, let me hard carry
We're
this
going
game.
in.
This is when you hold my beer. This is when I just go in and I'm going to hard carry all of you people. I don't trust anybody. But going towards tanky, obviously he recognizes at some point of the game, he's like, all right, I may have a little, oh, tried to trick him up just there. Got to give that one a little bit of recognition. But yeah, usually you see Swift looking for the hard carry. This time around playing towards the rest of his team. It's not a snowball that they first anticipated.
Seems like they're playing very patiently right now, but Aime are just moving back and forth, looking for a weakness, looking for some sort of opening to crack a tier 2 turret. They found Amazing J, and they're able to CC lock him. Even if he buffers against the wall, it's not enough. Hextech Ultimatum and Repel means Swift can follow. He heals up just a touch, but he's almost got the cooldown. His hook shot gets him over the wall. Red buff burning away is not enough to drop Amazing J. He's still making for it, but he slows himself down. Flash Cocoon, Swift autos, and secures it with some neurotoxin.
Oh, all right, so that was getting a little sticky. Renekton definitely went in to hopefully just stop them from saving out the Camille. But overall, they definitely compromised their positioning to be able to get that kill. And thankfully, Aime didn't cut it out. So they got it. Camille's down, and they can look to set up towards the Baron. It is up and available again.
Yeah, there is no vision for Aime on that side of the map. They've got one ward just outside of the mid lane and one that looks like it was a Scar ward just on the far side of Baron. But in the actual pit itself, there's not too much. However, NewBee, they decided to take their kill and just sit on it.
This is when NewBee starts to really transition their pressure. Because they were able to get that kill, they can reset the map, because a lot of the vision that they do have is a lot of defensive vision. They couldn't get a lot of wards down because Aime, when they got that Baron, a lot of vision was just completely swept free. Now that the kill is down, Camille is not going to come up to the map, and so Aime are not going to look to further pressure. This is the time they're not going to be able to get Baron currently, but they can really start to get themselves back in the neutral point of this game.
Reclaim control, or at the very least fight for it somewhat, as they get a few wards over. They're spotted out by the hawk shot from Jin Zhao as Amazing J sets up towards the bottom. So it looks like Aime are going to play that sort of split push Baron vision game.
Yeah, but this, you saw how hard it was to kill that Camille. Even though they had her completely nailed down, she went out and was very, very close to escaping entirely.
Almost made it, yeah. She almost had the hook shot off cooldown a third time.
And you look at this team, and the really only damage dealers here, if you're not counting Renekton, is in that Orianna. So Orianna, as the game goes on, a lot of pressure is on her at this point. If they can't get LWX to poke out crucial targets, it's going to be on her to get that crucial ulti. If she can get it down, the shockwave, with that being said, Amazing J.
Yeah, Sky has no teleport, which means there's no answer for Amazing J. He's getting a lot of damage on the tier 2 and breaks it down before Sky can respond. He doesn't quite know where to go. You can see him pulling back between mid and bot lane before he finally has to answer.
And this is where it gets really, really awkward for Renekton versus Camille, because Camille can't really take over the 1v1. If you leave her to the lane, she will take towers very quickly. So Renekton, he wants to support the fight. A team fight Renekton is going to be much better than the Camille if they can actually nail down the Camille much faster. She has GA faster than Renekton, so I would actually favor Camille in team fights as well. Camille right now is just overall more effective on the map. But that was just Sky looking at towards the map, misjudging the scenario, and he lost the tower for that. TP advantage for Amazing J though, so Sky is actually pressured towards playing it to the rest of the team.
Yeah. Perhaps those 8 months might have set a little bit more rust than we can expect. 1, 2, and 4. He's 3.5 items, and taking stock, it looks like, as you said, Coco is the big damage source for NewBee as an arrow catches Swift. He face checks into a brush and gets CC locked into oblivion. Then 4 follows up onto LWX, but finds himself a crocodile to answer. And Aime set up inside of the vision that they have control of and pick a kill.
Now, what was that, NewBee? You had a blue trinket. It was up and available for LWX, and on top of that, you have an Elise who can just throw a W. That's all you need to do. So right now, they're really scared. The blue trinket now comes up. You know what? It would have been fine if you had Elise, but Elise definitely face checked when she didn't need to.
Oh, Athena tries to look for the solo kill onto Moore as he uses the Spirit Rush. Amazing J over the wall. He's got Hextech Ultimatum. His target is Coco, locked down in the middle. He's going to heal from Redemption, but first they've got to get past the Crocodile. Both of the tanks are separating, and Coco solo kills with some help from Road, who flashes to keep him safe. They follow up onto LWX, and now Moore is left running for his life, but you can't escape the bladed lady, the gray lady, excuse me, as Amazing J, he's about to have his hook shot once again. There he goes. Arrow misses. Amazing J doesn't need that help.
Knowing the hitbox on that Ashe ulti, it would have hit. I'm just going to put it out there. People will be like, no, it wouldn't have. But you know what? I don't trust that anymore.
But immediately, Aime follow up on the success of that fight and turn towards the Baron. There's no tank here just yet, so they've got to be a little careful.
Yeah, they're just getting ready for it. So that was a big win for Aime. And overall, Camille is just so strong. You saw the tank fight versus tank fight. Camille was much more effective because, A, you're gonna do a lot of damage. B, GA on top of the Camille. Sky had to completely back away, so he couldn't really enter the fight once again. So overall, that was just a big win for Amazing J to be able to recognize, yeah, I'm gonna win this out. He has a lot of damage, and that's and you know what? LWX more Coco can handle him.
Things looking good for Aime as they're starting to find their stride. Despite the attempt from NewBee to get themselves back into the neutral game and start contesting, it's slowly but surely slipping out of their hands. As Aime now turn towards the Mountain Break with a Baron buff already stacked on their shoulders to help them break down some tier 2 turrets. The defense has been admirable so far, but how long can NewBee hold on?
Yeah, and this is the last dragon. So going into the Elder Dragon, they have 4 dragons to their name if they can take this one, barring a random steal. And that's just literally 2 ocean dragons, a ghost dragon. A ghost dragon, I always say that.
Dragon.
You know what? No, that's not a ghost dragon. That's not Danny Phantom.
There's no Mordekaiser in this game.
That is definitely a cloud dragon and an earth dragon. And to combine, you're like, that doesn't really make any sense. That's not really going to do anything for you except for the healing coming through. And the earth dragon is always really helpful. But once you get an elder dragon really stacked up with all of these, that's going to be a little bit ridiculous. So Aime suddenly has an insane amount of pressure going towards the next dragon that will come through. And so, yeah, they're definitely in the driver's seat.
Oh, yeah. 225 true damage per auto if they get that Elder Dragon, but they set up with a split push. Amazing J still holding on to that teleport rather effectively. This is that late game Camille versus Renekton. You can see the true damage is exceptional. No amount of resistance can protect against that, and Aime now break down the top tier 2 and start setting up for the middle inhibitor as they've cleared that one out as well.
Yeah, and that's the Camille everybody tends to fear because, yeah, sure, you can deal with her in the lane. Everybody will say, you know, give me the counter pick. But then you get the counter pick, you camp her in lane, and then you lose as a team because you couldn't push. And you just make that one mistake, and suddenly Camille is ridiculous. So you have an issue.
Cocoon finds Athena, but there's no follow-up. There's no Chains of Corruption. There's no Whimsy or anything. He's chunked down to half, but that Ari's just going to heal up, and nobody's answering Amazing J. He solos the top inhibitor turret. Sky is recalling in base right now.
Do they think they can kill her?
That's a Cocoon, and they have to pull themselves together. They have to make a decision before Aime makes it for them.
I'm sorry, I don't even think they have a decision available to them. This is really hard. They pull too many people to Camille because Camille is too tanky, does way too much damage. They cannot stop her unless if they pull at the very least 3 people. And if they do that, they lose this tower. Aime is playing this as well as they can because they recognize, what can you do? You have no damage. Coco, the only damage threat that we're really looking towards, is not even really chunking us out. He's not really threatening our lives, and so this is a very tough time for NewBee because they did have that early game lead, and they've lost all of it.
Yeah, they've still got Baron buff for about 30 seconds, but the push seems like it might have ended. Oh, just kidding. Here's Jin Zhao, Athena, and Road. Double Ocean is going to keep them topped off as they get one final wave of minions in there, and Amazing J sets up on that bot lane side wave to continue tearing NewBee apart.
Yeah, so they definitely wanted to reset after that point. Ashe and Lulu are honestly just kind of overstaying their welcome. Rengar is way back at base, decided to reset. Has his GA, so that's double GA. Amazing J never got his GA proc, so he's just sitting pretty healthy right now.
Yeah.
So if they look to dive, I mean, they can do it. Their diving threats have GA. They're not afraid of death.
Sky's actually going to force the fight. He tries to teleport in from behind as Athena's there, but Ben 4 dives onto LWX. Sky is coming in from behind, but he's already lost the turret.
Oh.
He's found Ben 4, but decides to go for Athena instead, looking for the target, but he just can't find it. And Aime, much faster to the punch, are able to drop Swift and Coco before Sky can even get one. Amazing J follows up. Hextech Ultimatum keeps LWX locked down and under his own Nexus turrets. He falls to his grave.
Yeah, you're not going to be looking towards your Nexus turrets as any sign of safety because of the amount of shields of Amazing J. This is game over. This is the first game to Aime, and it's looking pretty hard to be able to take him down.
Yeah, the Nexus turrets crumble under the weight 38 minutes in. Aime take game number 1 against NewBee.
And what a game that was. Just take a look at these men. Fairly happy about it, and you kind of have to be. Amazing J didn't buckle to that pressure. The pressure kept coming, and he stayed calm. He stayed collective, and we talked about him being a shot caller for the team. Well, I'm glad he stayed calm because if he would have had a mental boom, the rest of the map would have fell.
Yeah.
But no, they definitely stayed to it.
Mental boom's not a great thing.
That's not good.
Generally. Joining us on the desk to help break that down is Rusty.
I'll tell you what did happen in that game, though.
What?
Jin Zhao had his Weet Bix. He had his breakfast.
Yep.
He was ready to go. That guy was a beast. The Ashe arrows always connecting. They were very clutch arrows, and yes, it was the rest of his team working around them, but man, that's something that we haven't seen often from Aime, and it's really impressive to see this at all. The shot calling coming from multiple members of the team. If you're playing Ashe, you need to be the one saying, I'm throwing the arrows, otherwise you'll be too late and they'll always miss. So
yeah.
Aime with holistic control.
And I don't want to trash on Vici, but remember, we have that comparison between Jin Zhao and how he's able to use his Ash arrow. He's very calm about it, can use it very well around his team because his team sets him up to be able to do it. And so you see the communication happening. You look towards Vici, obviously, you're just kind of missing a lot of arrows. So that's a good comparison of being able to see what Ash can do in the right setting.
And I love how he was able to keep his cool over the early game. I mean, you saw the gold graph. NewBee had a slight advantage. And Jin Zhao, I think at one point he was down 30, 40 CS in lane because Road was constantly roaming.
Yeah.
So still able to keep his cool. Aimee showing us something a little new here.
Yeah, and we just saw that damage graph. That's a lot of damage for a Camille that was very behind in lane.
Yeah.
So that's just the next example. I mean, people will look at that and say, yeah, get that Camille out of my face, immediately ban it. But that's just the point of mention where NewBee, they did play towards that top side of the map, and they had an advantage, but they just didn't know how to open it.
But you can see that from the draft as well, right? They pick Renekton to beat the Camille. They actually put a lot of effort and emphasis in terms of early pathing from the jungler towards the Camille as well to make sure that he's down. They get a fantastic Cocoon, one of the best predicts that you'll often see from an Elise, to make sure that he dies. They go back again the second time, and the only problem is they straight up cooked the second gank.
Yeah.
Otherwise, that was it for Aimee. Like, they would have just won through the Renekton NewBee. Instead, it's a mistake.
See, that's fair. That is a good point where the ganks come through Swift and they're always successful. His prediction is always on point. But then when we see them have that complete lead, sure it was cooked, but he can still pretty much stand on his own. Swift is massively ahead, but then they just don't know how to attack the bot side of the map. Aimee is prepared and ready for the dive that never came.
Yeah, I think the major difference, though, that I did have to bring about is that Ben4 adapted firstly, and the way Swift got the first gank was by staying up there for a really, really long time, which gives a lot of availability to the Rengar to move around and get extra farm, excess farm. And he's lucky that he got the kill in the first place, so that could have been really bad for them. And the fact that he came up the second time really does change the pace of the game. And honestly, not going bottom lane is fine, because for both of these teams, their bottom lanes are facilitators, but one was hitting all of the Ash arrows, which was the biggest difference.
Yeah, I mean, Piercing Arrow can only do so much, and Chains of Corruption is, what, 1,000 range compared to the Ash Arrow, which is global engage and set up for your team?
Yeah, and I mean, whenever we look towards the Piercing Arrow, or just the Varus pick in general, teams, especially RNG, they look to prioritize that, they pick it, and they play around its strength. And that's something that I wanted to see, because that's NewBee picking up Varus. That's like, okay, that's great, that's fine. Are you going to be able to use it? And they didn't. Varus was a non-factor the entire game. And so he was able to get the tower, but then they lose. It was just a trade in terms of 2 for 2 when it could have just been an outright victory for them.
And this is something that I want to highlight, because NewBee started the game off relatively strong, but actually this particular fight that leads towards Aimee getting a Baron is what changes this all around. And it's Ben throwing a bowler, Road also turning him into a critter as an Ash Arrow connects from super far away. And it's the acknowledgement that as a team, we're going to fight as a team. We're going to do everything as a 5-man unit. And NewBee play into that. They consistently allow Aimee. WE did this the last time they played. They allow them to be a 5-man unit, allow these ganks and fights to happen. And as a result, Aimee actually get the game.
There we go. The Road being able to get the MVP. He was a major... I guess the major plus for the team in the early game, he was able to get that gank in the mid lane to help out Athena. That was really good for him. And then we saw him getting those 3-man knocks up in that very fight that you mentioned. So he was a major player, and honestly, the rest of the team was. We mentioned that one entire fight. NewBee thought they were in a 3v3. But you go up against Xiaogu, you go up against Aimee, you're never in a 3v3. The rest of the team is going to be there.
It's always going to be a 5v, whatever you bring.
You got to be able to bring more people, even if it's excess. You got to bring people and expect it.
But quite simply, the reason that he's deserving of an MVP here is because he roamed twice from bottom. He got a successful gank off in the middle lane. Doesn't matter if he gets the kill or not, because they get Athena going. The Ahri's able to move around and outplay Coco a fair bit throughout the rest of the game. Road's a proponent in every single area of the map, not just support. And it's because they're able to draft at least something that matches pushing early so that he can roam and the pressure's alleviated.
And that's what's special between Aimee and just about every LPL team, where you look towards Jin Zhao just being put in a 2v1 consistently, or at least even when they were a successful team in the last split, just he was always in that 1v2 and he would always be able to get CS and just play as safely as possible. Meanwhile, Road is just getting a lot of advantages on the top side of the map. He was able to go all the way towards top, and nothing came of it. But him being there said, hey, you know what? If this gank does come through, if you continue to bully my man, Amazing J, then you are going to find yourself a very unexpected 2v5 or 2v3. It's just a number game that Aimee is always prepared for.
And I feel like this brings us back to the point that we talked about before the game. The fact that we're not questioning the individual skill of NewBee. I mean, we saw Swift pop off. We saw Sky actually outplay, I believe it was Ben4 and Amazing J in that sort of 2v2. can they possibly bring it back in game number 2 and set us up for a game 3?
I mean, we had a good set, so we'll have to see.
Yeah, we'll keep our eyes on it. We're going to go ahead and take a quick break while we get ready for that matchup. We'll be right back.
Give me something to let go. Give me something to let go. Give me something to let go.
Welcome back, everyone. We're just about ready to get into game number 2 between NewBee and IME. After we saw IME take a remarkably convincing game number 1. Once again, my name is Dom. Joining me is Raz and Rusty. And to get to the question that I was unfortunately cut off a little bit by the break.
Yeah.
We know NewBee are mechanically skilled. We know that they can do really cool things. Swift popped off. But there's just some sort of disconnect between their skill and winning games.
Yep, and so we set it up. We were like, all right, it's going to happen at some point. The dive doesn't happen. You're like, oh, maybe this time around. No. And so you mentioned it was a convincing win, and that's how surprising it is because NewBee had such a great early game.
Yeah.
Even though they kind of got stalled just a little bit in the top side because IME was literally looking to defend that top side of the map. But it was looking great for NewBee, and they just couldn't convert.
Yeah, I think the way I look at actually how NewBee play and execute on Summoner's Rift right now is they're picking champions that are a little bit too complicated for them against a much more simple team that are able to execute on that simplicity better and more effectively. You've got an Asher, if it hits, pretty sure they're going to be stunned, right? Whereas you've got a Varus that needs to hit a really hard to hit skill shot, frankly, and is trying to outrange them. I think something that makes more sense would be a simple Kha'Zix that can throw a W, a Rengar that jumps on their face. Elise is good, but you have to be able to predict that Camille every single time, and she's still going to outscale you unless you're able to play around your top laner, and we all know it's about the mid lane jungle duo for NewBee, so they should pick for those lanes to be winning.
Yeah, and honestly, I guess to them, it felt very simple. It was just, camp top lane, get top lane in the lead, then we win the game. Somewhere around the lines, the steps definitely just kind of got jumbled because honestly, it wasn't that simple.
But that's why I want to highlight this again. I think vision was the most important part of NewBee's team composition to find success. They're against the pick comp. If they can't see the Ash arrow coming, or they can't see where the Rengar's coming from, or have any awareness of road constantly roaming, then these things will work. So quite simply, they need more vision or more awareness and communication of where they are.
Yeah, and I mean, if they just showcase that they can't play towards a pick composition or a comp that just gets outscaled as the game goes on, then they just shouldn't play it. They should just play a team fight composition, as you mentioned. This is something very simple that even if you lose the vision game against IME, you can still combat it.
That's the concern when playing against IME, however. We know that they can play the late game team composition, and with NewBee on red side, that means they have to show at least 2 picks before IME get the opportunity to respond. So if you start to see the makings of that, you've got Kled in your back pocket for Amazing J.
Yeah, that and Ashe to me is
Of
going
course,
to be
yeah.
one of the most important picks coming into the second game. We saw a fantastic performance from Jin Zhao. You would expect NewBee want to pick that one away for LWX when they look towards their AD carries. That and just perhaps the top lane, yeah, I think that could stand out. Camille might be something that they want to get rid of or give to the top laner of NewBee this time around, and that's why we do look at the side swaps. The fact that they get Camille on red side, it's a lot easier to get on blue side, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, and I mean, we showcased, and as I mentioned, the Camille should get banned. And when we saw the Rumble ban coming out of IMA, it was because the last time we saw Sky, he was playing a lot of Rumble in a lot of Aurelia. So, I mean, I just want to see what else can we see from this man? Can he play something that's a little bit more scaling? Maybe just a tank? Can we see him on that stable top side?
In that same vein, he was also playing a lot of Scion and Hecarim.
That was happening. That was definitely a thing.
Scion scales.
I don't want to see him
not
Scion.
in the current meta, but it's a...
Yeah, I don't want to see that.
Oh, man, especially if Camille gets through. That's going to be a really unlucky top lane. But, again, Sky still playing in for this matchup. Coco is still doing the same thing. So NewBee are committed to this roster, at least for this match.
Yeah, and there was nothing really bad to say from Sky other than the TP top that really they couldn't really set up for a bot lane tie. That was really legitimately the only thing that I would kind of count against him. So it was a good showing from him coming forward. He had a massive top lane CS advantage, and it just didn't work out because they as a team didn't work out.
Yeah. There's the Camille ban from NewBee as IMA, with the side priority, have actually elected to go red side in this matchup, which means NewBee get that first pick once again. We're going to go ahead and say goodbye to Rusty. Thank you so much for your analysis. We'll talk with you after the match to break down what happened. But running through, it's Ryze, Camille, and Varus banned away by NewBee, and it looks like they're going for the Jace Rumble. They banned LeBlanc again.
Yep, and so this is great for NewBee because they wanted to go back, which was great for them, and that's a Rengar priority. I would be surprised if that just doesn't come through here. So, I mean, a lot of the times you look towards, like, why not pick Graves? Graves is a great champion that works against two. That might be something Swift would look towards to kind of take control of a jungle matchup, but historically, I mean, he just really does love to... Oh, as I say that.
Hey.
Nautilus.
You said tanky and scaling. I think he heard you.
Yeah, I mean, that's an option as well. That's a primary Amazing J pick, but Amazing J obviously is just not going to outright blind pick it. This is hilarious. I mean, I'm just not going to pay
Look at
much
that face.
attention to
Does that look like the face of Mercy?
Nah, he troll hovers a lot of the time.
That's
He is famous for troll hovering the Garen, so I'm not going to pay any
that's a good
time.
point.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
yeah.
I'm just not going to pay him any mind. He's just giving them a warning shot because the matchup would actually be good for Kled. So he's saying, hey, you know what? This is something you have to think about.
Yeah, and with red side, they do have counter picks, so there's no reason to show that so early. They want to hold on for those bigger priority picks, such as Rengar.
So this is interesting that they go towards the Nautilus. They are pretty much comfortable with counter picks once again. That's what it's showing. They want to see the jungle matchup, and they want to see perhaps the support matchup. They want to get a stronger bot side of the map. With no Varus, I guess that comes towards the Ashe once again. Maybe I may decide to just go for the Ashe. Actually, it's going to be the Jhin. This is good. This is interesting because usually you want to pick Ashe into Jhin to get the shove. So, you know, we talked about the Graves, and I do think that this is looking great for NewBee so far.
I feel like the way Jin Zhao plays Jhin as well is that sort of long range, landing the max range Deadly Flourish snares, going for the maximum range curtain call slows to enable your team to get into these fights.
And I mean, just criticizing it on my part for the shove in the lane, that's fair. That's fine. I mean, NewBee are going to recognize that, and they're going to be able to take control of the lane. That's just something that IMA's never really worrying about. Because Jin Zhao is a fantastic Jhin. Primary, like, whenever you look towards that, I mean, the pun is there, but he is a very good Jhin player.
It's in the name. It's like saying Mystic is great on Ezreal.
Yeah, that's true.
Maybe not like that degree of success, but we're already gone through another set of picks. Swift has taken Graves in the jungle this time. Perhaps he'll have a bit more impact than that Elise, whereas it looks like Karma could be a bit of a flex here for Coco and more.
It could be. It's very possible. It could work in Coco's wheelhouse. But with that being said, I think Karma would be a better pick towards the bottom side of the map. They do want to still see a little bit more of IMA's picks here, since Orianna is still available. Orianna was fine in the last game. They just didn't expect Athena to be picking up an assassin in Ahri. Ahri has been doing really well globally so far, so that's just a pick that maybe Coco looks towards and say, you know, maybe I'll pick that up here.
And he's still got that counter pick available as Aime, again, on the red side. They've got support and mid lane, and I would be astonished if they pick mid before support on the second round of drafts. But crazier things have happened.
Yeah, I think if you're NewBee right here, you have to ban the Lulu. I'm surprised they banned the Ahri.
Interesting, yeah.
You should look to ban the Lulu because you have yourself the Karma. You don't want to give that away, especially with the Shen. That just means whoever the NewBee want to look towards picking off, they're just going to survive. So
Yeah.
that's just something they need to look towards here.
Yeah, there goes another 80 carry ban towards LWX as they take away the long-range engage
Yeah.
of an Ashe and the forced team fight or disengage of that Sivir on the hunt.
That's not too bad for NewBee because LWX can just play the Ezreal. The Ezreal in Karma is a really good matchup into Jhin as a general point because he's not going to be able to walk up towards them. His trading power is very much there. The poke is there. But that could be interesting to see if LWX is willing to play the Ezreal. I mean, like before, we've seen him play Lucian up in this position, and Lucian is pretty good into Jhin depending on the support matchup. So they may be looking to fish out the support,
Oh.
see what that is before they pick up the 80 carry.
I see what you did there as the Nami gets hovered.
Ah.
They're fishing up the support. We'll see if he decides to swap it over towards something else,
This is
like Thresh. I mean, we're hyping up the Lulu, but instead, it's Rhodes saying, hey, if I can do so much on Lulu, imagine if I had real crowd control.
I mean, this is something that both Jin Zhao and Road have gone towards when they first came into the LPL, that they went towards Jin, Thresh almost religiously, and they just really took control of the lane. Of course, Thresh would constantly look to roam towards the mid lane, so this is something that they're comfortable with. But now if you're NewBee, obviously, yeah, pick up that Ezreal.
Yeah.
You don't want to go Lucian into... I mean, sure, Lucian is fine if you're on the Thresh, but you don't want to get into that all-in situation, especially if Lucian is constantly going to be within the range of Flay. So that's a little bit of a worry there. Pick up the safe Ezreal, and now this is going to be good for NewBee's bottom lane to be able to have that much poke, and it's going to be a lot of focus on LWX and more.
Oh,
Oh,
blind
no, don't
pick
do it.
Zed with 2 mid lane bans and a Rise as well. It's
Wow.
actually Malzahar. Oh,
Okay.
they could they be double flexing here?
It could be a double flex because at this point you would generally want Karma in the mid lane.
Yeah.
But it wouldn't make sense to have Ezreal and Malzahar in the bottom lane. They would just outright lose the
Yeah.
shove. It would be very difficult for them to to hold the wave. So I would want the Karma as the support, but I feel like this is just an interesting flex.
I'm not sure if that's just how their draft worked out or if that was a deliberate double flex to sort of put Athena on the back foot, but he still ends up going for the assassin. Echo swapped over at the last second for Athena in the mid lane. He had excellent lane control in game number 1. This time he might be looking to do it again.
And the Echo is going to be interesting because he just loses to both matchups for the most part. Malzahar, once he gets to level 6, can really set up for great ganks in the mid lane. Karma at the same time just has great poke, can usually deal with a lot of mid laners very well, especially the melee champion in Echo. So sure, Echo usually just loses out in a lot of matchups. Once he does get to level 6, he can do just fine. So
Yeah.
there's going to be a lot of pressure on Ben 4 to really keep Athena's lane just healthy up until the point where he's able to, move out of the house. He's 18 years old. He can do things on his own.
He's going to get his own license
Yep.
on my own apartment.
His own insurance. That's something he has to pay for, so he's not going to be too excited
Yeah,
for that.
yeah. Well, I mean, Ben 4 is going to help him out a little bit
Yeah.
in that as the coaches shake hands for what could be the last time. NewBee fighting back here in game number 2 with a much more comfortable composition. I'm fairly certain they actually just picked straight down the line for this.
Yeah, and so that's going to be Karma for the mid lane. That's going to... We
Yeah.
were a little bit worried to see the Malzahar come out mid lane, but
I
that's...
mean, it's excellent. You blind click the Karma and Malzahar. You could flex both of them.
Yeah.
AP Malzahar still does massive damage.
I mean, there are still a few people out there, and Athena specifically, who can just can rock out the Malzahar. But that's not the case.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
this is
yeah.
going to be fun to see how the Karma works out. Karma is generally a very hot topic in the mid lane, especially in the LPL, where if you do very well, like NewBee, if you can get the lead in the early game, and it's going to be very difficult, I mean, very easy for you because you win out the matchups, then you do a lot of damage. Your poke just kind of just shreds people. You got the
You need one
AP.
Mantra Soul Flare. Yeah,
Exactly, but then when you do fall behind, if a gank goes awry, if something just doesn't work out, then you are just a utility bot. Suddenly your entire lineup just doesn't have much damage.
So that begs the question, what we talked about a little bit earlier. NewBee, they've got the skill. They're sticking with Sky. They've still got Coco in the mid lane. Do they have the fundamental piece that can carry over the mechanical skill into a win? Will
Yeah.
their composition enable them this time?
Yeah, and I mean we saw Rusty on the last when he was here on the desk so long ago. 5 minutes.
It was
maybe.
like 5 minutes.
He did mention that we just wanted to see an easier to execute composition coming out of this team, and I think this is exactly it. If they can get out of the early game and the bot side of the map just fine, then you just look towards what Malzahar can do, can really just say, hey, you know what, Thresh, you're not going anywhere. LWX can use his ulti, his True Shot Barrage, got that one.
Yeah.
Coco can use his Mantra Q, and then suddenly, like, Graves can use his ulti as well. That's just completely can delete one person. That's completely just gone, off the map. So that's an option for them. It's very easy to do, especially since they have the Nautilus who can just help that all out with his hook as well. So, I mean, this is very easy. Pick composition and poke as well. and team fight. I mean, it does it all
Yeah.
if they get ahead. And, so,
that's
yeah.
that's the what we were hoping from this composition, that NewBee would go for something relatively straightforward that could set them up for success. IMA will have to deal with that as they've got a little bit more comfort in the bottom lane, but they also have a very strong setup with a 1-3-1. They've got a lot of mobility on Ben 4's Rengar. They've
Yep.
got mobility on Amazing J's Shen. And you know Road is going to go Mobies first.
Yeah.
I hope so. He's done it before.
We're gonna have to see. I mean, he has done it. I remember his times on Bard. He would just definitely make.
And he
a
just
few
goes for
trips
like
down
the
mid
level
lane.
level 3 roam to the mid lane. I don't know. This time
is
probably not, as red buff start is going to help Leash.
Oh, here we go.
But
they're not gonna
Moore
commit
leads
to it.
the way with his Void Shift.
That's fair. That's fair. So that's very interesting. They're giving Swift a lot of help to be able to take those 3 camps very quickly. What this does do for him is that if he can take it out, I will be very interested to see if he completes this entire camp, because this camp takes too damn long.
Yeah, correct.
We've seen a lot of times where people take the first 2 big ones and then leave the other ones.
Yeah, he actually used his smite on the big Krug.
So if he gets level 3, usually you can ditch it out. But no, he's going to stick towards it and get the full experience here. Because then you can go towards, as I say that. Yeah, okay, so he ditches. No. Okay, he just wants to get it. No, that's fine. That's
Yeah.
fine. I just wanted to see something cute from him. Nothing cute at all.
Ben 4 is actually very low. Swift on the timely invade might spot out this Rengar.
Uh-oh.
He's
What's
found
up?
him. Good
Get outta
flash
here.
to dodge the knockback, but that is blue buff picked up. First blood, Swift.
He met him down the street and he said, get out of here. He even used the flash as well. So Ben 4, very unhappy. Ben 4 has had a lot of very bad early games lately, but that's just, I'm not even going to blame him for that one. You don't see that one happening a lot.
Suddenly that Malzahar in the bottom lane working out really well. He's stealing away the jungle as well. Takes Krug, sees that Direwolf has been cleared out, and even clears out that
Yeah.
blast cone.
So here's the real worry about this, because of how the jungle changes, as I say that. Echo, gotta watch out. Oh, here we go.
Athena tosses out that...
I couldn't get it.
Oh, flashes over
Oh,
the wall.
he's
Swift
still going
falls.
for
He's
it.
still got red buff, and Swift is on a tear this game.
This man has no cool, and guess what? He's got Coco. No, I went all in for it. So Ben 4 definitely gets caught out. So he's actually just completely pushing him out.
Oh, no. You should have seen that coming, Ben 4. Why are you there? Your top lane's pushed in.
Oh,
Teleport
no,
onto
what a
mid. He's pinned against
disaster.
the wall. Swift is continuing to fall.
Oh my
Flash,
God.
hook. Swift is 3 kills in just as many minutes.
He tried to top his own record in the last game with how hard of a game he can carry. I mean, obviously, he lost the last game. This time, he's like, maybe I need to get a bigger early game lead. I will just make it so Ben 4 is completely just not on the map.
Oh, my gosh. Ben 4 might be having flashbacks of last week against WE when he was smashed by Condi as Swift.
Yeah.
Jesus, man.
He's on the list.
He's
Oh, wait.
1,500 gold up right now. Okay, no, that's blue teleport.
Yep. But yeah, this is definitely another person on the list who has put Ben 4 down early on in the game. There we go. So his TP, his backing gets completed. But overall, this was phenomenal. And just kind of going back to what early jungling has done lately, because of how the jungle has changed, Ben 4 does need to be able to get this Raptor camp, because he's not getting any experience on the map. He really needs it. Level 5 to level 3. Now he gets to level 4, but if he didn't go for this one, if Athena really wasn't having his back and pushing out this lane, he would have not had anything. He couldn't even look towards his own Raptors. So Swift is going to probably just go for it. Like
man.
safe play for Swift is just to go towards this Raptors camp. So this is how smart Swift is playing the game. When you see Condi, when you see any real like magic jungler, the magic man, as I say that.
Oh, no.
Yeah, so this is powerful. If you
Ben
just-
4 doesn't have his smite. He's still trying to fight this. There's vision inside
he
of that
loses.
brush, and Swift is just going to harass him on the way out. Get out of my jungle.
Yep.
This is my jungle. Not anymore.
And so we see this just kind of a few times. Condi does it a lot of the times when he just bullies out a jungler and goes towards his camp, because Swift... Oh, nothing's happening. But yeah, Swift doesn't have to clear his own camps out. His camps, he can just leave it there because he knows they're defended. He just needs to deny Ben 4 completely of his camps. And so you can see the discrepancy here. It's not that large, because 29 to 22, you're like, that's whatever.
But there are 3 kills on top of that as well.
No, I mean, yeah, sure, exactly, right? But he can just take out his own camps here, go towards the Grump, go towards the Wolf. Even will probably have the Krugs and the Wraith camp by the time he gets there. So his camps are up and available. He's going to be able to get it, and it's only going to get higher. You look towards Rengar. What camp does he have? He only has Grump, sure. So he's just going to be a very sad man, because he's 0-2. He's 23 CS, and he just has nowhere else to go. You can't have a good pathing if there's nowhere to path to.
Yeah. Oh man, the Swift effect. Ooh, good hook, breaks the void shift, and more stands there saying, I dare you.
Hit me.
I double dare you. He's even got a control ward on the far side of red buff, secures Scuttle Crab, so Amazing J will constantly be pushed in mid, and Athena, who wants to shove in against this Karma, finds himself forced to sit back under turret. He doesn't have, he does have his ult, so he could complete the recall and just ult back into lane.
So here's the thing. If you're looking towards like just, because my focus here is going to be towards Swift, he needs to be on the map as long as possible. He can't look to back at all, no matter how much gold, because he wants to be able to time his backing with But yeah, he wants to be able to time his backing with Rengar. If he can get the same timing, he can get on the map at the same time, be able to continue to just just deny him of camp or just keep up with him. That's going to be his focus here. So he has himself the attack speed boots. You usually don't see that coming out of Graves. He has the option to go towards that, but he also has the option to go towards the Ninja Tabby, the Merc Treads. But no, he just wants to be able to clear quickly and auto attack as much as possible.
Yeah, and take a look at the route that Ben4 is taking to get back into his jungle. Walking out into lane and then taking the long way around. He's still spotted by wards. There's nothing for you there, buddy.
Yeah, even if Swift doesn't challenge him on these wards, I mean, that's just free vision. Level 5, a Rengar, he's not going to be able to get much experience, and he's also not going to be able to surprise anybody with a pre-6 gank. He's going to go for it, though. No, he's just indecisive. Look at this man.
There's nothing he can do. All his camps have been cleared out. Blue buff spawns, but Swift is on the timer faster than Ben4 is. Nobody saw that, Swift. You're still 3-0. You're still on top of your game.
Yep. Don't tilt yourself.
Yeah, Athena's actually, Ben4's trying to leech some experience off of mid lane, but there's no minions there. And is this going to be a double blue gifted over to Coco? He got the first one just 3 minutes ago, and Swift is preparing the second.
Yeah, very well could be. Yeah, the option is available. There we go. But yeah, this is actually good from Athena because Athena, he's not falling behind in a matchup where he just doesn't have a jungler, and he's actually controlling wards around the mid lane as well. So he's making it easier for Ben4 to farm up, knowing that he has a clear mind and saying, you know what, I'm definitely not going to be auto-attacked by the Swift, but Swift doesn't give a damn. He's just going straight towards the red side jungle.
Red buff is spawning. Yo, that's a good hook. Deadly Flourish snares him down, but Flash engage onto Jin Chao, and they burst it. That stand united. Jin Chao has got his Flash, but little good it's going to do him. It's a 1-for-1 trade as both of the 80 carries drop. Amazing J finds Swift in the jungle and says, I'm out of here.
That's the best early game I've seen from NewBee. Sure, LWX dies and it turns into a trade, but that's a trade with a Shen ulti on top of it. So he's going to take it and say, you know what, sure. I would have gotten a free kill, but now I trade a kill for a Shen ulti. I don't have to worry about that for a little bit now. And so this is a great time for NewBee to be able to deal with this. And you know what? He gets on the Malzahar again. Of course he's going to be able to get the engage he wants. And so this is going to be easier for NewBee to be able to force the fights that they want to get.
So that brings us to the question. 4-1. 2,000 gold down at the 10-minute mark. How on earth do I get back into this?
Just take a look at this in about 20 seconds.
Oh, the
You're gonna
hook
have
onto
your
more.
answer.
Ben4's over the wall. They follow up, but there's Swift walking through a turret.
All right.
They're going to turn it around and try to get revenge, and he does.
Okay. All right.
I asked a question, and I got an answer.
I mean, my answer was going to be, Graves, I envisioned
Whoa!
Oh, wait a second.
He barely heals up, but Flash gets him right back in. Jin Chao lands the flourish and crits him in the face.
Okay, so there we go. That would have been incredible for NewBee. They had the vision. They had a great dream last night, and it was this entire play playing out in front of them. But it was a disaster. Moore didn't set. He was so aggressive, gets hooked under tower, and then dies for it. Swift is like, wait a minute. I was setting up for you. You're down. Now I'm in a bad position. I'm tilting. He's down. And then Ezreal was looking for a play, saying, hey, you know what? I got a play looking in my mind. I got a kill. But guess what? Now I just gave Jin Chao a kill, who's 2-1-2.
Yeah.
When there was no reason to give these kills away.
That's pretty early. Yomu's finished on Jin Chao as well. Yeah. So we're going to really have to look at the resilience of these players' mindset in the matchup. Obviously, Swift, when he gets angry, he starts popping off.
Yeah.
But
this is the IMA reset. They got the reset. Look towards their bot side is fine now. They're kind of doing well. At the same time, you look towards Athena. Athena plays his lane so well, even though the matchup was bad for him, the jungler was non-existent. And then now Rengar is like, hey, you know what? I got a kill. That's nice. With that being said,
I believe he'll spot Swift right there as once again he's invading on that timer. Ben4 has got no flash and no ultimate, but Swift has got his. Athena tries to stand in front, and Swift actually doesn't pop him.
Yeah, so if Swift was able to get one more auto attack, he actually would have been able to get that execute. He recognizes that he couldn't get it. Ben4 was able to heal off his W, so it was not going to happen. A little bit unlucky for Swift, but overall, he's doing his job.
He's tethered down.
Oh, see, that was just a little bit of a worry for him. Swift would have. This is Swift hunting for kills. He would have gotten the kill on the jungler if he was a little bit lower. Would have gotten the kill on Athena if he was just a tiny bit lower. With that being said, oh
Boy, here's the 4th bullet.
hook.
Oh, that was close. I mean, he did hook a void link.
That's actually a really good matchup for Malzahar, generally speaking.
It's a lot tougher now with the animation spawn.
Yeah, you can't do it on the spot. You can't just say, now he's there.
I gotcha.
The void link immediately appears in front of me. You're gonna have to set up
void
for
link
it.
appears.
Yeah, you have to set up for it. So definitely harder, but it's still a countermeasure. You have to just read it a little bit more.
Coco will pick up his blue buff with an Athene's Unholy Grail and 3 blue buffs. He's still low on mana somehow. And as you said, he's going even in lane. Athena, he has had the toughest time in a losing matchup with no jungler. He's still coming up even right now. And in the top lane, despite the death that Amazing J had to lay witness to watching Ben4 die, he's only down 8 CS.
Yeah.
He's on that scale, Shen, so he's scaling.
So the concerted effort, if you look towards the builds on Karma mid, usually if you go towards Morella Namicon, you can output that damage. That's the damage Coco. This time around,
Catches him with the stun.
He's not going to be able to really damage him, but here comes Rengar.
Yeah, they might try it, and they do force flash.
Yeah, there you go. But yeah, he went towards the Athene Unholy Grail, which means that he recognizes that LWX and Swift will be doing a lot of damage. They're both on carry. So if he just plays that supportive role to be able to help them out and can really set them up, then, he's going to be fine with that. So that's fairly respectable. With that being said, that just puts a lot of onus on Swift and LWX to not fall behind.
Yeah, well, Swift doesn't look like he's on any sort of timer to fall behind as he invades. Moore is waiting in the brush to support him as he steals away the Raptor camp.
Oh, they're pinging for
Ben4
this
is
one.
there, and Road chases forward, and they turn onto the support, trying to burst him down. Stand United is not enough as True Shot Barrage executes from long range. Sky teleports a good reset, gets Athena behind them, but he's going to eat some crowd control and drop. The bullet fires and misses. This curtain call only catches 1 out of the 4 bullets. Amazing J is still stuck in that top lane, and Cloud Drake is the follow-up from NewBee.
And how easy is point and click? Moore just recognized he's playing not Vladimir, the Malzahar, and they just recognize, Thresh, easy to kill. They go for it. They get all in on that kill. LWX was able to pile onto it with that that True Shot Barrage, and they get the kill on it, and they go all in on it. So that was great from NewBee. They recognize that that's the play that they're going to fight for, and that's the adaptation they made from game 1 to this game.
Yeah. Very quick and easy. Yeah, it is actually
quick and easy.
Yeah.
I'll take that one.
As Swift steals away the blue buff, Ben4. 14 minutes. He gets his own buff. We're okay. I mean, not really, but we're doing better.
He was waiting for that moment all his life.
Swift continues to own this jungle completely. 4-1-2. Coco on the recall. Goes for a needlessly large rod before making his way towards mid lane. He's got teleport. As Swift finds Road and forces flash, but Swift is not done with you just yet, sir. When the president calls you into his office, you better show up.
They're going to go for Jin Zhao as well.
Yeah,
he
continues
is
trading down. He's got collateral damage. President Swift decides, you know what, I'll just let him send a message this time.
He's holding on to his collateral damage, so he could have used it for the Thresh pick. As I said, that Coco, get out of there.
Proto Belt, they're turning onto Coco. He's got no summoner spells, and he manages to shield himself up. Ben4 misses, but follows up. Flash gets him out in time.
Just a second later, and that would have been another tower shot. They would have been diving a little bit too long, but they do get it. Coco is just not going to be able to survive that long. So yeah, that's a dive that you want to make for, especially since you recognize where Swift was on the map, and so Swift was outputting so much pressure towards that bot side, and Ben4 recognizes it's going to be an easy game for me. That was really solid.
Oh, that was a bit opportunistic. He's looking for it though, so he's got that going for him, which is nice. And Road! Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice. That's a dead Thresh.
Collateral damage.
He's going down.
Nah, he's actually just going to kill him.
More!
That's fair.
Whoops.
That's a party. They brought a lot of people towards that. So Swift, he's actually holding on to his ulti. He recognizes he didn't need to do it, obviously, if he's just going to walk up and get the auto attack. So that's just setting up for the next play constantly, time and time again, so he can look to execute. So this is great from Swift. He's literally a one-man wrecking crew. can actually just go towards this tower because Jin has no way to stay here alive. I mean, this is obviously Rengar is going to be here, but he is not a ranged champion. He's going to have a lot of time to be able to counteract this measure.
Yeah, his job is to stand in front of Jin Zhao. Don't let Jin Zhao take damage. The big fourth grenade.
Oh!
Whoa, LWX's health. That was actually a lot. Serrated Dirk and pickaxe as Jin Zhao misses the deadly flourish. Gets
Oh
some
my
damage onto
God.
Swift. He's got Curtain Call and will open up. Swift takes a turret hit, but Moore is there with the Void Shift. He's going to hit one bullet, and the fourth will also find him and pull Moore right back in as Road looks to get revenge. Amazing J teleports and Ignite is going to follow up. Amazing J cancels and continues to hold on top.
Oh, there we go. I mean, that was just, I mean, I guess Shen was ulting onto it, and then Nautilus was able to cancel that out, so that's probably what was happening. I definitely heard a Shen shield. His ulti definitely came through,
United.
but that was a very loud play. So overall, that was great from Jin Zhao. Jin Zhao just completely played that out. It looked very weird. Rengar wasn't going to be able to do much damage or really stop the push coming in from Ezreal and Graves. But Ezreal and Graves just took way too much damage from Jin Zhao. As you mentioned, the fourth, like the bullet coming through, dancing grenade, just able to pop LWX, and the damage kept going through. So I was like, all right, I guess I'm just going to pop ulti. And one of you guys are going to die unless
I mean,
someone
might as
blocks
well,
it.
right? When food's on the platter
Yep.
at the buffet, you got to take a few bites. You know, proto belts and dashes as Swift follows when he makes it under turret.
You would think this would be a replay, because Swift has been doing this all game long.
Yeah, Swift is everywhere this map. This guy is omnipresent, but is he omnipotent?
Oh.
I mean, he's certainly not omniscient. He has died once. So, didn't have enough foresight to see that one coming.
All I know is this man has just decided that he's going to be everywhere at once. He's
Oh,
omnipresent.
damn. See that one.
Ah.
Ooh, whoops.
He tried. Made the attempt.
This guy's like nobody saw that. But
And
they
so-
will push down this top tier 1 turret. And this is the first turret of the game. Swift splits that gold with Sky. Swift is saying, get on my back. There's
Yeah.
room for everyone.
Swift has full pressure. He can go towards the second turret. They need to answer towards this. They're just, honestly, I would be surprised if he stays here. They just want to be able to reset the pressure. Because right now, Graves, he's probably going to be looking towards bot lane. Bot lane is really easy to take. Oh,
There
no!
goes the curtain call. Ben 4 is there, and he leaps over and follows up. So they're able to execute LWX.
Yeah, you know, the moment Rengar ulti comes through, you definitely don't want to waste your flash at that point. You want to hold on to it until the Rengar jump does come through, but he panics just a little bit.
Panic, yep.
Now he definitely paid his own life and his flash.
Oh my gosh. Are they going to give Rift Herald to Swift as well?
Yeah, he should. It would be really surprising to see the Nautilus take it up. Let's find out who's going to take it.
Oh,
Oh,
good guy, Swift.
Very kind.
8 months since we've seen him play professionally, and Swift says, I trust you.
I mean,
And
yeah,
that's a big statement.
that's a big trust
Coming out of
fall.
your 5-1-3 Graves.
And that's because he's like, I'm strong enough. I can actually just 1v1 just about everybody. 1v2 even depending on who's coming at me. So he just wants Nautilus to be able to stand on his own 2 feet. So if this is another
Yeah, you're right.
trust fall to Sky.
Maybe it's not a respect thing.
Yeah.
It's a don't die. Let me win.
Please, if you mess this up, V's sitting behind you. But yeah, this is definitely a big point for Sky because he should be able. He's on the Nautilus. If you see this
Yeah.
on Amazing J, you should be looking to play towards the rest of the map. You shouldn't be sitting in your own lane. Right now, he has a wave coming at him. He needs to be able to clear out this wave and then play to the rest of the map. Amazing J should not have the pressure towards the rest of the map over him because he is behind. Sure, he is the Shen, but Nautilus should be there first. Anyways, you have this big of an advantage. Play towards it. Be that Nautilus. Be the hero for your team.
I mean, that's what Swift is doing.
I mean, yeah.
So
I guess
if
you don't need
there-
2 heroes.
If there are 2 heroes, that's a bit excessive. But then again, just ask the Avengers or Marvel.
I'm just telling you, 2 heroes. Suddenly, you just don't have a story because the story's done the moment the second hero arrives. No one wants to face the second hero, or at least 2 of them. That's in a long discussion. We can have that later
that's
on, but
completely out of here.
For now,
Swift is taking Cloud Drake again. A little unlucky with these Drakes so far,
I
but he's
mean-
had complete control of the set. Let's see what the next one will be.
Cloud Dragon.
Triple Cloud Dragon. All right.
All right.
Unlucky Dragon
Definitely
set.
rolling some ones.
Oh, yeah. And they still got control over the river. They rotate LWX towards the mid lane with Moore as he's got his Malzahar ultimate ready. And with a full minion wave and Sky leading the charge, they're finally going to break down this mid-tier 1 turret.
And nothing should stop them. They do still have a big enough wave that Nautilus can protect, so they can go towards the next wave and challenge Shen to rotate because no one's coming. This is just a good punishment on NewBee's side. Ooh.
Swift is playing
They're
so
going for him.
well right now. They're trying to burn through Amazing J, and they do a lot of damage.
Black
Curtain
out.
call is not enough. Swift actually makes it out the back and is shielded.
Here comes
But Athena
Athena.
follows up Freddy for the round 2 of this fight, but he overextends before his team can follow. He resets right back in and flashes. A little bit of regret as True Shot Barrage finds Road, and Jin Zhao not able to do too much. Amazing J has both teleport and stand united. He's found Boar. Ben 4 turns it around, that's Bola, gets a taunt onto Coco, but there's no follow-up as they're looking for Sky, the tank, trying to burn through his health. He flashes back out, but Amazing J is tanking a lot in the front. Hook pulls him in, they finally drop Swift. Could this be what they're looking for? Athena falls down, and another hook pulls Sky in, but still, that's the tank. They don't have enough. Ben 4 leaps out and catches LWX, but the damage distribution is just too even. They only get 1 for 1.
Yeah, that was really tough on the side of NewBee because, as you mentioned, it's so hard to kill anybody on Aimee. The Shen ulti came through, and then you just recognize that, you know what, Athena, sure, you're able to almost kill him. And then he uses ulti for his HP, and with that, the fight's not done yet.
Yeah, Sky is going to top himself back off as he recalls, and Ben 4 runs
who's
to
it gonna be?
safety.
Nobody.
The hook completely misses, and Road, what are you
Wait a
doing?
minute.
Go back there. Why
What
are you
the
there?
heck?
What?
All right, he's inting.
Oh no, Amazing J was there. It was an elaborate ruse all along. Ben 4 leaps out and tries to kill LWX, but dies in return. They try to turn onto Sky, but Jin Zhao trying to penetrate through that armor. He doesn't quite have enough lethality yet.
Yeah, this
And
is turning
Amazing
into a
J
whole
just,
lot of nothing.
Yeah, stalls it out. So that ends up being a 2 for 1. So the elaborate
Wait a
ruse backfires, and this fight is just still going. They want to do so much damage.
There's no objective coming up on the map either.
Yeah,
so
why?
the biggest worry is possibly just the towers. They are pinging up this tower in the mid lane right now, so they wanted to stop the back timers coming in. Obviously, Coco is down. It was a 1-for-1 trade. So they just, at this point, they recognize how much gold is being lost on the map here. Aimee did deny a lot of topside, and at the same time, they thought they could even take that tower as well. So being able to slow them down was a good idea. This is a
It
long
is,
fight.
however, they did give over a lot of gold
Yeah.
in terms of kills. So it was 1 for 1 in the initial gauge, then 2 for 1 in the second, which is 3 for 2. So they gave over 300 gold effectively, which brings it now to 42,000 to 39, a 3,000 gold lead for NewBee.
Yeah.
And with Baron Vision now completely sacrificed, Swift is free to start clearing out these wards and scaring whoever he sees. Now that Moore is there with the Nether Grasp, I've seen this play before.
Yeah, they don't have the rest of the map, and Nautilus is still setting up in the top side of the map, so Swift was just holding his breath just a little bit. Didn't want to go for any fights there. But they do have to watch out. They do find themselves in this position where they're playing too overly aggressive as a 2-man unit, even 3-man at this point. They need to wait for Nautilus to get that shove. He does now, so they're not going to be getting jumped on just yet. So NewBee, they're playing a lot more patiently, and they're playing around Moore's ulti. So if the fight does happen, they can answer back.
Yeah, Aimee, on the other hand, are doing the opposite. They're playing around Amazing J's ulti, which is now ready as he heads bottom to deal with Coco. But Coco also has teleport.
What's worrying now for Aimee, look how many wards they have on the Baron. They have 3 wards. Those 3 wards mean nothing because of how the control ward is completely denying the vision. At this point, NewBee, if they want to clear out those wards, they do it just to say, hey, you know what, Aimee, maybe we're doing this Baron right here. Or they can just not look to clear them out and just rush the Baron. That's how much pressure or vision they have on this right now. That being said, Coco is playing towards this, so they have the option for a 1-3-1. It's fairly weird. But they should be looking to play towards how much pressure they have towards Baron. They shouldn't be giving up any vision here, but they're getting cut out.
Yeah, they're going to try to kill Swift. They catch him with the hook. A lot of CC, but Steric's Gauge keeps him topped off. It takes 4 members and a curtain call to finally kill Swift.
And we've seen this in the last game. You give just a small advantage to Aimee in the numbers game. Doesn't matter how much of a lead gold-wise you have. They're just going to be able to take control of Baron area and might even just look towards taking it. It'd be a little bit risky right now, but they know they have the jungler down, and that's where all the gold is on.
Yeah, perhaps some hubris from Swift could cost them here as 4 members and now 5 as Athena shows up as well. Looking for damage on the turret. Sky has got his depth charge. He's going to use it. Amazing J gets into the back. They've caught LWX. Nether Grasp onto Athena isn't going to stop him too much. As Amazing J, Athena will pop his Chrono Break to reset. He's trying to back out, but dies to LWX, who gets revenge. And Amazing J did die. Sky has got his hook and his flash.
There we go.
Catches Jin Zhao with the hitbox.
gonna be
Got a
money.
lantern.
Yeah,
And-
usually you go for the thresh on that one.
Yeah, makes his way out.
But that was a big win for NewBee overall, because they thought they could go for that dive. Technically, they could have happened because they locked down LWX. But that being said, they're starting up on the Baron.
Yeah, they're burning through it real quick. Ben 4 has got his smite, but it's going to be a heroic leap over the wall. And Road, this very well could be a one-way trip as Swift shows up over the wall and Road dies. So now NewBee are much more enabled, and they zone Ben 4 completely away. No chance he's getting close to that Baron.
So that is definitely a free Baron. Jinzhao has to watch out.
This is teleport now from Amazing J, and meanwhile Swift has been out of the pit, so it's been not a lot of damage. He fires, but it's not enough. Amazing J gets in, but it is too late. Baron is secured, and Amazing J flashes out.
Yeah, that was very ambitious for Amazing J, but definitely they didn't want to give it away. NewBee, they played incredibly aggressively in the sense that they recognized Ben 4 didn't have HP. Just jump over the pit and kill him. So overall, that was a Baron for NewBee. They got it off of the fact that the botch dive from Aimee. So if Aimee had gotten that dive in the mid lane and if it worked out for them, it would have been just scotch-free. Actually, they would have been able to get the positioning on the Baron themselves. Because they made that small error, NewBee recognized that and gone straight towards it. Right now, this could be a NewBee victory if they're able to utilize this win, or at least the lead.
I mean, they're 5,000 gold up with Baron for the time being. And Aimee, the late game team fighters, we've seen them take fights, but NewBee are going back just as brutal, just as bloody, just as willing to commit to these.
And what's making it very hard for Aimee, the reason why ultimately that dive failed is because, you know, LWX have scaled up. He's got his Blade of the Rune King, he's got his full Mirror Mana, and then you look towards Moore's item build, he has that ability to heal up the entire team. And you look towards the Road, he only has the shielding with his Aegis. So it's a bit unfortunate in the sense that they were able to heal themselves up with the redemption. So right there, NewBee was able to defend and able to just outright demolish Ben 4 off the back of that, including Athena.
Yeah, here's the siege set up from NewBee as they start looking for the mid-tier 2. Swift shows up and immediately the turret falls. Baroned up minions creating an excellent buffer for LWX and Swift. They're doing enormous damage. Full Sterix, Black Cleaver, and Penetration from Swift, and 3 items completed on LWX.
They're clearing up these wards pretty, or at least the minions pretty well. I think Swift right now is completely demolishing it. They should be giving it to LWX because he needs to lifesteal himself up. He kind of took a little bit of damage in the mid lane, so at this point he just needs to be able to get just a bit more so they can stick onto the map just a little bit. Here we go. Oh
man, Blade of the Ruined King even used right away.
Yeah.
No chance for Athena to clear out any more minions. Amazing J is keeping Sky occupied on the top side of the map, but NewBee get right onto the inhibitor. They don't have a lot of wave clear with Athena topping himself off in base. They've already lost more than half the health on that turret, and the hook catches a minion. Deadly Flourish goes wide. The inhibitor turret not long for this world. Finally, Athena shows up, but it is too little, too late.
10 seconds on True Shot Barrage, if you're not counting the fact that he's hitting every Q on these minions. So it's already out pretty much. That just means that any pressure is definitely going to have to be conceded. I may have to walk away. There's too much range advantage on NewBee's side. Swift is going to walk in quite freely. LWX can just poke from his side. He's losing mana now, but the deed has been done. It's over.
Yeah.
They got the inhib.
We've seen Aimee come back from worse defeats than this, or worse situations than this.
Yep.
NewBee are really putting in the time. They're grinding Aimee down and trying to get through the perseverance that Aimee are so well known for and close this match out. They've taken one inhib and they've got the game in control. But they have to be careful. Any mistakes and they open it right back up for Aimee to get in.
Yeah, and you know what? If they're going to be giving them Cloud Dragons, at the very least, it's 3. It's not the second. It's not the first one. It's not going to just be, that random Cloud Dragon that's not going to be giving me anything. At the very least, they can utilize it to get to certain lanes quicker. For instance, they already got the bot lane. Now they can just bounce between mid and top. It's going to be a very slight advantage where they're just ghosting up. You can see this man just bursting in there. That being said, yeah, they are a team fight comp. They're a poke comp. They want to be able to just outright burst them, so they definitely would have wanted something else.
They being NewBee?
Yep. They would have wanted a better dragon. But that's a massive Baron power play for themselves.
Yeah, 4,300 gold as they break down 3 turrets and an inhib. Now it looks like they're setting up for the top when Athena is forced to catch mid as Sky once again 1-4 setup. Amazing J's in this brush and LWX. He might get a little bit too close here. Shadow Dash is
here
ready.
we
He
go.
catches him. They follow up with the deadly flourish, and that is an immediate kill onto the AD carry. Swift now a bit isolated from his team. The teleport isn't going to do too much as Steric's Gage gets procced. Athena resets the fight. Ben 4 and Amazing J in the front are taking so much damage. They're trying to keep themselves alive, but it's not enough. Moore was able to stall out the rest of Aime as the hook goes wide. Ben 4 is turned upon, and NewBee are putting in work. Swift chases Road down through the turret, sidesteps all the damage from
gonna take him
Athena,
out.
and looks to kill him as it's a triple kill for Swift. Ben 4 is able to get one in revenge for Jin Zhao, but he is not long for this world as he dies to Coco, and it ends up being 2 for an ace.
And the two-man lineup, and I'm sorry that I'm going to leave you out on this one, Coco. I mean, I value his shields throughout the entire fight, but Sky was a colossus and Swift was just bursting people down. He is doing so much damage, and this could just very well be... I'm looking at the death timers, 20 seconds on here. They have damage, they have the ability to tank, but they technically don't have a wave. The wave is coming into the bot side of the map.
There they go.
So they're just going to play it safe. They don't want to go for it. I mean, Shen's coming up in 2 seconds, same with Road. So it definitely would have been an interesting situation if they went for it. Just look at this. This is where LWX definitely gets surprised. And I'm just going to start by saying that Nautilus actually should have been with the team in that front. If you look towards how you usually set up for those siege comp plays, you want to set the mid laner in the mid lane front to be able to rotate. But it doesn't matter because look how tanky Sky is when he gets there and how they're able to constantly shield with Coco to leave the members up and healthy. So look at that. Sky tried to attempted to go for Jin Zhao, but it doesn't matter who they pick as long as they went for it. Just take a look at the mechanical skill on Swift. Sure, you know, you popped the plant, but the burning was already going through.
Yeah.
That was a major win for NewBee, but once again, this is a good play from Aime, but because they were able to lock down Ezreal. Technically, if they weren't that far behind, it would have been just fine.
Yeah, taking a look in the mid lane. The mid inhibitor turret is taking a lot of damage here as NewBee resume the push, relentlessly pushing Aime back. They're not going to take the chance
Oh, the burping
to let
just
the
went through.
late game team fight of Aime. Road even getting a
no.
lot of damage here. He tries to hook desperately as Amazing J goes in. Ben 4 flanks. Again, they're looking for LWX, but that's not the damage.
the
But
flank.
it's Swift. Athena follows in from behind and is immediately bursted down. He's Zanya's and will try to reset, but he resets right on top of his same position. He goes down and Amazing J runs for the hills as NewBee drop the Nexus turrets and take game number 2 against Aime.
10, 3, and 5 Graves, and you look towards the Ezreal 8, 4, and 5. Of course, it's going to be easy to get that, especially since you're on an Ezreal that's scaled just right. And so they had a fantastic game for themselves there. A nice turnaround from game 1.
Yeah, Swift and absolute monster. Holy cow.
Yeah,
If I could get Swift in my solo queue games, I would be a happy man.
Yeah, I mean, you kind of have to be. That guy is... He wouldn't mind a few people AFKing at base at that point. You'd still get the win on that one. That was a really good game from Swift.
Yeah.
He was a man possessed.
He certainly was. And the desk is now possessing a third analyst. Rusty.
Oh,
You need to calm down with those puns, mate. Aime, they still showed some resilience. They showed the exact same signs as always. They're a predictable team right now with their consistency. The problem is NewBee were too far ahead, too early into the game for them to actually have a way back in. It was a fantastic performance from Swift. He's definitely the biggest standout for me, and all he did was set them up to succeed as best he could.
they actually didn't have to do anything, which is so funny
Yeah.
for NewBee. They just had to sit in their lanes and just watch. Play this role of spectators like us all, and just watch as, you know, Graves is completely bopped, demolished the side of Ben 4.
And that's the thing. We got to late game, we got to these team fights happening, and you know what? LWX looked fine. But he gets picked out. It doesn't matter because there's 280 carries on the team. And that's reflected through the damage.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
27k on both ends, you know, just a little bit more on Graves. But you saw the shielding coming out of Karma. Definitely got the Athene's Unholy Grail under her, and, you know, you're going to be really comfortable when both of your carries are popping off.
We saw Jin Zhao do a relatively strong performance as well, 23.5 thousand gold. Damage dealt over the course of the game. What I want to talk about, though, and I think this is a little bit pertinent to NewBee as a whole. We talk about them looking for their identity. This is something that they struggled with. They brought Coco in. They looked strong for 2 games, and ever since then, they've been seeing defeat after defeat. Could this just be Swift's team? When Swift pops off, is that how they see success?
Yeah, I mean, every time you look towards
Yeah.
and newbie identity. I guess their identity is Swift.
Yeah.
It's just Swift. It's like they're searching for themselves, and just Swift is sitting there. You know what? I'm here. It's like it's me.
To put it simply, right, when NewBee was QG back before the swap, the only person now missing from that team is NewBee, and NewBee's identity, it wasn't a team built around him. He was built around Swift. It's always been about the jungler, the Korean superstar jungler in Swift, and very much around him getting victories. If he gets early invades, he starts snowballing. He decides to go top lane. And you know what? He took a whole wave of farm as well. Like, this guy was doing everything for the team, and the scary thing is how it all started. So firstly, goes to the enemy blue buff. Let's just say he does get that one, gets a kill. Then goes mid lane. So he hasn't just gone into the blue buff and invaded. That's the thing about Swift. Like, when he gets going, he actually sees momentum and continues to try and get around the entirety of their map. He pushes his luck a little bit, sometimes too much, but it's just right in this case.
Yeah, and you look towards the top laner too. This is Sky coming in, and he knows his role 100%. Just kind of recognize, yeah, this dive's happening. I'm a Nautilus. We're going to hook somebody. We're going to hook someone. We're going to get the kill.
Yeah, Graves definitely did a lot of damage in that gank. But I mean, to bring it back, is this a team built around Swift? They've seen success with it in game number 1. Is this what they have to go to?
I mean, if we look towards the last time a team was built around a person, it was Vici with Dandy, and when Dandy had Graves, he would just kind of, it was either him popping off or the team was just popping out. They're done. It's over, right? And so I don't want it to happen in this way, but obviously this is a way NewBee is looking to get their wins, and this is the only way they can get it. I mean, Moore actually played just well in the sense that they were playing around him, and he was getting them the wins. But that said, look at this, man. Just take a look at him.
I can't believe it. It's so surprising.
Oh.
I'm sorry. That's sarcasm a little bit too dry. Swift taking the MVP in this matchup, 10-3-5. This guy was all over the place.
The thing is, he is the most valuable player on the team for this victory. That makes sense, but he's also part of the reason why the game went for longer than it potentially could have, because he was playing too aggressively. He was getting overexcited, I'm guessing, with the leads that he had. He went for the boots, went for Berserker's Greaves to get attack speed and move speed straight away, but he didn't want to go for defensive boots, didn't want to go for something else that gives him damage. He was just looking to move around the map, and honestly was stealing everybody's farm as well. So if Aimee were able to get advantages in a lane where there was no jungler intervention in any way, shape, or form, then perhaps they still could have come ahead in that. And they were really close to doing that bottom lane. That's the thing. Jin Zhao and Road were playing really well.
Yeah, we'll definitely keep an eye on their performance in game number 3 as we get ready for it. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everyone. We're just about ready to get into game number 3 of NewBee versus IMA. We saw what happened when one talented player can change the fate of an entire League of Legends match. Question is, of one game, can he do it for the match? As we go into game number 3, it's 1-1 so far. Are NewBee finally going to break their 4-game losing streak?
Straight in with the big questions there.
That's a heavy question, I'll tell you right now. The only question to me is how big is that man's back, right?
Yeah. How big is his backpack?
Can Swift really carry that? But yeah, I think that's a good question. It's going to be hard to. We'll have to see it straight from pick and ban, honestly.
Yeah. So what then are we going to be looking for? Obviously, Graves was huge for him.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I agree. I think Graves is the biggest pick. He popped off on it. It was pretty ridiculous to watch him play that. And for me, the reason that I do want to talk about Graves is because IMA aren't picking the Graves. They showed in game 1 they wanted to play Rengar. They pick it again in the second game. They're choosing red side. And even though the Graves wasn't first pick, the Nautilus was, which to me was the biggest confusing point of all. Like, why would you first pick a Nautilus from Amazing J when he can play any tank? They still get Graves in their second rotation. They get Graves Karma, which is a fantastic second rotation pick on the blue side. That needs to be fixed for IMA if they're coming into this game.
And I think it was just a misread coming out of IMA because you would look towards the side of NewBee, and they would usually go towards the Rengar priority, even if the Graves comes through, because there's a lot of counter-picking confidence coming at us, the side of NewBee. But this time around, I was like, okay, we'll take up Rengar, which is interesting because that's usually Swift's pick, and then they just get completely outplayed with their own priority.
And honestly, they outdrafted themselves with more than just that jungle position as well. Getting the Karma was good. They picked the Thresh, assuming it was going to be a Karma in the support position. That gets flexed, and then Malzahar's free. There's no Lulu to counter it. There was no Lulu seen at all.
Yeah.
And we've acknowledged at this stage that she's probably just the single best support to be picked up at the moment. So really confusing from IMA. I feel like NewBee put themselves into a hole, and then IMA dug one a little bit deeper and got underneath them, and they're like sucked in our drafts even worse.
Haha, you played yourself.
Yeah. They put themselves there.
But then that's the question. How do we look for IMA to recover in this match? We know they're the late game team fighting comp. Do they just take your advice from game number 2 and go for something simple that gets them there?
Yeah, I think, as you mentioned, the Graves is going to be the priority. They either have to pick up Graves, because Graves, that's just the jungler right now. You're going to be comfortable against a lot of the likes, against the Kazakhs, against the Rengar. He has that auto attack range that you're going to be comfortable with. So, I mean, we saw Elise coming out of NewBee, especially since Elise is usually the answer towards a lot of matchups if you can get the Cocoon, especially towards Graves. But, I mean, that's just fine. If you're IMA, take that matchup. Pick up the Graves, pick up the Nautilus, or whatever you want Amazing J to pick up. And just be comfortable with your early game.
And it's not that you're giving the star player of the team the best champion. It's that you're giving him a champion that can invade against yours. So if you pick Rengar and he goes Graves, he will invade you. He will be able to 1v1 you. And so you need to have winning lanes everywhere. But they pick Jhin Thresh, so he's not safe bottom. They pick an Echo who tries to push but expends his life for it. And so he's never got enough health to actually leave the middle lane. And then they have a top lane that's never going to have push priority, the Shen into Nautilus that early. Like, NewBee set themselves up for success, and IMA said, we're happy losing until we get to 20 minutes or level 6.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, NewBee's level 1 was really, really nice to see, being able to, hey, leash out the, of course, the Raptors, go towards the red buff. It made it very quick for the Graves to just say, I'm going to go straight towards that blue buff. That's going to be something that Rengar is not going to be able to have. If he's not there, I take a free blue buff, and I can look to triple buff the man. Or if he's there, he's really low. I'm going to be able to kill him.
And that's something that pretty much only Malzahar can do. Perhaps Zyra, if you're going to set up plants as well and tank the red buff, but you don't want to lose all of your health on that bottom lane. If you're leashing it for over 10 seconds, you barely make it to the minions in time.
Yeah.
And so that's a really cool strategy that they utilize NewBee. I feel like they can do that again if I may let them.
Well, we'll certainly find out as we get into Champion Select for game number 3, the big decider. Once again, NewBee with pick priority this round have elected to go blue side, so not a single side swap this game.
Yeah.
Rusty, thank you so much for your analysis. We'll see you after the set. So far, it is Rise and Camille, same set of bans from game number 2. There's actually Jace and LeBlanc. Let's see if they go for the Graves.
So IMA here, they've decided to move the LeBlanc up, which means that they're probably looking to just sack the Rumble. They want to see what ban NewBee is going towards, and so they can get the last ban if they're comfortable with what's being left up. At this point, they should be comfortable with both Graves and Rengar, mostly because unless if they believe that Swift is looking to just first pick it, the Graves, then that's what happened. We'll see if they go towards it. That just means that we have the same bans once again. Rumble could be the last one if Aime is comfortable with what's the power picks available. Ooh, the Malzahar.
Graves has to be so terrifying, though. Malzahar is the ban. Last time, NewBee priority picked Nautilus in game number 2. Let's see if they want to show us something new this time.
So here, there are a lot of options once again, and we talk about NewBee just constantly picking up these random first picks, and these random first picks actually just comes back to Swift being comfortable with the counter pick. So you'd have to expect either they go towards the Rengar once again, and then suddenly NewBee has Karma and Graves, or this time I may say, well, we'll pick up the Nautilus, or we'll pick up the Graves. I just want to see them pick up Graves this time around, and as I say that, they pick it up.
Why not both? Aime looks like they're running NewBee's composition against them. Tragically, they won't get a Karma this time. So Swift is going to have to show us something new as he spilled a little bit of water on his lap. Totally deliberate.
Yep. But
Calculated.
Yeah, and honestly, Ben 4 and Amazing J. I think this is just Aime adapting very well to last set. You know, this is them being able to pick up Graves and recognizing that priority, if a NewBee wasn't going to look towards picking it up first time round, this time they get it for themselves. And so this is the Rumble that we've been talking about with Sky. He has played the Rumble like historically. That has been a pick that he's gone towards in the first time when he was in the LPL, way in the past. They were afraid of Aime picking it up.
Yeah, he's played it professionally. He's played it 9 times, but only won with it 3. So rocking a whopping 33% win rate with that Rumble.
To be fair, he was on a bad team. I mean, I'm not gonna give him that. You lose every game, but if you're still the star of that game, then you know what? You still get the the points.
It's been 8 months. Maybe he's just been one-tricking it in solo queue to get up in the rankings. Aime, however, are going to answer as they block in Lulu for Road to enable him once again. So still the same setup out of Aime. AD carry and mid are left open.
And we were surprised when we didn't see the Lulu coming through in priority. And now this time, Aime was able to get the Graves, able to get the Lulu and the Nautilus for themselves. Their team fight is just set. I mean, at this point, they can just go Teemo and they'll be happy. I mean, that's a bit overboard, so got to draw that back. But this is looking really good for Aime here.
I like the slow withdrawal, like, yeah.
Even get Teemo, get in there.
He could go thresh 80 carry. No, he can't.
Yeah.
As Vladimir is the next ban targeted towards Athena. NewBee still respecting Athena's presence in that mid lane. In game number 1, he was able to take Ahri to great success. Did they ban it again?
And honestly, his Echo game was just fine in the early game too, especially since he was able to hold Ben for his hand and be able to let him to farm up. And sure, as the game goes on, he didn't have that access towards the backline, but he definitely still had good positioning in the last set. So yeah, Vladimir, definitely don't give him that champion. We saw him be able to take the game from the brink of basically
against
a
WE,
loss,
yeah.
against WE. And
What was it, like 15,000 gold down,
Yep.
all 3 inhibitors destroyed?
And we saw how NewBee plays on the champion. Just don't let him pick it up, and so it gets banned.
Yeah. Interestingly enough, Ashe is the follow-up ban, and with Jin taken away, that means Jin Zhao's going to have to show us something new on the AD carry. And as I may have shown before, they want to save that final pick for Athena.
You know what Jin Zhao has played in the past, though?
Sivir.
Oh, yeah, Sivir, but also Kog'Maw. And so Kog'Maw is a champion that has come back a little bit.
Lulu Nautilus. Oh.
Lulu Nautilus and Lulu Kog'Maw, I mean, he's probably just going to go towards the Ezreal. That's just fine. We saw the Kog'Maw go on to SMLZ yesterday, and we saw how much success he has. He has been a Kog'Maw player, and in the next patch, he's definitely going to be a little bit more prevalent. Don't lock in that champion.
Don't get too excited, Raz.
I say that.
I know you're the Lucian one trick.
I just don't want him to lock in this champion. I love Lucian in the new patch, but just remember, ask your coach.
Yeah.
Ask your coach. What patch are we playing on?
Coach, is this live? No, it is not.
All right.
Can I still play him?
No.
No, you may not.
Not happening.
Caitlyn is the answer instead, and now we get to see where that karma is going to end up going for Coco.
All right, so that's going to be nice to see. I think it could very well be, once again, in towards the... Oh. All
right. You can take Ahri in the mid lane. Well, check this out.
So this is a big thing. Ahri has been picked a lot more success. I mean, as I say that, we look towards the win rate, and it's 33%. I mean, globally. Somebody has been listening on me when I say that. But yeah, globally, a lot more success. We've been seeing it get picked out a little bit more. The usual worries with the champion is that the laning phase is a little bit difficult for most matchups. But then you can get past it.
Whoa!
Oh!
Athena! All right, I like it. Katarina is the final pick. He had Orianna hovered. He waited it out. There's no hand going up as they traded over. They wanted this.
Yeah, okay, the cameraman is definitely taking a look at this man, and I kind of had to do it because who is that man? We saw him play Ari, we saw him play Katarina. Apparently this man has gone through a metamorphosis, a change.
Hasn't he been all about control mages in the past?
Yeah, so him going on towards Katarina is ridiculous. So, I'll tell you right now. And I mean, Katarina is great in the matchup. He's actually, it's very difficult for Ari to come through with that one. So you have to watch out. It's going to be interesting to see whether or not he can actually play it. I know that he did share the lineup with Baimi once upon a time, and Baimi was the Katarina player back in the day. Maybe he got absorbed some of his juju, some of his vibes.
Yeah.
Maybe he can pick up that basketball and absorb that play.
Yeah, so taking a look through his previous champions, the closest thing he's played to Katarina has been Kassadin 8 times, which is a 50% win rate. And then all the way down at the bottom of the list, he's played Ari twice and Diana twice.
Yep.
This is the first time we've seen him take a high mechanic, high effectiveness assassin.
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
This is going to be big. I mean, Athena, we've always kind of propped him up because he's played incredibly well throughout the split. He's had, of course, a few bad games and helping out Ben 4 because their duo has been fairly weak. Ben 4 is starting to get a little better. It's hard to say that now because he got completely smashed by Swift. Let's see if he can actually help out his man in the mid lane because we've seen Katarina come through on the side of IG, and usually, you can help him out quite a bit. So he doesn't get ganked quite often.
And that's something that actually I want to talk a little bit about is the jungle matchup once again. Ben 4 has pretty effectively ignored Athena for the first 5 to 10 minutes of the game, whereas Swift has shown he's willing to go mid level 3 like 4 minutes in.
To be fair, on that point, I mean, I agree with you, but if you definitely lose out a lot of your control in the jungle, you're not going to be able to walk
comparatively.
But game 1, yeah,
but I mean,
it's a good point.
Even in the sense that, like, Swift, even if he's not ahead, will still just run through lane just to be a presence.
And definitely the person who has been coming mid more often on IMA has been Rogue.
Yeah,
more so than Ben 4. So that is definitely a point to raise. And so, I mean, this is objectively, you look towards this comp, and that's a really good comp coming from IMA. You look towards the comp, and you have the specific lane matchups working really well for you. As a 5v5, you're incredibly strong. Lulu and Katarina works incredibly well. You don't even have that much CC on the side of NewBee to be able to deal with her. Once she does come in, it's going to be all on Charm. But if you're looking at Charm defensively, suddenly you're not going to be using Ari as that deep dive champion.
Yeah, and I love how Coco actually pivoted that summoner spell. He had Ignite earlier, then once he saw the Katarina, waited out the timer, swapped it over to Exhaust.
Yeah.
We've seen Athena play mechanically huge on that Ari in game number 1. Wasn't hitting all the charms, but Katarina's not a skill shot champion.
Yeah.
So it doesn't have to worry about this time around. So perhaps Coco is the one worrying a little bit about that skill shot, as it is going to be Raptor start out of Ben 4. He clears that camp out nice and timely, and red buff start out of Swift on the opposite side.
So, like, just to hit the matchup too, as a general point, if you take out Raptors, you can actually look to path towards the enemy blue buff because you're just that much closer in comparison to the enemy jungler if you recognize where they're starting. So as a general point, Graves could just very easily go towards that blue buff and steal it from under Rengar's nose. We've seen a lot of kind of cute pathings coming out of junglers on that point. But he's actually just going to go for a pretty standard one, get his red buff, and might even go towards Wolf Camp afterwards.
Gets that red buff now cleared out as Swift clearing out his own red, and Raptors heads to the top side of the jungle to keep himself safe. Even Ben 4 clearing out the blast cone on that side of the jungle just in case. So Swift getting his blue just in time. This time we're not going to see any crazy early invades just yet. Ben 4 prioritizing that buff nice and early on.
Okay, so he's not going towards the experience of the full clear here. He's not going to be able to just go for a wolf onto blue buff. He's just trying to get level 3. And so now he can be able to get level 3 off the blue buff, and then he's going to go maybe get the Scuttle Crab if it's up and available for him. Maybe look to pressure mid so he can help out Katarina, because Katarina is just going to get, if she so chooses, can just get constantly pushed in. The worry here, if Ari continues to do this, is that you just lose a lot of mana. Meanwhile, Athena can just healthily stay in the lane.
Yeah, the 3-pot start along with his longsword is going to be pretty effective.
Ooh.
Ben 4 actually doing something a little unexpected here. He's ganking mid lane level 3, but Swift is right there and gets level 4. The placement of that ward means that Ben 4 was spotted. He's forced to recall as Krugs is being stolen by Swift, and with bottom lane pushed in, there's no way for Ben 4 to go and answer with Krugs on the opposite side.
Yeah, for me, what was unexpected was the ward, the defensive ward coming out of Coco, because that was 100% the only option that Ben 4 had, was to go towards this. With the clear that he made, with Katarina getting constantly shoved in. With that said, holy moly, watch out. But yeah, with he definitely goes mid because Katarina is opening up the opportunity. So Koku recognizes that and gets the ward out. Now he has no mana to his name, and that's what's difficult here with the RN matchup, is that he has to stick into lane as long as he can. Swift has to help him out here.
Yeah, now they're going to spot it out. Swift hopefully looking to break this setup a little bit. Perhaps going to, yeah, he actually will share some of the experience as Athena goes in.
Yeah, you kind of have to. It's not much you can really change about that. He's just trying to get as good of a back timing as he possibly can. So even if that means just taking the CS, taking the experience, then that's fine as long as Ari can get out of there. Because if Ari sticks to the lane, then you just suddenly you can't CS anymore. You can't trade at all. It doesn't matter what you do. And if you back anytime afterwards, then Katarina can just completely hold the wave and we'll get a massive CS advantage. With that being said, Coco sticks to it because he recognized Athena thinks that he backed. And so the shove that Athena put through now can actually get answered to, and Coco can take the wave for free. So that was a good mind game coming out of Coco. Makes the decision, but whoa!
Clever. Doesn't go straight for the dagger and actually ends up getting just ahead of Coco. So it's a 7 CS lead for Athena in the laning phase on this Katarina into Ari. The control mage player showing us something new. Ben 4 ganking bottom. He's getting some damage there as Amazing
no.
J.
He
could be in danger
this,
here, yeah. Gets the slow.
Might have flashed,
Yeah.
The biggest worry about that too is Amazing J wasn't really, I guess he wasn't really observant of Sky's rage bar, or just because he had a lot more abilities to spam before he can put into that danger mode where he gets silenced. So Rumble had a lot of time to really spare, and so the free flash coming through, he's looking really good in that top side of the map.
An empowered Electro Harpoon and Flame Spitter means a very hurting Nautilus. That's the name of that champion. I know that. He actually teleported back up to top with a full, Doran's ring after the corrupting potion. So Amazing J didn't even wait to top himself off. No, actually, he canceled his recall. I'm sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself.
Oh,
Both the junglers show themselves bottom.
Woo! He just slips in. Cannon minion didn't catch him. This is going to be big.
Ooh, rushes forward, but there's a Rengar leaping out. He flashes right back. He doesn't want to mess with Swift this time around. Large Soul Flare. Swift looking for Jin Zhao, but doesn't find him.
If he clipped him on that one, that would have been pretty big. But he didn't get the clip on with his Q. Caitlyn, that is. Athena has full control of this side, so this means that NewBee have to start to really relax here. Caitlyn doesn't have a lot of mana, same with Moore. So yeah, you were able to pressure out this lane and push it in. With that being said, they're taking a little bit more of a risk. But that's because they know where Katarina is on the map. So if they, Katarina was able to clear that ward near mid lane and had the option of just roaming towards the bot side.
I think Coco might have gone for a second recall as Athena picks up his Bilgewater Cutlass on the return into lane, going for the Gunblade as his standard. And Coco, Negatron Cloak first. He's not taking any chances whatsoever, and I'm sure this Athena is loving it.
Yeah, that's a smart point. I think for oh, okay, it's a lot of damage, especially weaves in the auto attack, so that's a little bit unfortunate.
That was unexpected.
But he's able to life steal. He has the Bilgewater Cutlass if he can get a lot of the procs off. Oh, as I say that,
tries to force it. Knows that he's got the
he's
charm on cooldown.
Oh.
Jukes it around, but Coco reads it with a Spirit Rush. Ben 4 actually walking in forces him back.
And suddenly Coco has no mana, so this is something where they have to all in or just look to back. Oh!
Ben 4 tries to read the charm, but all it takes is a Spirit Rush. Swift follows up and bursts it down. First blood onto Swift.
That was the best they can get out of that, and that was a lot they got out of that. So being able to take down Ben 4 because he didn't have his flash up was really good because Coco lost a lot out in that entire trade. And so he either had to get that complete shove into back, where he was already at a major CS disadvantage, or all in for a fight, which he wasn't able to help out with. So that was great from Swift to recognize the small window that they were able to come out ahead with.
Very effective use of that, as now Coco is able to catch a few of these minions. Still down nearly 20 CS as Swift heads top. Amazing J is going to walk right into him.
That's a lot of
Surprise!
Oh!
Whoa! Flashes in front of the hook.
Oh,
He's on
sit in
top
there.
of an equalizer. Swift, I have never seen a read like that. What?
I mean, the last time I saw that big of a read coming out of Swift, it was
Oh.
2 games ago on that Elise. So-
Amazing J has to reset himself in his chair like, oh, all right, hold on. Let me stand up, stretch my legs, get back down here. He was a full chapter ahead.
yeah, that was ridiculous. And I mean, Swift recognized that Nautilus was coming back to the lane, and that was a lot of damage that was going to come through. And so, of course, if you look at the Bola, just take a look. He has red buff. It's clearly coming through.
Oh.
He sits on top of it, and look at this. Oh, sit in the fire. So that was a big point of contention. This Amazing J was not going to be able to survive out of that one.
Amazing play from Swift. Holy cow.
Yeah. So that was good. You know what?
That was really cool.
Hands off. Like, that was really solid. Oh, Road, get out of there.
Whoa.
He was trying
Finally
to-
backs it up. Killed some of the minions there. That's
Yeah.
going to be one going down, and now it turns on to the cannon. So only one minion missed as Jinjiao makes it back into bottom lane, going for the tier start. Still haven't seen a recall out of LWX, and he will complete that, it looks like. BF Sword. Athena continuing to farm in mid lane, has not completed his own recall yet as he's looking for Gunblade, but Road is on the way.
Yeah, he's not going to be able to get too much out of this, I think. He doesn't even have his jungler along with him, so he's not going to get too much of a deep ward, but he got a deep enough ward to recognize where Rengar is. And Coco has to really just relax here, because he's definitely surviving on just a...
He's a little jumpy
thread.
here.
Yeah, and so just take a look at this. Like, Athena is so comfortable in this lane. Usually, you know, when you see a Katarina pick up the longsword early, like just level 1 in the base, you're like, that's going to turn into a Hex Drinker to survive the lane. That's usually up against the Syndra, you know, the high burst, but he recognizes this is such a good matchup. That's going straight into a Bilgewater Cutlass. That's going straight into damage, outright damage. And so, Katarina, really good lane for her. And this is just pretty much Athena setting himself up, and he showcases that, yeah, he can play this champion very well.
Oh, yeah. Doing a lot of work in the mid lane. 30 CS ahead right now as he's going to go for that recall. Let's see if it's enough for the full Gunblade as he stacks it back.
Should be enough. Yeah.
And just short.
okay.
Decides to go for boots, refillable, and some control wards instead. So a little bit of utility to enable his team on this setup. Doesn't want to be ganked by that Rengar once again. As Ben 4 continues clearing out, and Swift finds himself back in his native environment, the enemy jungle.
Yeah, and so he's just, at this point, Swift is at a really comfortable point where he's counter jungling. Graves is going to be looking to a CS, and he is so far down in this matchup. 45 CS to the 78 of Rengar, and Rengar has taken complete control at top side, where Amazing J is threatened. But as I say that, Athena and Ben 4 are looking towards this lane.
Yeah, they're going to try
DP's
to
up on
pressure some
Sky.
damage. There is teleport also available for Amazing J. Athena clears out the control ward, but Swift will spot him. He pops on the hunt. Jinjiao forced to get away from Ace in the hole as Ben 4 might be too far forward. He gets caught by the charm, and Coco picks up an almost free kill.
And that was botched pretty heavily.
Yeah.
That was the one play that Aimee were looking for to all in on, and Graves loses his life to it. Sky is so far ahead of this Graves. Oh my god.
Gets on top of the charm, but
Don't go
Coco
back
once
in.
again
Why are you going
reacts
back
so
in?
well. That's a late exhaust. And finally Coco makes it out. Doesn't flash, but he still panics.
Yeah, there was no reason for Coco to go back into that. He missed his charm. There was really no damage that was going to be assured coming through on that one. So yeah, he's gonna be pretty sad about it. He's definitely gonna have to relax here. He was able to chug down a few of the refillable potions, so he could stay in this lane, but he missed a lot of his abilities there, so he actually has to back away.
Yeah, Athena's zoning Coco away from the turret and chipping down at its health. Mountain Drake is taken by Swift. He tops himself off to full health. As Ben 4 sitting and waiting in the mid lane, Athena tries to bait it forward. Swift is on the way,
Oh,
so they will spot him.
uh-oh. I mean, this shouldn't turn into anything. Swift should actually be really okay with it.
Yeah, he's a full level ahead. Ruby Crystal and boots up as Road takes a hit, and will secure blue buff. So things looking good for NewBee.
Yeah.
It's a much slower paced game, but they're still looking strong.
If we take a reset in this game, reminds me of game 1, where Athena is at a really good position in this game, much like he was when he was on Ari in game 1. but the rest of his map is just falling really far behind, specifically Ben 4. So Ben 4 is at a really bad point, 90 CS to 48, 0-2 and 0 because he's just looking for these fights that are just not working out for him. And it's because NewBee as a team is playing like a team. And what that means is that when I may look towards bot side, they're able to just, as a unit, really look to just defend that and push that away. And then you look towards the top side and you see Sky and Swift playing so well together. And here we go.
Oh, flash knock up onto LWX. He's still got his own flash as Amazing J gets in, but it's answered by Sky. He's going to get in, drop the equalizer on top. Amazing J is looking for the hook, finds LWX. X through the 90 caliber net, but Jin Zhao is too far back. There's no follow-up. But here comes Athena. He's sped up by Road and decides to leap forward, gets one, follows it up through the exhausted Thunderlords, goes down. Coco pursues, but that's Sky under the turret, and Athena is way too deep, flashes and chases, gets the reset, and hops right on out. 2 kills for Athena. Meanwhile, Ben 4 trading with Swift as the top junglers have become the top laners, and Swift says, get the hell out of my lane.
Athena is trying so hard, but then Ben 4 always comes out and gets another death to his name. But I mean, this is great for Athena. He was able to outplay the situation too because Coco was coming in, was able to get the kill off of Road, so it was a 1-for-1 trade because of the nice rotation coming out of Coco. But then, when it came down to it, Coco tried to challenge Athena, but he used his flash to get towards the Rumble and get the second kill to his name. So that was a positive trade in the favor of Aimee. And then suddenly Swift gets the 1v1 kill on the top side of the map. So not much you can do there if you're Athena. All you can do is hope and pray that Ben 4 doesn't die.
Yeah, this is very unexpected from Athena to be playing this Katarina so well. You would expect him to break out a surprise pick like this in their game against EDG, not against NewBee, who are 2 and 6. I mean, they're still going to play against Game Talents as well later this week.
Oh, no.
So perhaps they've got something prepared for that.
Swift definitely takes the blue buff.
Oh, he did. Oops.
Yep. From Coco. That's unfortunate. The red buff definitely.
A little embarrassing.
Yeah.
But yeah, that just goes to show Aimee are taking this game seriously, and we're still seeing Swift do the same as he trades some damage, and Swift perfectly separates it to make his way out of pit.
Yeah, to your point, that's just like a general issue where, yeah, Athena suddenly showed himself to be able to carry on a lot of champions now.
Yeah.
We saw a lot of his play on, like, even Corki, where you're just like, yeah, he's kind of playing it as an assassin, but he's still playing it as a control mage as well. You see him kind of stride down that line of being able to play his general carries in an assassin fashion. Now he's just outright saying that I can play many champions. Sky, walk out of there. You're getting ganged up on, Sky.
Caught by the hook, drops an equalizer. Ben 4 is going to have to walk over that as Amazing J gets chunked down. Here he comes. Might try to turn this back as there is the depth charge on cooldown, and they managed to get it. Meanwhile, NewBee making a play on the top side of the map. They don't have a minion wave, though.
Oh, so it was great from Aimee to be able to control the last wave that was crashing in on that tower. So in the end of the day, that was just a good pick from Aimee to be able to take down the likes of Sky in the bottom side. So Sky should have definitely been a lot more aware of the map when he was looking for that trade in the bot side. And he was hoping, yeah, you know what, I get caught, maybe I can kind of burn as much time as possible. But no, NewBee wasn't able to get anything on the top side, but they're now trying towards this mid lane.
Yeah, suddenly there's a complete and total dearth of wave control. NewBee as 4 are able to get in. Ben 4 on the side. Uses collateral damage on the minions alone, but the cannon soaks up a lot. Athena will try to clean some up, but karma means NewBee is able to back right on out.
So this is a little bit of a scare when it comes to Aimee right there. That was just a small glimpse of it in terms of siege. They don't really have much wave clearing dealing with it. They're really kind of betting on Ben 4 to be able to use his collateral damage defensively to wave clear that out. And if that's all you're really hoping for, then suddenly it's really tricky for them. Especially since suddenly they had to use Athena to just use her Q and to get in there to completely clear out the wave. But then if you're doing that, suddenly, yeah, you can get completely shut down by a trap coming in from LWX if you can lay it down properly, or just a charm from Coco. So he has to watch out for that. If that's their only really reliable wave clear, or maybe even just a true shot barrage. But these are investment of ultis just to clear out when NewBee set up for an entire, just a siege.
And you can see how Aimee are starting to respond, recognizing this potential weakness in their composition. They've brought Jin Zhao mid. They've sent Athena top, and Road gets wards and get out of there. As Swift, along with the rest of NewBee, once again invade into Aimee's jungle and just clear out vision. They could be looking for Rift Herald once again.
Yeah, but at this point, using her ulti just for the camps is not a good idea. You've already punished him. You should just look towards the mid lane at this point. So they should try and effectively look to just pull into this. Unfortunately, for NewBee, Aimee made a good decision in pulling down a lot of wards on the red side of the map. That means Amazing J, he has Nautilus, of course. He has the TP. If the siege comes through, you have to watch out for the ooh. I mean, other than that, he's still taking damage.
Yeah, you do have to watch out for the ooh.
Yep, I got the exact words.
And more though, he's very conscientious of it. He's going to back away from this, but
they are.
Swift from the brush suddenly finds himself in a very scary situation. He's CC locked and gets demolished. No chance to make it over that wall as teleport is canceled by Sky.
I feel like I don't even have to explain why that was bad.
Face checking into crowd control.
That was
Bad.
definitely a 1v5. So yeah, this is going to be a big point for Aimee to be able to take out this wave. And then there now, of course, the tower as well. And they have an ocean dragon that they can look towards. So Sky is looking at this saying, I can't contest for anything. He's going to look to probably just clear out the rest of the wave. He's just going to back at this point, actually. So Aimee takes a massive win off of NewBee just making one mistake.
Yeah, this is the Ocean Dragon. Despite being down in gold, they break down the mid-tier 1 turret as Athena's laning advantage has allowed them to get that massive neutral objective very early on. With that Ocean Dragon, they will find more sustain as well, which certainly is going to help against LWX and more. Bet you wish they had that Ocean Dragon a little bit sooner in laning phase, though.
Yeah, but look at what's happening right here for Aimee. Yeah, sure, you know, NewBee are going to be looking for this, but Nautilus has TP. Oh, he's going to use it defensively for this tower. He's not going to be able to do it. That's actually really poorly planned from him.
Yeah.
They could have set up for a fight because they recognized they were coming back onto the map slowly because of the dragon coming down. So they could have just said, hey, you know what? You know, you have TP advantage. We have a lot of wards in their on their red side jungle. We can look for a TP flank play. That would have been a good idea. But they didn't plan for it. For whatever reason, they were surprised by this play.
Oh,
okay.
man, Swift, once again, I've seen this this play before.
All right. Calm yourself, Swift.
This time, though, he has Flash, so he's able to get out.
I mean, but you definitely don't want to use Flash. I mean, that's a good point. He definitely doesn't kill himself over this play. But he doesn't want to be the detriment, especially since we mentioned this is Swift's team. He needs to get ahead. He needs to keep moving. He is ahead. But if he starts to be the reason why they're falling behind, then, I mean, we're looking to the rest of the map and who can actually continue to carry. Coco's doing well. But that would be a new way for NewBee to win out their set. So, Swift.
Pops ultimate. Pings onto mid lane as Athena and Road have to take the long way around, but they're grouped as a unit.
Ooh.
But on top of the equalizer, that means they separate. Swift leaps in, but Athena's able to scare him away. Ben 4 has to flash from Sky, who flanks from the side.
So that was interesting. That was a good ulti from Sky. That was okay. It was able to chunk out the carries in terms of Ben 4 and Jin Zhao. This could mean that NewBee can set up for another play. That was merely an investment towards either another siege or just control over the dragon, or at least the Baron side minions. They have it solidified. They can just move towards these waves because essentially Athena has nothing to do until he gets his ulti back again. So they can't really force a fight. Aimee can't do much at all at this point because of what they had to use to get out of that situation.
As it is, though, the waves reset just a little bit, so it is still
no! Oh, what have you done,
Coco
Swift?
is just unlucky with this blue.
First he doesn't, I'm blaming Swift for this one.
Yeah,
First,
you could see them talking in chat as well on the portraits. Oh, he's doing it again. Stand still.
Oh,
Swift,
I mean,
Swift ain't got time for you, blue buff. Coco.
This guy's gonna have to pay for his crimes the first time around. You know, the red buff steals it this time around. He doesn't even. He's doing his other camp.
Red buff doesn't steal it. It burns it down to 1.
Okay.
So it takes an active ability use as Athena walks into a charm. Ooh, that hurts.
Pretty sure red buff steals it. I'll tell you right now. I'm pretty sure red buff steals it. I feel like we've had this discussion already too. But yeah. But the Cinder Hulk, I'm pretty sure other points don't steal it, but it's definitely a red buff that does steal it.
Okay.
Take the last hit. We'll look back at it. Someone's gonna make a fool out of one of us. I'm sure.
Neat. Thanks. With Athena down, NewBee are setting up top as they look for this tier 2 turret. Coco's gonna get some damage. Nobody's defending this.
Yeah,
there they go. Now they're starting to realize.
Yeah, this is Aimee slow in rotation. I mean, Athena was able to die at this point. These are big wins coming out of NewBee.
Yeah, Ben 4 finally shows up. Half the health on that tier 2 has been dropped. Jin Zhao with double buff is keeping mid lane held down rather well. He used True Shot Barrage to make sure LWX couldn't push up. And Amazing J is holding zone against Sky in the bottom lane. After this 20-minute mark, the 1-3-1 is in full effect. And Coco is showing that despite a bad laning phase, he's still got the presence of mind to look for a lucky charm.
Yeah, and it's a tough lane up against that Katarina, but at this point in the game, Swift's doing very well. Ari's playing towards Swift as we always wanted him to do so. So he's able to get a lot of key rotations. And at this point in the time in the game, he's 2-0-2. They have a nice and comfortable 3K, 4K gold lead just in between, so 3.5. But yeah, NewBee's doing really well at this point. They just need to be able to convert it now.
This has been the question for them. We know they're mechanically talented, individually skilled enough. There's just been something missing that lets them close out the games themselves. They've got a relatively easy to execute on composition this time around. Now they just need to show that they can close it out against the late game team fighting team of Aime, who are definitely showing us something new. Athena looks for the dagger. He hesitates for a moment, and then, nah.
Yep. I mean, just jumping off your point right there, the late game team fighting team, you look at their composition, they have the likes of Lulu. Jin Zhao is looking to scale up as well. Amazing J, he's on that Nautilus, like he's going to be a bit of a beast. And so overall, sure, Ben 4 was fairly far behind in his game, but if he starts to get items underneath him, he is going to be a strong force to deal with, especially Aime with the holistic point of the team comp, because we don't really talk about Jin Zhao. I mean, we do as a general point, but when he's on this Ezreal, he's kind of been a very silent point. And it's mostly because he's just trying to scale up. He's trying to get to a point where he's got that Muramana.
NewBee are looking for picks here. Amazing J is there. The hook catches more. What a skill shot.
I don't know if he wanted
Yeah,
that.
he's chunked down to half. Let's see where Athena is. He finally catches up. Equalizer is right on top of Aime. They're forced to back out. Athena finally catches up, but it's Swift that he sees as Road dies to Coco. Spirit Rush is able to keep up with the separated Aime, and they find that pick.
And the one game they decide not to ban the Rumble, he goes off. He's able to get a key crucial, or at least a TP, on top of his Rundle ultimate, the Equalizer. And now with Lulu down on all of this one, they're going to be looking for a siege up here. LWX doesn't have much HP to his name, so they have to worry about the counter engage here.
Aime, instead, they just clear out their waves and ping side lanes. Amazing J heads bottom as Athena clears out some wards and heads back top. So the pick that Aime had attempted, I hesitate to say it was deliberate because it looked like Amazing J was just walking top and then, oh, NewBee's here.
Yeah.
And he chucked out a hook and all of Aime followed up. I have to imagine it was deliberate because all 5 of Aime were there, but NewBee just happened to react appropriately and turn it around.
Yeah, a lot of the times you look towards Aime's engages as the game goes on. They kind of do it just because they have a lot of faith in their team fighting. You're like, all right, you know, that wasn't well planned, but they're doing it anyways. And that was a point where Amazing J, you know, that's when you start saying, oh, he's just testing his limits.
Yeah,
he's just testing. He definitely didn't recognize how much damage was going to come through on both Coco and LWX. LWX was doing so much damage at this point right now. He's got his IE and he's able to get his Renon's Hurricane. So question is, what is he going to go next? I would say it's going to be going towards maybe an armor penetration item, as I say that.
Oh, no.
Yeah,
Whoa!
Amazing J.
Amazing J actually catches Swift. He doesn't have Flash, though, so he's 1v2. True Shot Barrage comes out, and Road is pinging on the way. He's trying to make it down there, but they just don't have enough damage yet.
Oh,
he's going to turn the depth charge down, but Swift is able to cleanse Flash out of that knock-up, and Sky clears out the minion wave.
That was a really good play from the rest of Aime to recognize that Nautilus is going to take a long time to kill, especially since Sky is going to be able to overheat himself. There's no damage coming out of them to be able to deal with the Amazing J. So Aime was in full force to be able to help him out, so Swift had to flash away.
NewBee got a little bit of push pressure in the mid lane as a result of it, but now the roaming squad of Aime are chasing NewBee right back around. They're not afraid of Swift now that they know the ultimate is on cooldown, so they will contest this blue.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, roaming squad. This is Aime saying that we can take a team fight. They're pretty strong at this point, and if you look towards Athena, he's going towards the Zonias, and that's going to make their team fight even better, where he can just honestly play that control mage on a Katarina. If he gets exhausted, if the team looks to focus him in team fights, he can just Zonias, pull a lot of attention away from Jin Zhao and Ben 4 to be able to do as much damage as possible.
Athena eats a charm to the face, perhaps trying to bait Coco forward with Ben 4 waiting on the side, but Coco does not take it. Despite, I think he lost laning phase all 3 games. He has been able to keep his cool the entire time. It's been a really tough setup, but he's been playing calm and collected. And at this point, he's 3-0-2, still down in CS, but definitely having an impact in these fights.
Yeah, I mean, Athena has been playing so well this series, which, I mean, when 2 days later, 1 week later, you look towards the results and you're just going to say, well, Aime didn't play well, and people will look towards the results, I mean, rather than talking about the individual play. So Athena will be lost in history. But we're looking... oh, wait a minute. Oh.
They're spotted out by that. Here comes the directional pings. They are on their way. Blue Trinket, NewBee Very opportunistic.
Yeah, I don't know what they were thinking about.
Wait, was the blast cone there? Could they have just hopped the wall as a unit instead of going around through the vision of Aime?
They could have very well done that. I mean, it just comes down to the point where NewBee recognized the ward was there, or at least the scuttle crab, and they just did it anyways. They thought they had enough time to be able to do it, so that was just an interesting point. I guess just testing Aime on that point.
Mistakes were made.
Yep.
However, yeah, as you said, it could have just been a test on Aime to see if they're on their toes. It took a second, but they did respond appropriately. They've now set up a lot of vision nearby as they're going to look for a little bit more items and continue to reset those side lanes, reset the map, and prepare for the next big pick or objective.
Yeah, so even though Aime, they're at a deficit, and as you mentioned, like NewBee are just going to look to reset and look to prepare once again for the next objective. But Aime have set up some really good control wards on the map here, just defensive one. There are 4 in both, like, or at least 2 in the blue side of their own jungle, and just 2 in the top side here, where they're able to take full control of just whatever play NewBee are going to be looking for. They can't look towards going Baron again, because they can recognize that happening, or the picks for that as well. NewBee are definitely going to have to take some time, about a minute or 2, to be able to then challenge that. So that's Aime being able to stall out the game once again here.
Yeah, we just saw Road move that river control ward into the jungle of NewBee on the backside of that red buff. Not entirely sure what he's looking for, as there's no Drake spawning anytime soon, and it's Cloud Drake in a few minutes as well. So perhaps Aime preparing for something down the road. Could be indicative that they're ready to sit here and wait, or contest the vision on the top side of the map.
Ooh, I think it's just going to come down to sit and wait, because they know that they can't contest unless if a key and crucial member of NewBee aren't there. And if we've seen a few NewBee games to recognize that they're going to not have the members there all the time. But as a general point, Aime are just waiting for that one fight. They recognize that they can just take that one fight. If it comes in their way, it's going to be great. And the setting they're envisioning is going to be Baron. For instance, if NewBee just goes towards the Baron, because they're just testing whether or not Aime can really walk over. They had the wards to be able to do just that, so then Aime can just take a Baron fight. Maybe they can turn it in their way. We've seen a lot of miracle runs from Aime, miracle team fights even. But NewBee are playing this nice and slow. They were able to clear out a few control wards.
Void Staff now picked up by Sky as he just completed his next recall and actually groups with his team. Swift pops the ultimate, but just scares Aime back, which means that NewBee are able to get in deep and set up a lot of vision. Road has found Swift, but I'm not sure that's something you want to find. And oh, they found Athena.
That was so good.
Chunked down to half, and with the Void Staff, Leandri's penetration, Athena's so low. There's nobody to defend mid, and NewBee knock it right on down.
And I'm surprised Sky didn't use his ulti to try and finish the deal. I mean, Athena would have been able to get away from it, but you've chunked him so low, and you can, take the tower, but you can also just peel back towards Baron and recognize that Athena doesn't have TP to be able to get there quickly. And so right now, NewBee are moving very quickly and looking for these towers.
Yeah, looks like Aime are a little slow to respond. Amazing J is on his way top, and once again, the wave clear problem rears its ugly head for Aime. There's nobody there, and the top tier 2 drops. Amazing J is ready. He's got the hook. He's looking for the positioning, but they're going to try to force the fight first. Ben 4 turns on the Spliff to split. Ben 4 gets in. He gets some damage. The Equalizer is on top of Amazing J. Only Road can't find a way in, and Redemption tops NewBee off. Coco goes in and misses the charm. Still no sign of Athena. He's tossed in one dagger, but that's about it, and NewBee are able to set themselves up in a good position in the jungle and force Aime back.
And that just comes down to unluckiness in a sense. The charm didn't hit, if the execution had gone down, Ben 4 would have died. Amazing J was very close to dying as well. NewBee was in a fantastic setting and a fantastic fight. It was risky because that was the only fight that Aime really wanted to be able to. Oh, okay, you know what? You can do that.
Misclick.
It was risky because Aime are just looking for that one fight to come back into the game where NewBee can play it safe. Say we pushed you so far back here. We took that inner mid lane turret. We took that inner top lane turret. And we can just go towards Baron now because we have so many waves that we could push you in on and then look towards Baron. But they go for the fight, and it actually was looking great for NewBee for a little bit.
Was looking good for a while, and things are still looking good for them as they're 6,000 gold ahead. 3 items finished on Coco, whereas it's 2.5 on Athena. And still 2 items. Jin Zhao, or excuse me, 3 items, going for the Maw of Malmortius completion before finishing off Blade of the Ruined King. So definitely respecting Coco and Moore's damage, or excuse me, Sky. As that Rumble is going to be doing work in the bottom lane. Amazing J is slowly being burned down. Swift shows himself as the rest of Aime baited out towards Baron.
That was a bad move from Swift there. He bought Aimee a lot of time. Aimee then moved towards the Baron. They're not going to be looking towards the Baron. Coco.
Yeah, looking for the charm.
Oh, they're
Swift
looking for the
heads them
fight.
off with the pass, and this is a collapse from 3 directions. Ben4, separated from his team, is trying to fight. Aimee looks for Sky. That's Ben4 dying on the side as they manage to trade 1 for 1. Top 4 jungle, but that is Smiteless. Amazing J eats a charm, but he's nice and tanky at this point, and traps will lock them in their own jungle.
Now, this could be great for NewBee, or it could be a disaster. The taking down the jungle for Ben4 means that they can look towards the Baron. Oh, but
Ooh,
they can lose the fight.
Catches Swift. He's on top of a trap, though. Depth charge onto Coco, and he has no ultimate. Athena's exhausted as he leaps in, but turns it around. Zanya stalls this out. Redemption tries to top it off. Swift looks for Jin Zhao and will almost get it, but he flashes over the wall. Swift pursues and does not get the kill. Jin Zhao is still alive. Athena, meanwhile, has been cleaning up. LWX is doing work, but he has got the cooldown reset on top of Zanya, so there's nothing to save him. Oh, goodness. Moore doesn't fire out the inner flame, and it ends up being 3 for 4 in favor of Aimee.
And you could tell LWX was trying, he watched that VOD, he was taking a look at SMLZ, thinks he can get a quadra kill over it, but he gets the double kill and couldn't get the kill on Athena and Jin Zhao with his Runan's Hurricane. So overall, that was a very, very risky fight for NewBee. NewBee had the numbers to be able to go towards Baron, but they couldn't take the fight. And here's how. This was great overall from Aimee to be able to skirt the range. If you look towards Athena, take a look at this. Like, a road was just zoning 3 people along with Amazing J, which gave a lot of time for both Jin Zhao and Athena to do so much damage here.
And Athena finally cleans it up.
Oh, look at this. This guy thinks he's a Kag'Mar or something.
100-0. Oh, Zanya's as the Soul Flare is tossed out.
Yeah.
Really close. 3-1 and 3 for Athena when it's said and done. And he's starting to catch up in items to Coco as he completes that Void Staff instead of going straight for the Abyssal Scepter. Meanwhile, Bilgewater Cutlass picked up on Jin Zhao as he is scaling up as well. But LWX, as you said, he's got his own Hex Drinker and another 3 items. So we're seeing NewBee and Aimee get later and later into this set. Aimee might be finding their comfort zone.
Yeah, and that's what it comes down to. I mentioned the mistake that Swift made much earlier on to set up that fight, and it was because he used ulti towards going down towards Amazing J. It gave Aimee a great position towards Baron, and honestly just shifted all of the vision that NewBee had set up in the Baron side. It had just demolished, and with that being said, Aimee was able to control the timing. Now, the team fight went through, and it worked very well for Aimee. But it was just a risk that for like NewBee, they shouldn't be able to take. They just looked for a very greedy kill on Amazing J, but here comes the Rengar ulti.
Yeah, looks like Aimee are back in that situation that they are so comfortable in. Flash hook on the Sky as they force it. Ben4 is split, but he's going to be able to make it over the wall. Pursued by Swift with Ebola.
This is a great
Meanwhile,
one.
That's an equalizer on top of 3. Ben4 is burning away. He's healed and kept alive, and Amazing J takes the brunt of the damage in order to knock up Coco and prevent him from chasing right away. A noble sacrifice, but a sacrifice nonetheless.
That was such a good Rumble ulti. I was wondering whether it was going to be vertical or horizontal to cut out the lane completely. He really just cut the lane down and made it very easy for Coco to be able to get the charm, and now they're on Baron.
Yeah, Ben4 is super low health. He's going to have to find a way in here, and it's already down to 4,000, 3,000. They're burning through. Ben4 is too late. Baron picked up. Athena is exhausted, and Swift scares him away. There's no chance for Aimee to trade it out, and Jin Zhao
Is there an exit
might
strategy?
be looking for the MVP outplay here.
That was a crit.
They have to get away
Oh,
from
Jin
Swift,
Zhao.
but he follows up. Arcane Shift isn't going to get you out of this one, as Aimee are running for their lives. The Polo cooldown, dodge it, Ben4, or Flash. That's also a good option.
It's a good dodge.
Yeah, that works. But they've got Baron, NewBee. They didn't lose a single member over the course of that engage, and now with a wave of minions pushing in, they're going to look for this inhibitor.
Yeah, there we go. This is going to be a big win for NewBee to be able to take this. And the inhib, as you mentioned, these are great fights coming around overall, and the exhausts are piling onto Athena.
Yeah.
Even though he is so far ahead, he has himself the Void Staff, Zonias, and Gunblade. At this point, it's so hard for him to be able to get these fights through. If the fights are ultimately not being won out by Aimee, he can't jump in. And every time he does, of course, the exhausts come through from Moore and Coco almost off cooldown. Every time it's off cooldown, Moore uses it again just for the hate, just for the heck of it. It's like, I don't want you to move for half a second.
Keep this Katarina locked down. Prevent Athena from showing us what he can do. If he can actually play the champion or not. I mean, he can play laning phase. We've seen that, and now we actually find Swift.
Yeah, this is a bit of a
Chases
stretch.
him around, but there's not enough burst damage on that cat, so 100-0. A Rengar, he actually pops ultimate. That's All right.
You know what's funny? He's picking up so much HP just because of his Spirit Visage and
Red
Ocean
buff
Dragon.
and
the
Ocean
yeah,
Dragon.
literally, this guy has everything he needs to regen once again.
And full
It's
health.
almost as if he has Warmugs. That's
Yeah,
that's
I know.
what it feels like.
That's amazing. 30 health per second. And he just runs all the way across the map for a single pink ward.
Got him.
Got it.
Target lockdown.
30 gold secured. All right. Oh, he might have been setting up for. No, he's recalling. I don't know what he wanted.
No, but this is a good play. I think even though he backed for it, he could have stuck around. But like I think that regardless of whether he's there or not, this is a great position for NewBee to just look up for this siege. It's going to be a little bit risky because, as you mentioned, he did back, and that is a bad back timing if they wanted to look for this. Oh, here we
Whoa,
go.
Athena.
Crit to the face.
Once again, just chunking people out.
But yeah, Athena got crit. That's what's really risky, is that Caitlyn is unexpectedly good into, the Katarina. Not because he can just crit his face in, and that happened. But also
you just
because
drop a trap.
Yeah, you can just drop a trap right on top of the blades that are coming down onto the battlefield, and so at the very least, the resets aren't coming in from Athena.
Yeah, with Athena chunked down to half health, there's just not enough wave clear on Ben 4 and Jin Zhao against the Baroned up minions. It's still got 45 seconds left, but with the mid inhib down and a large minion wave building up bottom, I may decide to give it up. Guardian Angel procced and ready for Swift as the cooldown reset, and LWX brings another minion wave in along with Coco. So NewBee playing it patient, but playing it well.
Yeah, patience a big term for this one, because LWX, as you saw just like half a second, where he was just kind of walking out of vision. So the enemy team is like, well, where's Caitlyn? Where is this champion?
Where's the damage source?
And so suddenly there's 3 people right there, right in front of your face, onto your castle doors. How is Aimee going to be able to deal with this one? I mean, they have collateral damage, so for the next wave that comes through, maybe that's an option. But just take a look at the massive waves coming through the mid lane as well.
Swift just popping Thrill of the Hunt and sitting there, leaps in a bit overzealously, and a huge equalizer again. Athena drops a dagger and goes forward, which means Amazing Day has to walk out. Meanwhile, Coco looks for the assassination Zanya's. He's buying time. LWX finishes off the inhib as it's chaos, and they line themselves up. They manage to drop Coco.
Low.
Athena's still up, but he's bullet in the back. Swift is looking for it, but he just can't quite find it. And Sky shreds it through. Amazing J goes down. LWX gets the auto. Jin Zhao keeps Ben 4 alive, but Amazing J on respawn is forced to flash away. The inhib drops, but that's NewBee winning the fight. They've got one minion. Excuse me, they've got a cannon. Baron times perfectly as the minion wave rolls in.
They're going for it. 4
versus 3. NewBee trying to end a 4-game losing streak as they press forward. Swift is still so huge, and Jin Zhao is tossing these shots out. LWX is in the back firing shots. That's teleport being used by Sky. He's going to be topped up to full as the next super minion is on the Nexus turret. True Shot Barrage is not enough to clear out this wave completely as the Nexus turret goes low. Swift is still waiting in the back. He leaps forward. The Nexus turret is still standing, and he gets pulled back in as the Nexus turret goes down. The game is still going, but the Nexus itself has been laid bare.
They can just win these fights. This is ridiculous from NewBee.
Knock up. The equalizer is on cooldown. Jin Zhao is trying to cut it out. Swift is still so tanky, though. He's running so quickly. And Jin Zhao, you don't want to chase Rengar into the jungle. Or maybe he does.
It depends on how much HP that he can just regen off of this one. But that was a little bit crazy from NewBee.
Elder Dragon is up. Aimee have got 5 members ready on their team. They're trying to clear out their base. You can see the observers scrolling through the vision. There is none for NewBee, so no backdoor teleport from Sky. But Elder Dragon's up, and Aimee are on their way.
Yeah, so even though that was a bit over-ambitious from NewBee, there are still 2 inhibs down on the side of Aimee. If they get this Elder Dragon, as you mentioned, then that would be fine. That would be great. I mean, it's going to happen. It's uncontested. But
Aimee,
Athena's
going to be in trouble. Can Katarina deal with that many super minions?
She should be fine, especially since her team's going to be able to back. They have to help her out.
All right, minion wave spawns in time, and they get the Elder Dragon.
Yep.
70 seconds for Baron to respawn with 2 inhibs down. And Elder Dragon under their belts. Aimee, they're still trying to put a fight up.
So that was just like wrapping it all up into a bag. What's inside this bag? Well, guess what? And NewBee definitely made a wrong play. That was just really bad from them. Being able to look towards the Nexus, I mean, that's only if you have LWX completely protected. He got hooked and he died.
I feel like the answer is the cat's in the bag. It's Swift. You pop open the bag and then Rengar just
I mean, that's fair
leaps
too.
out.
But overall, that was just overly risky from NewBee. They should have just backed away. They got the inhib. They got 2 inhibs. Just back away, get what you have.
Yeah.
And then come back to they don't need to all in on that point.
Baron's up in 30 seconds. Amazing J is trying to defend. You can see him topping himself off at base as Super Minions are still making their way down that bottom lane. NewBee show themselves as 5 in the mid, which means I may have got a small window with their Elder Dragon to match it, unless NewBee just try to end.
Yeah, and so this is the big question. The one team you don't want to have Elder Dragon is Aimee, especially 42 minutes into the game. So NewBee, yeah, sure, they have everything ready for them. The inhibs are coming back up, unfortunately. That's one inhib back up in the mid lane, and very soon you can expect the bot lane inhib could just be respawning after Elder Dragon is down. But that's another bit of time that NewBee has wasted.
Ooh, collateral damage is fired as Ben 4 gets caught and is forced to flash away. He eats Ace in the hole and will be forced to back off, but Swift is on the prowl. The rest of the team is there, but knowing that Ben 4 is so low, NewBee look for the Baron instead. Swift is going to get some damage there. There's teleport. He drops Randuin, sorry. Amazing J gets in. That's redemption. Amazing J is not able to get the steal. Athena goes in and Zhonya's doesn't use, or actually he did use the ultimate. Ben 4 kites it out, and they drop Athena, and NewBee might be winning this fight. It's up to Jin Zhao. He's kiting it out as best he can. Coco goes into the front as more. He's going to drop to Jin Zhao. He's doing damage on the side, but Swift pursues.
Jin
Zhao's got the double kill. It's currently 3 versus 3. However, it's Baron versus Elder.
And you know who has straight path through the mid lane? That's NewBee. They're going to be able to push this on through. At the very least, they get this inhib, but if they feel a little bit lucky, then they're going to go for that 3v3.
They've got no tank. This is all mechanics. It's damage versus damage.
That's
and
what I
Charm
like.
is going to prevent one. Collateral damage burns onto LWX, but the inhibitor has fallen. So Ben 4 has got to defend bottom as the Baron up minions press in. And
all right.
we can take a deep breath.
Yeah, a little bit.
Game is still going.
You know, I didn't get the fight that I was looking for. I wanted that 3v3 rumble. It didn't happen because, you know, NewBee's a little smarter this time around.
Yeah.
They're going to just take the inhib and back away. The next inhib should be coming up fairly closely for the bottom
Swift
lane,
wasn't there,
yeah.
so they decided not to out-mechanics it.
Yeah, this time Swift is just a little bit quiet, maybe.
From the graveyard, shot calling. Yeah, Jin Chao's going to pick up blue buff. Still a few minutes before that bottom inhibitor respawns, so I may have got to sit on the defensive. Luckily, though, there's only 2 minutes left on that Baron. Yeah, the inhib is spawning right now. You can see the animation spinning in. And with Banner of Command picked up, that actually is going to help out quite a bit.
Yeah, it was picked up a little bit long ago, but, you know, Rumble was dealing with it just quite fine. But here's the problem. The Baron is the problem. So the Baron buff being picked up by NewBee, they should just group up at this point. That's exactly what Aimee wants because they want to be able to take an outright fight. So it's up to NewBee to decide. I mean, they have Baron. They can push through towards the next inhibitor and be comfortable that the inhib through that was down in the mid lane can take the next creep wave. Unfortunately for NewBee, look where the wave is in the mid lane. That's going to take a long time to travel here. They don't have that time. This is going to give Aimee an opportunity to look for this fight if they wish for it.
They're setting up the siege right now. It's a trap line. Baron's still up for 70 seconds. Aimee are clearing out as best they can, but the minions make their way to the inhib, which means LWX can start poking at it from that turret. Amazing J fires out as there's the collateral damage to top them off.
Oh, here we
Hook
go.
is going to find LWX, and they're all layered up, but they're also on top of the equalizer. Athena in the back kills LWX. He's on to stall it out, but it's a reset from Sky. Dies to Coco, who's kiting it on the far side, but Jin Zhao has been firing shots across the bow. He's able to clean up LWX and Sky, and now Swift. Triple kill for Jin Zhao at only the cost of Athena and Aimee. The late game team fighting team wins a late game team fight.
Hey, Dom, have I seen this game before?
I feel like I've seen this game before.
Yeah, I think I've seen this game before. This is exactly what happened at WE Game 1.
Oh, but they lost that game.
I mean, anything is possible here, all right?
Woo.
Anything is possible. Just take a look at this. As I mentioned, mid lane is not a threat for Aimee. They recognize this. They group up as 5, and they just go hard in there. Look at LWX's positioning. You already mentioned it. He gets demolished completely. At this point, they don't have their damage. Coco's like, I can't do anything at this point. They have to back away entirely. So this is, once again, Aimee saying, this is where we're standing. You're not going to get past us. If you're impatient, you're going to have a bad time. And if you're patient for the mid wave coming in, you're also going to have a bad time.
Yeah, they are known as the hard-working team, and it definitely shows. If there is even a chance, the tiniest chance, that they can get to the Nexus and try to go for a late game win, they will fight tooth and nail to make it happen. There was a negative 3,000 gold Baron, as I'm pretty sure that turret just leapt over a wall.
Yep.
Oh wait, that's Amazing J.
That's a big turret right there. They're looking for a play. No one's going to be able to walk past this point unless if blue buff is what they're looking for.
Okay.
They're fine.
Okay, all right. He tossed Charm over at Grump as I'm looking for a pick, go for a recall. They reset minion waves. NewBee, they've still got their base set up. They've still got all of their tier 2 turrets, but we're getting to the point where death timers are going to be long enough for, if I may win a big enough fight, they could just push it in.
Exactly, and so I feel like, this is a great time for I to reset. This is also a great time for us to reset. This is when we back away just a little bit, be like, all right,
okay, all right,
this game's not over yet.
You're right.
Looking at a NewBee, and it just comes down to it. Sure, you have your inhib down in the mid lane. You should be able to say, this is our pressure point. We can win through mid. We can just push it through. But Ime is going to fight for that tooth and nail. And they don't have Baron anymore, so they just can't look to play out through waves. So this is a harder game from NewBee. At this point forward, either they become a very patient team, or they look to win through a team fight. These Caitlyn traps are going to mean so much. If Ime can get past these traps without allowing LWX to get a cheeky amount of damage like that, then it's going to be great for them.
Yeah, Coco's able to get some true damage onto Amazing J and Ben4 as Swift clearing out vision on the flank.
Where's this man going?
Is he backdooring?
Yeah, he's just going straight for that.
Where?
Yeah, he's going straight for it. Let's
He's
go in
actually
there.
Looking for it.
Oh, you bought me in this.
Oh,
this
he
one.
drops a ward as well, so Sky could follow up.
Oh,
what
this
is he ward?
No,
Oh,
these are good P boards actually. So this is a good place for.
It's
Oh,
5-3-3
they're going for the
meanwhile.
back door.
He's actually
They're
doing
going
it. The
all in
ping.
for it.
Oh, they're actually going to race forward. They're not going to see Swift until he gets onto it.
Oh,
Amazing
here we
J,
go.
there's nothing for him to teleport. Minions
They're
just
backing
spawned.
away.
Mid-tier 2 went down. Ime are on the way.
They gotta
But this
chase
is
him.
Swift going for the Nexus. He's going straight for the back door. And
Okay,
Ime
get
are
out of
forced to
there.
walk in
All
now.
right.
Swift is going to back it up instead.
Now technically that did its job because that
Okay.
reset pressure. But now he has to get himself out of there, and that's a little bit too much to ask
Oh,
for. So
boy.
he's going to be looking for the rest of his team to be able to push that in. That being said,
Yeah, he flashes as well. That was a
Okay.
bit overextension. 70 seconds for the Baron, and Swift is going to be up in just the same amount of time.
Yeah.
However, he'll have to race out of base, whereas you're going to be certain Ime will be sitting on that pit.
put on your clown nose, get your hat on. This is when
This is not the EU LCS, Raz.
this is when Ime are gonna go. They are comfortable with their team fight. Meanwhile, NewBee are just saying we need to get to this Nexus turret. The inhibs are back up, so you have to kill the inhib now. That's too much of a wait for everybody involved. So suddenly, NewBee have to recognize they have to win through team fighting. If they can't win through team fighting, they just lose the game here.
Yo, that's a
that
big
was good.
equalizer. That's going to chunk them down quite a bit. Charm goes wide as Sky gets into the front. Amazing J teleport channel is completed as he starts walking it forward. It's a question of resilience for NewBee, but Athena goes in and backs right on out. Ime are playing the game that they are known for. They've broken the inhib turret and now look for the inhibitor itself. It's still 5 versus 4, but they have broken down that mid inhib.
They just wanted to stall as much time as possible for Ime. Now that Baron is coming up, 8 seconds onto it. This is a point where Ime, they're actually resetting really slowly. So they need, if they're backing right now with Swift back onto the map, NewBee are going to be back onto the map first. They're already pinging onto Baron. They're going to have priority over there first. That's going to be a big question. NewBee, can they take Baron? Can they do it quickly enough?
Yeah, Swift is actually ulting towards the Baron. He's racing as quickly as possible, and an excellent Scryer's Bloom from
They're doing
Amazing
it.
J spots them out. NewBee, however, will start this off. Athena's on his way, but
The
he
damage
is
is
the
there.
farthest back. Jinzhao is there, so it's tank and support against 5 members from NewBee, but they don't know that. They don't have enough vision, so they decide to peel off. True Shot Barrage finds LWX and
Resets.
LWX alone, and they will reset, but Ime are grouped as 5. They think that they've got NewBee split. Ben4 in the front has to back out. Now they're in the pit, but Coco's behind.
Oh
He lands
my.
the charm and gets some damage, but Ben4's nice and tanky at this point. Scuttle Crab
Good.
is picked up by Swift. No smite used by either jungler.
They're pinging onto the mid lane. So the inhib down for NewBee. NewBee's on a time limit. The minion waves are going to be able to pile up on, so I may actually have the time to just sit here and wait.
Equalizer once again, perfectly lined up. I had Ben4 in the front, has to leave
Swift.
it back. Swift gets in, but he's got a GA. Ace in the hole finds Jinzhao. He's zoned out. Athena tries to get the execution. Ben4 flashes, but doesn't have enough.
LWX.
Amazing J is zoning in the front. Athena tries to follow onto LWX, but he doesn't have enough. Does not get the Zhonya's, and he goes down. Oh man, this is gonna try to get back up though, and popped by LWX on respawn. Meanwhile, the flash over the wall. Jinzhao is dead. Amazing J will drop, and LWX has done what he has needed. Redemption will be timed to heal up Amazing J, but there is just not enough tankiness. He drops to LWX. It's currently 1
That's game.
versus 3.
That is game right there. These are long death timers coming out of IMA 4 members. Unless if we expect
What is
Road
he?
to be a
he's
beast of a
going
man.
for it. He's wait,
Get
wait,
in
no
there.
way. There's no way.
Yeah, there's no- he can't
double
do it.
super
He
minions.
can't
They're
do it.
attacking the minions right now.
No.
They've got to go through the minion wave.
nah, this is over. LWX, he does way too much damage at the moment. Lulu is not going to be it. They're even putting Rengar up there.
Swift
so
is down there as well.
yeah.
LWX is turning onto the Nexus.
Kill
Road
that
is
man.
going to have to fight Rengar 1 versus 1. But NewBee, 53 minutes in, have ended their 4-game losing streak against IMA.
That was powerful, and you know Road's going to be upset. Take a look at these people's faces. That's the third time that I may have been that close to being able to win a game and just losing it out. Just so close to the Nexus turret, and they couldn't take it. And so NewBee, oh, even the cameraman's a little bit upset about one. When it just comes down to it, yeah, you're right. They didn't get to the 5-game losing streak. They're back in it. They're now tied with game talents, and the race moves on.
Yeah, the race to 4th certainly is on. Joining us once again on the desk to help break down that 53-minute match is Rusty.
That was a exciting one, if nothing else. It was a battle of throws as well as good plays across the board. However, NewBee are the ones who come out on top. And at the end of the day, they were better at the start, they were better at the end, and that's what matters the most. We saw that throughout this entire series. Whoever starts the game well tends to be the one who wins.
Yeah, and that was NewBee this time around, 2-1 as they're able to take the win. But, whew, it was not easy. And you're certain they're smiling right now because they felt so stressed during that match.
Yeah.
IMA really started to look like they were getting into that late game team fighting.
Yeah, and I mean, you look towards the composition of IMA, and man, it was really hard to be able to fight that team 5v5, especially since they were playing NewBee was playing a little bit impatiently. They had the inhibs down. They could have just really waited for it. But it came down to it. They knuckled up, and they definitely lost a few fights for that one.
Yeah, and the thing is, like, I want to take this back to the beginning of the game.
Yeah.
To say that this actually all starts from Swift. He won the entire series.
Yeah.
And the rest of his team, they held it down. They got him through those late game team fights where he was making a lot of mistakes.
Yeah.
He always does it. Positional errors across the board from Swift. He did it in game 2 as Graves, even when he was fed. He's done it a lot in this Rengar game, but he gets them so far ahead.
Yeah.
But even though he's making these mistakes, his team thankfully can actually round it up nicely. And that was an incredible performance from Sky.
Yeah.
And really well done from the whole team to actually get around him.
Yeah, suddenly those Rumble bans are making a lot of sense.
Yeah, I mean, he finally showcased it, and I think even without the Rumble, he played really well. Being able to see this kind of presence from Sky, and yeah, sure, look at his damage, but I don't really care for the damage. I care about how he played around Swift, and he played around him so well. The entire team, you can even see, of course, LWX got to the point where he was doing so much damage in the team fights. He was very irrelevant, and that was because of the front line really allowing him to do just that. Even Coco was able to do just that. A lot of pressure coming forward, you know, the Katarina couldn't really do much in this game.
Yeah, and I think when we looked at the draft phase as a whole, the Ahri pick actually is something that stands out a lot more to me. The reason that I like the Ahri on Coco is because he has flanks. He's always on the side lanes.
Yeah.
When you see the last fight that actually broke out in this game, it was around him being able to threaten Jin Zhao. And granted, both AD carries were absolutely going off in that last fight. The Caitlyn was just a little bit more protected, which was ultimately the difference. This is an IMA fight, but I actually just want to highlight first and foremost how Jin Zhao plays this one out, because the Rumble zones him perfectly, and they do everything they can here, NewBee, to ensure that he can only throw out Qs, and that's what he does. Still kills people with those Qs, but Caitlyn's auto-attacking most of the time and able to actually be in the face of people that are running at him, whereas Ahri threatens flanks, stops the Ezreal from auto-attacking, and at this stage of the game, whoever gets more auto-attacks off his AD carry is going to be the one that wins the fight for his team, and that's why LWX is able to come out on top, and Jin Zhao still gets close, but can't get over the line.
Yeah, and I mean, even just looking at it, how long the fight went through and how well protected LWX was. He comes out multiple fights, full HP, because the rest of his team really set it up for him. So he's going up against really just like, I guess, near 100, 200 HP, multiple targets where he's able to just flash in. That was multiple flash forwards that he was able to do, and it was just because of how much pressure the rest of his team was able to give him.
And most importantly, Nautilus used his ultimate early.
Yeah.
And that's where everything actually breaks down. Once Amazing J uses the ultimate, NewBee are able to actually completely turn it around and say, we can win this fight now because the Caitlyn's not going to be locked up, and you can't actually QSS out of a knock-up or any CC that's going to displace you, and because that was missing, really easy fight for NewBee to execute on.
Yeah, it certainly was. To follow up on that a little bit, the fact that the success for IMA really seemed to hinge on whether or not they could kill LWX. And the person who was primarily looking for that was Athena in the mid lane on that Katarina. Totally new to see this sort of control mage player break out the assassin and crush laning phase, but in team fights, sometimes he found LWX and they won the fight, and as you saw in that last fight, sometimes he didn't and they lost.
And honestly, even I think the second game was the most impressive when Rengar Ben 4 was getting out pressured consistently, and it felt like it was the mid lane. It was Athena that was pushing him far ahead. And Athena in the third game as well, even though he was on the Katarina, he went towards the bot lane dive, and they would turn out into positives if Ben 4 on the opposite side didn't concede. So, of course, just take a look at this man, gets the win.
No surprise. MVP goes to Swift once again. His third MVP overall at 4, 5, and 12. And it's exactly what you said, Rusty. He gets his team snowballing so that even if the snowball starts falling apart, it's still an avalanche.
He won the game, but he almost lost in the game all the same. Around that Baron fight, if he didn't actually get over the wall with the explosive plan, didn't get the smite off on the Baron, and perhaps I may get that. That was game over.
Yeah.
But luckily for his team, he did exactly what was needed. No more. And just no less.
Yeah, exactly.
Like the smallest amount of no less.
The rest of his team just played around a lot of his obviously his pluses and his negatives as well. So if he died, they was like, all right, I guess we're backing away. We're not conceding anything more. That's a definite breath of fresh air for NewBee, where we saw them just kind of fall apart if Swift fell apart. And so this time around, they fell when Swift was definitely starting to lose certain points, blowing flashes randomly. They just played it calmly, and I think this is a really good look at NewBee. Obviously, this is their first win in a very long time.
Yeah.
So we have to see more from them to see if they can continue forward. The next set is day 4 up against OMG. So if they can take down OMG after taking down Aime, I like our chances with this team.
Yeah, it could be that they would finally demonstrate, hey, we found our identity. It's Swift.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, it's one of those heartwarming moments where you're like, you know what? Our identity was always there.
Yeah.
We just had to look within ourselves.
They went on this great journey to find the magical treasure of their identity,
Yeah.
and at the end, it's just a single mirror that shows their own face because you are the treasure all along, NewBee.
Oh, you know what? A lot of people out there are going to get heartwarmed. Or, either one.
It's always been Swift, let's be
I know,
honest.
yeah.
It's Swift. They didn't just wake up one day, roll out the right side of the bed and be like, all right, it's our jungler that carries. Like, they started like that. It's just that they actually had him show up on the day, which is
Yeah.
amazing because still inconsistent, still plagued by mistakes, definitely showed a lot of weaknesses that teams can look at and exploit from him. But he showed strengths. He showed the ability to be an S-tier player and outplay the rest of the map of Aime this time around, and that's where it counts.
Yeah, and honestly, just taking a look at this, I think what we learn from this going forward is just, we're going to take a look at NewBee to see where they go from here, but also take a lesson from the top side of the map because V wasn't playing poorly. He, as we mentioned, we talk about how he's just still performing, doing his job, being that role player, but Sky really played well around the rest of the map as well. He had great moments, and so it's a big question. Yeah, so sure, you'd look towards the bottom side for NewBee, say, that's replaceable. You look towards mid lane, you're like, all right, cooler, Coco. It seems like everybody on the map is going through that revolving door, but I do like Sky and how he was playing, so I think that's also justifiable.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. The Rumble being banned from games 1 and 2, it makes sense that they should have banned it in game 3 now, and that's actually a relatively big point that IMA should be able to fix moving into their next drafting phases, because they ban Malzahar and then they pick Lulu as if they want to get rid of the Rengar-Lulu combo. So simply from drafting phase, IMA put themselves into this rut that they couldn't get out of because they gift NewBee. Once again, 2 games in a row, a fantastic draft that I may outplay themselves on to give to their opponents.
Yeah, just a little bit of mind games. It's good that we're actually seeing the adaptation out of NewBee in terms of these drafts, because that also has been a problem for them in the past, that they draft themselves into these really weird sort of team comp holes. But this time, blue side, all 3 games, maybe a mistake from IMA to prioritize that red side in game number 2, but NewBee showing us at least a little bit of growth, and that's really all that we wanted to see from them.
Yeah, I think from the full game, 3-game series, what it comes down to, I think the adaptation came from both ends, but we saw how teams really came out when it came down to it. I think NewBee just came out as a better team, obviously. Like, even though overall IMA or their late game is still showing like great points, the early game it's just not there, and so it just comes down to Swift completely outplaying the Ben 4 in this matchup time and time again. He's able to just really force the issue regardless of what matchup he has. This time he was in the Rengar versus Graves matchup, but then Graves, especially level 1, didn't even look to invade, didn't look to pressure point, even though he had the proper mid lane. So Ben 4 plays it a lot more passively than how Swift would play in that matchup.
It really creates this interesting dichotomy for IMA. They very nearly won late game against WE 50 minutes in the exact same situation, but then they did the same thing against NewBee, a team that was tied for last in their group. does that sort of resonate with either of you guys? Like the fact that, yes, they are excellent at team fighting. They're excellent at waiting for these sort of late game moments, but they're doing it against the best teams and the worst teams.
Yeah, I mean, we just have to see if NewBee becomes a consistent team for this one, right? Because they were able to, and the last time we sounded the bells about NewBee becoming a
NewBee
new
Everturn,
team,
yeah.
right? That they fell apart soon afterwards. So we need to see. I mean, they're going up against IME. We need to see if they can do it against tougher opponents or just more consistent opponents, especially in OMG. That's turning out to be a very consistent mid-tier team right now in their group. So overall, I want to see more about this team. And I mean, IME right now, they're not really a bad team. They're not really a good team. They're just like they win, they lose, they win, they lose. They seem to be a consistent team. Obviously, losing to NewBee put some questions towards that. I want to see how they do up against Game Talents because it feels like the Game Talents curse. You lose to Game Talents, losing streak all at four.
I think the TLDR as well is that IME winning really good team fights. They are a good team fighting team.
Yeah.
But the reason they're able to do all of this is because their opponents aren't being very good at late game team fights, quite simply. If you have a 6,000 gold lead, you have a Baron, you accelerate that to 10,000, there's no reason for you to suicide trying to kill the Nexus turrets. You just wait for the next wave, use the Baron buff, pressure them out, or actually play on the map accordingly and slowly. You don't have to accelerate when a game is already won. You can take your time and actually work into a victory. WE were 12,000 gold ahead at 25 minutes in a game, and they incrementally took every single inhibitor turret and inhibitor, went back to base, made sure they were as strong as possible with elixirs, and then won. Like, that makes sense. Like, they're being safe. No one else is doing that right now.
Well, that could be something that we look for the rest of these higher teams in the LPL. We're going to go ahead and get ready for our next matchup. Don't go anywhere. We've got IG taking on Xiaogu after the break. Welcome back, everyone. After an exciting 53-minute match, we are ready to get into our second set of the evening. Invictus Gaming are taking on Xiaogu. It is second place versus third place, and both of these teams are looking awfully hot after a few wins lately. Once again, my name is Dom. We're swapping up our analysts and casters, so we've still got Rusty and Raz. We've just swapped positions. How you two doing?
Yeah, good. That was a pretty good first set. I'm mostly happy with it. There's a couple of things that can be ironed out, but it was pretty good, pretty exciting.
Yeah.
It was a nice step for NewBee, so we'll have to see what's going on for them.
Absolutely. But enough of that set. Let's get into the next one. IG taking on Xiaogu, second place versus third. Just a few weeks ago, we heard Frostgurren say, quote unquote, Invictus Gaming are playing perfect League of Legends. And then they proceeded to lose the next set, playing definitely not perfect League of Legends. Is there a chance we could see that tonight?
Well, off that point, I mean, IG, the last opponents they faced were EDG and WE. This time around, they're going up against QG, so as you mentioned, I think it's going to be easier for them. Not going to be perfect, but that we'll have to see if they prove us wrong here. They had a lot of time to play. They only had that one set last week against EDG, so they did have a lot of time to scrim.
It does mean that IG have a ceiling of being able to play perfect League of Legends, right? They have star players in a couple of their lanes. They can be a star performing team. It doesn't mean that Frostgurren is in any way wrong.
Yeah.
It just means that where will they play on the spectrum of are they really, really good, like playing as close to perfect as they can get, or are they underperforming through either team play or individual play?
Yeah, and that's a point we hit on. When we see them at their best, right, we can say that they can challenge the top three teams. Like, they look really good. But, of course, I mean, they even have the players. I mean, we look towards their standard lanes and even their bottom lane, which tends to, like, we'll talk about that just a little bit later on. Their bottom lanes, they can overperform and look like masterpieces, or they just kind of just look like they're losing them the game for the most part.
Yeah, we'll definitely keep an eye on that bottom lane. And, of course, it is going up against Xiaogu. Their bottom lane has also been a bit of a question lately. But, I mean, where does Xiaogu really stand in the rosters? We've seen them climb. We've seen them take really awesome wins. But then we've also seen them drop sets to some lower-tier teams as well.
Yeah, I mean, they've beaten LGD. They've beaten OMG. They've had problems with IMA, EDG, NewBee. They've just kind of like been in the mid-tier point, and sometimes, I mean, they usually just go all to the full three sets. So that's a full 3 games in the set. So maybe we'll see that here. Overall, they will challenge any team they face.
Yeah.
I think they're good. I think they can be towards the top of it. Right now, looking at the rest of their group, there's a very big chance for them to even push in towards being the second best group team in their group, I should say, in Group B right now. Everyone's starting to underperform throughout the cross play. And like QG have a lot of potential. They have a lot of star players, but it's inconsistent.
Yeah, and that's always been the big question for the LPL. We see teams rise up to the top and then fall right back down to the bottom. IMA in Week 1, EDG in Week 2 and 3. Now RNG have currently claimed the top, and WE are hot on their heels. But right behind those two, we've got these middle-of-the-pack teams in IG versus Xiaogu. So what does Xiaogu need to show us to demonstrate this sort of consistency?
Whenever we look towards IG and specifically Xiaogu, right, like, yeah, they're solidly middle of the pack, and we're trying to figure out what will it take to push them on forward to being that top-tier team. And for them, I would say it's mostly worrying about the side wave as a general point, because they pick up some solid team fights a lot of the time. Sometimes, as a general point, they give up side lanes entirely, so the third wave is just kind of sitting there. They lose farm. They don't really get it pushing for themselves, and they just kind of sit in a lane for a long time, being able to just hunker down, maybe pick up a team fight. So if they can play a little slower, just a little smarter in the sense to pick up those fights that they're looking for, I think they'll find more consistency.
I think both of these teams could afford to do that exact same thing, to be fair. IG have a very good top laner that can play the map slower. He can pick Fiora. They can split push in 1-4.
Yeah.
But sometimes they get the Katarina. They get a bit overexcited and start randomly going towards everywhere with Kid and Rookie as a duo.
Yeah.
And it doesn't always work out. He doesn't need to 1v1 that Syndra Z every time when he's got a CS advantage. You can keep him low and then roam around the map instead of winning lane, but he has to choose all of these things a little bit differently. Yeah. I think it's overall communication where the end goals are for IG just as much as it is for QG, because at the moment, it's really the mid lane where these teams are shining the brightest.
Yeah, so let's actually get into the matchups for this. Of course, that mid lane is going to be pretty exciting. Rookie is taking on Doinby, and both of these two have been playing absolutely stellar. Some big things that you'll note in kill participation, Doinby is actually #1 at 75.5%.
Just by
right behind him is Rookie at second place, 74.1%.
Yeah, kill share, gold per minute. I mean, as a general point, these two members are the most exciting members to see on their respective team, the most impactful members to be safe. You look towards the side of Xiaogu, obviously. Doinby plays towards those interesting control mages, the Vladimir that can stick in fights for a long time. Rookie will play those exciting carries, or at least those assassins. So it'll be really fun just off pick and ban alone to see what these players go towards.
Yeah, that and how they play the games out, because yes, they can get the assassins. You've got the Akali that can come out from doing, but you've got the Katarina from Rookie, and it's not even about the fact that they can pick these champions, it's that the teams work around them being those champions, whether he picks an assassin or he picks a control mage, he plays his Vladimir. Doing B will be Protector, he'll have Klid to work with. Rookie always has Kid at the wings as well.
I think as a general point, we'll probably see the benches being cleared out here for the most part. Mid lane will be a bit of a battleground. I feel like whenever you look towards Xiaogu, whoever the bottom lane is coming through, you'll see them just coming straight towards the mid lane. A lot of people pull a lot of I mean, this is why a lot of, as you'll see, these videos are coming through straight through the mid lane. It's because a lot of priority comes through that mid lane for both of these teams.
And I love the sort of interaction in how they play. Rookie goes for typically the super high mechanical sort of play, whereas Doinby much more team-oriented, again, with that Karma and that Vladimir sort of style.
Yeah.
And how the teams will adapt around this. Of course, that means Invictus Gaming often spend a lot of time trying to get Rookie ahead. Not that he doesn't get himself ahead on his own.
And honestly, whenever I look towards Doinby, I always think of him more of an anti-mage, which is interesting because you see the assassin player coming out of Rookie, so I feel like as a stylistic perspective, Doinby might have just a bit of a head start on this one, because if he looks towards counter-picking, you might not want to pick an assassin at the very least. So I think Rookie might just look towards maybe the safe Oriannas, because he doesn't want to find himself in a cheeky matchup. It'll be interesting. As I said, like champion select will be so interesting between the two.
And it's like not even safe Orianna. Hey, like when Rookie picks Orianna, is battle Orianna. He just runs around and puts the ball on himself, gets the resistances, and destroys everybody by himself. And it's all about the team getting around them once again. Yeah, there's probably going to be a gauntlet thrown when you look at draft in the middle lane. I actually expect that if Rookie sees an assassin, he'll just say, heck yes, dude, let's go, and pick one himself.
It could happen.
You know, Doinby might just go for the Vladimir at the safer bet.
And then honestly, like this is why the lanes are like the solo lanes are so important, because we're talking about the mid lane matchup. You look towards the top side of the map, and both of these are like team fighting juggernauts in both Duke and of course Kabe. Kabe's been picking up a lot of MVPs recently, and it's because he has had MVP performances on these tanks. The Shen, the Maokai, whenever he comes towards these, we even saw him when he was taking Rift Herald overall. I mean, he was just backing people around, but he's been very impactful in these team fights for Xiaogu. He's been a major player, and the same with Duke.
Yeah, he's been an absolute titan in picking up multiple MVPs in back-to-back sets on the Shen. 7.4 seems like he's really found his stride in the top lane. But he's up against Duke. And week one, Duke solo killed his lane opponent on tank Maokai. And then proceeded to do the same in game number 2. Lately, Duke has sort of taken a shine towards those Gangplank-style champions, so less straight-up kill threat, but a lot more map interaction.
Yeah, and Gangplank, to be fair, has good matchups too. So if you pick him in a matchup where he's just going to be able to style like on a GP versus Shen matchup, he's going to be doing the same thing. But overall, like he's just been utilized to help the rest of the team, which has been really surprising. Because whenever you see like the Korean top laners come into the league,
usually
for the most part,
stars.
Yeah, they're usually the stars. You play towards them, or the miscommunications come through. This time around, he's playing to the rest of the team, and the timing has been perfect.
Yeah. We've certainly seen a lot of growth.
You watched it in the last set. Swift, the Korean player coming in, Coco, the Korean player, they're definitely the stars of the team. They're trying to work around them.
Yeah.
The interesting thing that we always have to highlight when we look at Duke is how seamlessly for somebody in their first split in the LPL has actually integrated to the team. They don't choose to work around him per se, but they can. They just don't have to. And the fact that they can already shows his integration.
Yeah, running through the rosters, Duke, Kid, Rookie, along with Marge and Megan, the same lineup of 5 for the past few weeks, whereas Xiaogu, they've got the rotating bottom lane, but seems like they've found their priority picks as it's Kabe, Klid, and Doinby, and Alone and Ali returning for this matchup.
Alone and Ali have been through the LSPL. So they've been with the team for a long time, and honestly, this seems a lot better for them because they've been a lot more, as you mentioned, Ali is more, he plays towards the team, or at least he's very, like, he can take control a lot more easily. And with that being said, it just feels a lot more better in pick ban, because you don't have to just zero in on the Thresh or zero in on the Bard.
That and he can shot call, frankly, as well, which just aids to the rest of the team when they hit late game. Doinby doesn't have to do all of the communications, especially if they want Doinby to be something like an Akali or a Kassadin, something that can 1-3-1 even and split push. You don't always want to have your shot caller on a side lane because all he wants to communicate is the teleport then. So now there's 2 available members on this team that can communicate the actual shot calling for the rest of the map, and it actually helps them to excel quite well.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of growth from Xiaogu in that sort of regard as they are super comfortable going for those sort of late game hyper plays. I think the coolest one we had, of course, was Clid, the magic Lee Sin kick from almost a full screen away. Just that sort of potential to wait and go for the huge outplay speaks to the communication of that team. And Invictus Gaming on their side, yes, they have the magical ceiling of they can play perfect League of Legends, but their problem has seemingly been communication.
I would say it's more like bloodthirstiness on the side of IG, right? Because it feels like, because when it comes down to the communication points, they can play perfectly. Sometimes they're like, you know what? This mid lane seems very killable. Rookie has a big lead. Jungler's near there. They can really just look to pull in a fight that is just not a safe fight to look for. They can play a much easier objective and pull their mid lane towards a bottom lane dive. But they pick the most aggressive option in a lot of cases, which kind of makes it so, you know what? Suddenly it's not a perfect game for you anymore. So that's been plaguing IG, is that sometimes, yeah, you know what? They go all in for an idea that maybe that idea is not a good one.
Yeah, they like getting kills. They like using kills to get objectives, and if they're not able to actually find those kills or things go wrong, they're already fundamentally wrong.
Yeah.
But even if they get the kills, it doesn't necessarily translate to those objectives. And the thing with QG, to contrast that, is their obsession with Baron.
They are obsessed with
They
it.
don't necessarily need the kills, they need the Baron. Like they really will do anything to the ends of the earth to ensure that the purple worm is theirs to secure. And it's a thing that honestly IG could exploit. They're very good at using 1-3-1s or having Rookie be the point of power. If you get something like a Z, then QG may get too obsessed with an objective and let them walk away with the game.
And I love the comparison from IG just a few weeks ago. I think when they played IME, they had 20 minutes, they had a huge advantage, but then the game ended up stalling out to, 60 minutes, 70 minutes, because they couldn't break the base. Whereas now we're seeing IG very cleanly, very efficiently closing out games in which they are ahead because they are taking those aggressive step forwards.
Yeah, and so this is what you'll see from both teams here when they go a little too aggressively towards these fights, because Xiaogu is 100% going to be very confident in looking to pick fights. IG looks to kind of get a little bloodthirsty, so if someone says, hey, you know what, I'm going to call a fight for you, IG is definitely not going to be running away from it. So this is going to be an interesting point to see whether we see fight after fight after fight, if they're going to be meaningful, if they're going to convert into the Baron, like major objectives overall, or if maybe we see a cleaner game from IG.
Yeah. Is the ceiling going to be high today, or will they fall a little bit lower on the spectrum is the question. So, Raz, we get into Champion Select. Who's your favorite for this matchup?
I'll give it to IG.
Invictus Gaming it is. We'll see if they can pull it through. I mean, they are technically higher in the standings at second compared to the third of Xiaogu. But we're getting into these picks. It's Invictus Gaming on blue side for the first round. Xiaogu on red, with Syndra and Jace banned away. Malzahar and Camille follow.
Yeah, 2 mid lane bans straight away from the side of QG, trying to deny Rookie's champion pool. There goes the third as well. And Invictus Gaming with their bans are just going a little bit more whole map, thinking more holistically about team composition and draft and where they want this to go and what they want to first pick most importantly. There are still plenty of junglers available, so they don't need to go one.
Yeah, the priority pick, however, for Invictus Gaming is that bottom lane, set Marge on something safe, that Varus. And despite being priority pick, it still only has about a 40% win rate in the LPL right now. Xiaogu, however, they answer back with their own jungle and potentially flexed Karma.
I really like this response actually from QG. Going for the Karma does indicate, as you mentioned, the flex, and it's not just a flex. It's that NewBee is fantastic on it to the point where it has been banned from him in the past. QG actually banning away the LeBlanc, showing respect to Rookie. It's interesting, one of NewBee's other best champions. So he was starting to limit his own pool a little bit. It's good to see him get the Karma potentially, though, or at least flex it with Ali.
Yeah, we'll see where it ends up going. Of course, Vladimir is still an option, and we know how much NewBee loves that champion. The Vladimir Shen combo of Kabe and NewBee, but Gragas is the answer for Invictus Gaming. So we'll see if that ends up being for Kid in the jungle. Lately, he's been enjoying the more higher damage junglers like Graves, and that's still open as well, so that could be a bit of a flex for them as they look towards support for their third pickup.
And I do like this from Invictus Gaming once again, going for their support, actually locking down their bottom lane before the second ban phase. Kind of throws it towards QG, says the ball is in your court. Neither you pick your support right now, or we start banning away the Lulus. We start banning away all the support options and make sure that NewBee is the one playing Karma, and then we give Rookie a matchup that he wants. That, or they force the Karma to be the support by banning the rest out and making him have that matchup. Nami doesn't have great wave clear. Varus is going to be the bulk of that. And if they ban the Lulu, Karma's probably the best one to go down there with an Ashe from QG.
Yeah, but with that Lulu picked up, that immediately shows it's NewBee taking Karma in the mid lane and still banning away Rookie's champion pool. So we haven't seen an AD carry or a top laner yet out of ChiaoGu, as it's Orianna Talia taken away from Rookie, Shen banned away from Kabe, and Alone is denied his Jhin in addition.
Yeah, and then they've locked in their AD carry pretty much immediately here on this Ezreal. The interesting part to me is where they go towards with Kabe. Is he going to default to something like the Maokai? Because that and the Shen have been his two best champions alongside Camille. Two of them are off the board, and Maokai does not win a whole lot of matchups. Even if Duke plays the Gragas, he'll have a fantastic time into it. However, they've given Kabe the last pick. They get to see what IG are going to play against it.
Looks like we're going to get the anti-mage versus a good old-fashioned mage. So Rookie, once again, just going to meet his opponent head-to-head as Victor is locked in against NewBee's Karma. And now we'll find out where that Gragas ends up going, if that's going to be top or jungle for Kid.
You would expect jungle, actually, for Kid, but there's always going to be availability, knowing perhaps Kabe does have a lot of tanks that he'll prefer to play, that Gragas can out-push them, out-sustain them, out-scale them even with damage and split pushing, because Maokai's the predictable pick.
Yeah, looks like it is going top, though. Duke going to be, Duke taking Gragas as Graves is locked in for Kid. And ChiaoGu doing exactly as you predicted, looking to send Kabe back on. Oh, no.
It's still a tank.
Yeah.
Either way, they'll be playing a tank. It's all about what does better into the Gragas now that it has been revealed. Maokai would have a pretty bad time. Poppy has the W, so it can at least prevent body slam plays out of the Gragas. And if Kid comes in, like, there is definitely a lot of utility behind this champion. Laning phase was butchered a bit, but can actually match the trades of a Gragas quite well as Poppy.
We'll have to keep an eye on Kabe and see if he sees success against Duke. Very, very talented top laner who has been on an absolute tear here in the LPL, as we are getting ready for game number 1 between Invictus Gaming and ChiaoGu. Second place versus third. Once again, ChiaoGu going for that sort of group up team composition. And I feel like what we always say about ChiaoGu is whenever you're fighting them 2v2 or 3v3, it's never actually 2v2 or 3v3. Because ChiaoGu always brings the whole squad. They roll deep.
They usually do everything as a team. The coach is shaking hands. You look at QG's team composition, the one scary thing to me that we have to actually point out is the Rengar-Lulu combo. Often you see Lulu taken away by the opponents so that the Rengar can't be supported through all of this. Rengar's also a decent pick. Lulu is a decent pick into Rengar because you can just polymorph him when he jumps in and prevent the second round of damage that he's going to put down. So that's going to be a pretty frightful combo to be up against if you're Invictus Gaming. That is going to be, however, the bulk of QG's engage is pretty much just Rengar ramming his face at them with Poppy and seeing if it actually connects on a wall, and then they're really happy about it.
Yeah.
If not, Karma Lulu, lots of shields, lots of kiting, capable for both of these teams actually, not just QG. And we may end up in a battle that becomes a stalemate over objectives, and until the objectives actually get forced, that's when the fights will break out.
And I think we will be looking to IG to force these fights, because they are more often than not fond of taking those aggressive objectives, those aggressive steps to end the game forward, at least as of late. But so far, fairly standard drafts out of the two teams, and it looks like we've loaded onto the Rift here for game number 1 between Invictus Gaming and ChiaoGu.
Yeah, we already said that, as you mentioned, IG wouldn't be the ones starting these fights off, but QG don't have a lot of engage. IG don't really have a lot themselves. It actually does come down to the Varus hitting the ultimate, perhaps, or a Nami bubble connecting. Gragas, if he's actually there, can flash body slam, but that's all pretty risky. Varus ultimates don't often connect. A Nami Tsunami, just you're dreaming if you think that's going to be what actually starts a fight off. That's only if QG are running at them. And that's why I feel like these stalemates will actually exist. They'll be running at each other, no one will have engage, and then they'll just go back and forth. There'll just be a consistent ebb and flow of no, you engage, no, you engage.
Very patient setup, I guess, that we're expecting from the two then.
QG patient.
I mean, perhaps they could show us that they're willing to wait out this set, maybe taking a page out of Aime's book.
Perhaps.
But currently third in their group. A win here would tie them up with EDG as they go for a delayed invade. They spot out Rookie, actually get some good damage onto him. Deathfire Touch An
there you
arrow,
go.
ooh, answers the damage right back as March catches him from the side.
They want to stop these Raptors, or at least maybe take one or two if they can. They didn't. They just leashed for Kid. So Kid will probably just say thank you and then do his entire Raptor camp. That's rather annoying, actually, if you were QG there.
Yeah, a bit unfortunate that they invested so much into it, but weren't able to get anything.
There's actually a really good thing with Karma at level 1 being able to steal those Raptors away if you do have the Mantra empowered Q, because the AoE and the base damage is significantly higher. If he hadn't used that on Rookie to get the trade-off, perhaps he would have had it.
Yeah. Clid, you can see invading immediately, was spotted out by a ward and takes the blue buff of Kid. But Kid, having seen this, is going to invade into Clid's jungle. Oh boy, Kid and Clid. This is going to be a great set. Meanwhile, Alone and Ali are pushed up to their turret, so they cannot quite contest that. It's a question of how far is Kid going to clear this out. Here are some of the stats on Rookie and Doinby. You can see we showed those earlier. That's kill participation. That looks like
Damage to champions,
Yeah.
damage efficiency, gold, damage per minute rather, and then a number that is 8.94, which I'm guessing is KDA. Because stats.
nice. Yeah, excellent.
I don't read that.
Well done.
I don't read Mandarin, but I'm pretty good at guessing based off numbers.
Yeah, that's stats as of the 16th, as of yesterday, when those were set up. So, keeping track of this, looks like Scuttle Crab was a quick detour from Clid on the way out, but he's back to a full clear of Kid's jungle, clears out the Raptors and takes that Gromp, and Kid is set to do the same. So he should be able to catch that on the far side as Kabe trades out with Duke and hits it
great
against the
trade.
wall rather well.
Every time Poppy has the initiative and the minion wave behind him, and the fact that he was straight into a wall means that was a fantastic trade for Kabe. Starting this lane off really well, but also just pressuring Duke. And the wave will reset, so in about a minute and a half, there's going to be a real gank opportunity for Kid if he wants to rotate towards that side of the map. But at present, both junglers just farming on their opposing sides, Scuttle Crabs, then into Krugs. It'll be pretty much simultaneous, just with a slight edge for Clid, because realistically, the Graves wants to invade the Rengar and hasn't.
So far, just fairly standard full jungle clears. I mean, standard. It was top, bottom, top, bottom. This was the sort of thing that we saw back in the day during lane swaps.
Yeah. But they were also gravitating towards the duo lane, so only the
Yeah.
Graves is consistent with those lane swaps. Rookie actually just wanted to quickly touch on what he has been doing in this lane, and for more than one minion wave, he has been freezing it with 2 minions before the wave crashes to the turret. That is the perfect number of minions to keep there. Obviously now he looks like he wants to push a bit more, perhaps get some wards and vision down. And it's been keeping Doinby in this really awkward position. You can see a slight CS advantage to Rookie because he doesn't know where Kid is. Doinby just doesn't know. It has to respect that.
Yeah, and you can see how it's turning out into a health advantage. Doinby has used both of his health pots already. Rookie actually also has used his and just trades back. Clid spots out Kid as that Raptor camp is taken, and level 5 is ticked over, so he's not able to get behind Rookie and force anything out.
Yeah, both of these mid laners actually nearing the point where they want to go back to base. Maybe around the 40 to 45 CS mark. If they want to just go and get the next upgrades on their items. Rookie perhaps looking for wards with that. So let's say after this wave, the next one's a cannon. They might want the cannon because mid laners are greedy, and then they'll go back to base.
Looks like we're seeing recall out of Doinby right now. Rookie just a little bit slower at clearing the wave without his laser. Will auto, and the wave bounces right into the center. We'll see if Doinby is actually going to make it back in time as he goes for a Chalice Amp Tome start. And Rookie on his recall, as expected, goes for the single Hex Core upgrade and a little bit more sustain as well. And in the top lane, standard starts from them as well, 39 to 37. And all in all, this looks to be a fairly slow game. Clid actually not clearing out his jungle completely, finds himself falling a little bit behind in experience.
Yeah, Graves is naturally just going to farm a bit quicker in the jungle. Graves is the best jungler, to be fair, especially at clearing camps with all the AoE he has. And being able to start those Raptors compared to the buff start of Clid is really the difference there. You get the 6 or 5 CS immediately, and then they'll spawn quicker so you can get them the second time. That's pretty much the difference between them right now. Not a substantial thing by any means. Maybe a slight experience edge goes over to Kid, who could tick over to level 6 first. when the second buffs do come around, though it does mean that if Clid gets 6 and red buff, he'll be there about 20 seconds beforehand with the buff handy.
We'll see if Clid is going to be conscientious enough to recognize that, as his own red buff is spawning in just a few seconds, and Kids will do the same. Now, Mountain Drake is the first dragon of the game. Very high priority for both teams, as that is going to be huge as the game goes on.
Yeah, so you might actually see Clid do the red buff here and then go straight towards either top lane or mid lane, but NewBee's recalling and top lane is pushing in. So this is actually really inefficient timing from the rest of his team if he were to try and gank. NewBee did cancel, to be fair.
Yeah.
So there's always availability on that. But in saying that, he can also utilize the red and just invade straight away, knowing that red and blue are pretty much simultaneously going to spawn for Kid.
Rookie pushes forward. Thrill of the Hunt still on cooldown for Clid. He's waiting for Rookie to step forward into the jungle.
Nope.
That's a ward placed. I don't think Clid actually saw that ward go down, so
didn't.
just misses the timing on that. Blue buff has spawned for Rookie, but again, Kid is on the other side. This is a very late forced fight. The bullet catches Rookie, but he just flashes to safety.
Yeah, and that was Clid going and NewBee not in range to actually go. However, they are still trying to chunk Rookie out for the blue buff in particular. It's not so much about killing Rookie. They expect him to use summoner spells and get out alive, and he did use both of them. And now they get to take the blue buff for free away from the victor. But Kid is responding, junglers are moving, and Rookie's now going to clear that mid wave and try and actually get towards the blue buff in about 20 seconds from the opposition team.
Yeah. The Direwolf start actually out of Kid means he's not onto that blue just yet. Rookie shoves the wave in, still holds onto his Chaos Storm, and NewBee clears out the minion wave, but he'll have to walk past Rookie to get to the blue. So despite the fact that Xiaogu see that this is happening, they're just not quite able to make it there in time. And there he goes. Rookie gets that blue. So buff advantage
GG
towards the
coming.
mid laner. Yeah, Ali follows up with a Glitter Lance. True Shot Barrage gets good damage, but collateral damage trades it over.
Rookie has
Chaos
no
Storm.
summoners.
Rookie has got nothing. He's inside of the pit, but Ali is at such low health. Tidal Wave. NewBee has no mana. Wish he had that blue buff now.
Yeah, NewBee doesn't pick it up, so IG actually win the trade unless...
Oh,
Oh, here he goes.
Flashes. Now he's going to leap, but still no sums on Rookie. First blood, Clid.
And Rookie wishes he had those summoners now, Dom, unfortunately, as the Victor dies. So whilst IG had the slight edge there, if Rookie was to go with his team, perhaps find a way to survive and go to lane, then that would have been good. But now QG get the kill. They get the advantage to their jungler. The Rengar gets the kill. So he's going to go back and spend a whole lot of money after those chickens. And QG are happy.
They certainly are. 10 minutes in, it's still dead even in gold. We're seeing a huge CS lead from Marge and Megan. What is that, 16 CS ahead as Duke roams mid to catch the minion wave that Rookie would have been unable to. So even that gold still ends up going over to Invictus Gaming, despite the push pressure from Xiaogu.
Yeah, and they're not being that inefficient from IG, right? Their mid laner dies, so they can afford to send the Gragas there because top lane was already pushed. It doesn't even fully crash onto the turret, so Duke is able to collect an extra maybe half wave of minions, and he's now finding a slight CS edge to Kabe, who was bodying him super early in the game. But you're right, one of the biggest differences was actually the bottom lane for Marge. The fact that he's got the Varus and Nami for sustain, they'll always win that.
Ooh, NewBee once again forces the fight onto Rookie, but there's Kid and Megan. Ali is there as well, so it's a full 3v3. Teleport has started. Clid is going super ham for Rookie. He's trying to send a message as he actually follows up. Chains of Corruption is going to get the kill as he locks it down. Megan actually gets it. Kabe flanks and it continues to chase on the bottom, but the rest of Invictus Gaming are split. They turn now onto Duke, but that Gragas is already pretty tanky. True Shot Barrage goes completely wide and misses. The cask separates Xiaogu as this fight is expanding. Kabe goes in and will not make it out. Rookie locks him against the wall, so it ends up being a 2-for-1 in favor of IG.
The biggest thing here is that QG are going for the hero plays. They're not actually contributing to the team fight specifically. Alone's Ezreal ultimate, he goes for the kill onto Marge instead of actually hitting the group of 3 that were clustered up in front of him. And small things like this are actually changing the way these fights are progressing. Clid did not need to suicide to try and kill Rookie when there is Kid next to him. Like, hit the damn graves, man.
Yeah, I mean, that would only make sense. God forbid the LPL makes sense, Rusty.
He would have made 300 of them if he did it properly.
300 senses, actually. Instead, it does end up in favor of Invictus Gaming when the fight is all said and done. And now Duke, right back up in that top lane, full level ahead of Kabe, is up 23 CS. Taking a look at Marge, he's now 20 CS up. And despite Rookie going down and giving up that first blood, he's still right next to Doinby in terms of overall gold. So Invictus Gaming are feeling pretty comfortable as they transition slowly out of this early game.
Yeah, both the mid laners kind of end up at just an equilibrium again. Nothing was really progressing with them. The fact that Clid got the blue, then he got the kill, means that mid lane was stagnant. It was just jungle that was shifting. Kid's still farming super well, so he's keeping up. As QG are getting baited in here. I don't know.
Gotta get a ward over the wall, but Kid does not over-aggress, and Clid will secure his own red buff. So once again, red buff being traded. Still not seeing any sort of dragon play yet.
No, but we are seeing a lot more vision actually just from the side of the Xiaogu Reapers. They have 3 control wards, 2 set up, and 1 actually right near the pit. In fact, 2 in the river. So they have control of the inner workings of the dragon. If they go through their blue buff, they will be spotted though. And that's the interesting part. Both these teams, pretty solid vision right now.
Just respecting the other team. You don't want to get too greedy and give anything up, unless you're Kabe and you flash into a flank. Kid runs mid.
These two are just going at it.
Yeah. Rookie and Doinby are they're trying to prove number 1 and number 2. Who's it gonna be?
Well, at the moment, Rookie is the number 1. NewBee is just trying to fight for his life against one of the best mid laners
In the world?
Yeah. I was definitely not going to say the region. However, NewBee has been a massive proponent towards his team's success, does 33% of his team's damage in a single roll on average, and not many people are capable of beating that. Usually it's just LPL 80 carries.
Doing that much damage. Uzi, Imp, Deft. But no longer. Meanwhile, Duke demonstrating dominance in the top lane. Still 20 CS up. As the game moves further and further forward, we're starting to see Invictus Gaming actually match that vision from Xiaogu. As QG, they've got wards on the top side of the map, but now it looks like IG are setting up towards the bottom.
Yeah, and they have complete control. Kid's also in the area. And as far as Mountain Drake goes, it's a very non-impactful 1v1 type of Drake. The Graves can do it, the Rengar can do it, Elise excels at doing it, because he's a gentle giant as far as Drakes go.
The Mountain Drake. He's
hard
just
to
a
kill, but
lumbering,
does nothing.
Yeah, slow lumbering beast. Does have impact later on if the game ends up getting a little bit too late, but for the time being it is nice and slow. Kid actually shows himself bottom, and Clid is waiting on the far side as True Shot Barrage is used to clear out that minion wave.
Doesn't actually clear it. They'll all be 1 hit away, so Lulu has to help.
Ooh, Rookie spots out Clid, but he's got his summoner spells right back up. Clid is ready to follow. Flashes and leaps onto him. That is a dead Victor.
That's dirty. Rengar's starting to show up to play. Has gone towards the lethality build immediately also. Clid now 2 and 1, just trying to find Rookie. That's the game plan from QG right now.
Shut Rookie down.
Yeah.
To be fair, on his Zed game last week, he started off 0-3, but then I think he ended up like, what was it, 5-3 by the time the match was done?
Oh yeah, shutting Rookie down doesn't actually mean that he's going to be shut down by any
Ineffective,
means.
yeah.
He'll still be able to do his part towards the team winning. And right now, the fact that IG's bottom lane have control and Duke is controlling the top lane is still a win condition for IG. They don't need Rookie to be going off, whereas QG need Doinby to be.
So how does Xiaogu set that up? I mean, they have to know that trying to shut down Rookie will eventually be a lost cause because it's Rookie. He's going to be huge.
Yeah, the thing that they're doing, though, is they're giving the kills to Clid. So Doinby hasn't actually picked any of those up yet. And whilst that may not be the best idea if they want their win condition to be their star mid laner, it still actually helps because that gold, those kills and all of the items that he'll pick up go across the whole map. So he can help the top lane that's losing, or he can help the bottom lane that's being pushed in constantly because he is so fed.
And you can see Clid and Doinby
In other words, he'll go mid again.
Yeah,
because it's
exactly.
QG.
Is there
He's
another
in base, man.
Is there another avenue of success for Xiaogu that does not involve Doinby popping off and Clid just getting huge on this Rengar?
Yeah, Kabe. They have.
I mean, at this point, Kabe's down 23 CS. Can you
they've
still
been
consider
waiting
that?
for so long.
Oh, and they immediately turn back onto him. Oh boy, that's painful. Aaliyah was even there for moral support.
They waited over 30 seconds in that bush for him to walk back from the base. They're going for the mid lane turret, but Megan's also here. Might be able to stop it.
Yeah.
Yeah, they'll stop it.
Missing that inner flame, probably hurting just a touch.
Talk about sticking to your guns, though.
They're committed. I mean, they've got a plan.
Their coach has just said, your best way to win this game is to kill Rookie, and they've taken that far too literally, and that's all they're doing.
You need to kill the enemy team to let you take their base. Mountain Drake now is going to be taken by Xiaogu as it's pulled out of the pit outside of the vision of Invictus Gaming. So Clid and Ali lock that down. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, Alone and Ali, they haven't been doing too great. Down about 20 CS behind Marge and Megan, but they're also losing a lot of health on that tier 1 turret.
Yeah.
So we still haven't seen that first brick go down just yet. And you said that the side lanes of Invictus Gaming are looking pretty strong right now.
And it's not unexpected as well that the Varus Nami will win the lane quite handily. It's all about when does this actually turn around. Rengar ulting, but Graves is here for the counter. Clid could be in trouble.
Oh yeah, sees it, but decides to go in anyway. Exhaust and knock-up as Ali is caught by the chains of corruption. Forced to flash back. Here's Doinby, but it's too late. He's already lost his support. Clid turns onto Alone, who goes forward and follows up. Rookie is able to collapse as well and turn it into another kill. So it ends up being 2 for 1 in favor of IG, and they've still got the momentum towards that tier 1 turret.
And he saw Kid, still decides to go in, acknowledges that he's got the Lulu to protect him, and Clid lives. You know what? That's great, but the rest of his bottom lane does not.
Oh, the bubble catches Clid. An excellent shot from Megan.
And then he's gone. Doinby cannot defend that against 3 of them. IG showing up to play finally around those mid-game skirmishes. They bring everybody down relatively quickly, and Kid reads where Clid is going to be. Screw those guys for having similar names.
Yes, indeed. But red buff is now the contest from Duke. 319 health. He gets the last hit and now spots Kabe. Cask is going to toss him back, and Kabe doesn't make it over the wall.
Kabe actually knocks him into the explosive plant, so he just auto-attacked and got out alive. It's a bit unlucky. Get off him, Harold.
Harold just wants some hugs.
You
That's all he
slap
wants.
people to get hugs.
He's going to disappear forever in a minute.
That's what you get for being a squatter.
He's just house-sitting for Baron. You know, Baron's taking some time. He's signed the paperwork on the apartment, but he can't move in until the 20-minute mark has passed. They're still hunting down Rookie.
At least there's no more Rengar in terms of how they're hunting
Oh,
him. They're
no!
Still, again, they're looking for the blue buff. It's about if they can find Rookie on the way to the blue buff, but, you know, he doesn't go via an explosive plant when he's in base.
They found it, but, yeah, as you said, he takes this standard route, as in walking straight towards it.
Oh, nope, nope.
Yeah, lots of poke being tossed out as both lanes end up swapping as AD carries find themselves on the top side of the map. And 4 members of Invictus Gaming are gathered around the blue buff to give that over to Rookie.
All right, the red buff didn't take it. Kid had it. He stopped attacking early enough. That's actually really good for IG. They're able to give the blue buff over, distribute that to their mid laner here. The Victor can now wave clear successfully against more pressure and won't run out of mana. He's also going towards a Lichbane build, so a lot of single target damage, even damage to structures, is achievable. Neutral objectives also worth considering when you go towards that Lichbane build, whereas Doinby is going much more supportive. Athene's Unholy Grail into Ardent Sensor actually says a lot of support is going to be coming out as Kabe gets a blue buff. That is not okay.
Yeah, I mean,
Kabe, what?
Doinby's got an Ardent Sensor Athenes. He should have a lot of mana regen on his own.
He didn't need to leash. He didn't. But he did.
He just wanted to. Invictus Gaming, however, are going to find Xiaogu out of rotation and take down the top tier 1 turret. So it's 2 turrets to 0, almost a 2,500 gold lead, excuse me, 2,000 gold lead for Invictus Gaming as they keep propelling forward. Even Duke is starting to spill over into these side lanes, keeping track of Doinby, while Rookie helps out with the push top.
Yeah, exactly. He just goes mid because Rookie is rotating, and Kabe was way too deep pushing near the second tower that was already taken. The first one's already gone by IG. They're winning the game because they're getting objectives. QG are just trying to get kills. Those kills aren't the objectives. We said this before the game even started.
That is so interesting. As Invictus Gaming are playing the very slow macro game here, not taking the aggressive steps. Well, they're taking the aggressive steps towards the objectives, but really only answering fights when they are forced upon them, thrust upon them by ChiaoGu.
And that's the way they should be doing this. Post the level 6 mark, you expect Rengar to be the aggressor, to try and find picks. If you can be there, then you can potentially outdo it as a kid. Don't know about that.
Yeah, just punishing Doinby a little bit. Wants to clear out that control ward of Doinby. 30 gold is 30 gold, man. Meanwhile, Ocean Drake is up in 70 seconds. Kabe clears out some vision and takes some harass. He's nice and tanky at this point as he's got a Spirit Visage and Sunfire, but there's no one to answer Duke except for Alone and now Doinby.
They really want to kill him. That's not exactly something that is achievable when he is a super tanky Gragas. Meanwhile,
And
IG
yeah,
still
there's no
looking.
wave clear in the mid lane.
Yep.
Invictus Gaming again catch ChiaoGu out of rotation.
They're not even catching them. They're just doing what they should be, and QG aren't. They have a Rengar who is obsessed with sitting in bushes that have wards in them, waiting for IG to go for something. Again,
He's just
look
got
at these two. There's a ward on top of you.
Oh, that's a lot of AoE from Doinby. However, IG immediately flash out as a collective unit. Doinby has to get away from the tidal wave as Kabe is split from his team. He gets a good knockup, but it's not enough. Good on the side, cannot finish off Marge. And Invictus Gaming, as a turtle, just sit there, take the fight from ChiaoGu, and turn it right back.
Everything was used to protect Marge from Clid, but he comes into the fight so late to the point where Kabe's already dead. Really is confusing to watch QG playing out all of these team fights that aren't actually team fights. They're just rolling over and letting objectives fall to their opponents. IG are just playing stock standard League of Legends. It isn't even crazy impressive macro. They're just grouping mid and QG decided to go top spontaneously.
I
Yeah.
think that's what's so exciting about the LPL is comparatively the fact that Invictus Gaming are playing stock standard League of Legends is crazy. This is the LPL.
Aw, come on, man. You're putting them all in one bucket.
Okay, yes.
Game
you,
talents
you
and
have
OMG,
standouts.
they're over there in their own bucket.
Yeah, but then you also have like RNG and WE on the other end of the spectrum. I think it's exciting to see a team like Invictus Gaming move towards the top end of the spectrum.
Yes. Yes. But I also feel like it's QG underperforming and IG aren't doing anything crazy. And I guess it's interesting that they're not doing something crazy. But
Uh-huh.
they don't need to.
I mean, they're trying something crazy again as they try to burst down Kid. And Invictus Gaming just walk away.
No one has engaged.
Yeah. Oh, Duke does. Tosses a cask, pins Ali against the wall, and just backs out.
I'm going to say it again. No one has engaged. They have a team of disengaged from the side of IG, and with no engage, they're walking up to turrets. QG's response, they don't have enough wave clear. They can't outpoke their opponents until the Ezreal has 2 completed items, maybe 3. He needs the Muramana at the very least from the Manamune. And so they get pressured out of these objectives. QG are effectively saying, you know what, we can't fight them because we can't trade with them this early. We haven't got enough mid-range damage, so let's just make a desperate play on another side of the map and try and make a pick. That's really where the difference is here. I think IG just have a slightly better version of QG's draft.
It's certainly working out as they are absolutely controlling the pace of this game, now up to 3,500 gold. As red buff was picked up by Marge. Thank you, Observer, for showing us Kid, but you can see the scorecard on the left shows Marge with a fresh red. And this is odd. I was expecting a lot more explosiveness out of this matchup.
I feel like I told you this from the start. But
Yeah, but I mean, like,
But.
there's expectations, and then there's actually having it happen. You know,
QG
like,
are trying their best to engage with no engage. I
Yeah.
can tell you that right now. Every time Rengar has his ultimate, he has a Karma.
such as right there. They catch Doinby by waiting around the wall. CC lock is enough, and they burst him down. If that's what it takes for IG to engage, that is a lot. They're still able to knock down the support, but Redemption tops off the rest of IG. Duke is working on a tier 2 turret in the meanwhile.
He has no teleport though, which is why QG are going, and that was the right decision from QG, to be clear. Kabe has his, didn't need to use it, so he's always going to be able to get back and protect again. And there's still that really small window of opportunity for QG to utilize that advantage again. The time's dwindling, but it is something, and QG were making the right decision this time around. Unfortunately, they don't get it, but we already saw the starts of what their team fights can become. because Alone has the 2 items, already mentioned, has the Muramana at 26 minutes, has the Trinity Force completed, is not likely to die anytime soon. That doesn't mean that IG are likely to die either. They have the Nami, and he is protecting everybody so well here, Megan. This is interesting.
Yeah, tank off versus tank, but once the 80 carries show up, that means the fight is over, and Mom says it's time to go home. Duke gets kicked right on out. As blue buff spawns, however, Alone really wants to secure this, and you know Rookie and Marge are looking for the steal. Chain of Corruption catches Alone as he flashes away and will barely survive through the Deathfire touch. That potion barely keeping him tops up.
Yeah, the refillable potion saves his life there. Lots of damage actually coming out of IG, but Alone uses his E as he gets locked down by the Varus chains. Interesting interactions are what saves his life in the end.
Yep.
They should have respected that the blue buff was being contested by more members of Invictus Gaming, and this is the result of it. You give them the opportunity, you then have to go to base with no health. IG get to push turrets, perhaps. They get more than just the blue buff.
Yeah, you just saw Clid once again waiting in a brush. Pops Yomu's and Thrill of the hunt. He is chasing him down.
This is protect the Rengar. It's your modern day protect the Kog'Maw team composition from QG. They've got Lulu and Karma empowering him, but he's not getting it done because he's not actually being the one going in first at the moment.
Yeah, a little bit interesting attempt from Xiaogu. They were looking for it, but again, IG, like you said, playing standard League of Legends, they just fall back.
Well, they don't want to be fighting it just yet. If Duke's not there and available, they're lacking in tanks. Graves is a reasonably fragile champion. Marge, we've already seen how quickly he dies to the Rengar. Barely living last time the Rengar was in jumping distance of him. And that's the problem. IG, they can sit back. They can just deal with the punches being thrown at them, return the onslaught better and more efficiently than that of QG. But sometimes it can go wrong. And that's the thing QG are waiting for. Maybe every time the Rengar has his ultimate, they'll just go. And the one time it works, they'll get the Baron.
Oh, yeah. Because you know that's their priority. They've already got one ward on it and a lot of vision in the jungle.
Well, they're very successfully able to do it as well. I think right now the Edge of Night, whenever Clip completes that, will be a fantastic item to aid their engaging even more so.
Yeah. You've already seen the first Mountain Drake on Xiaogu and another Mountain Drake spawning. If they secure that, that's going to help them burn through it so very quickly.
And they're top lane. They're just bloody hanging out up in the top lane, having a good hurrah for no reason near Rookie. When there is a second Mountain Drake up in 10 seconds. Just go down. Shift your attention to where IG are looking.
And that's what we see them doing as they now swing towards the mid lane. They're catching the minion wave that Marge is prepping, but Mountain Drake has spawned, and Kid is already next to the pit. There are pings now as Xiaogu are moving as a collective unit, but it is a trap. They caught Ali over the wall.
Speed Cat
again races in, looks for Marge, and eats a big knockup. Bola catches Rookie, and he forces to flash out of Bubble. Meanwhile, Duke on the far side forces Kabe to group with the rest of his team as Rookie continues chucking out these lasers along with poke from Marge, but nothing has yet yielded any big results.
It's like Assassin's Creed with how fast our Knife Cat runs. They're really setting him up, but unfortunately he is not knocking any of them down, so free objectives continue to go over. QG are trading this time, or are they?
They get back in and knock down mid-tier 1 turret. Traded over for that mountain, so it is in fact a trade, and that is Xiaogu's first turret of the game.
But here's the thing, they're going to probably push one wave mid, transition from mid to bottom and force the turret. QG either start the Baron right now and prevent it from happening once they deal with this middle lane. We have to watch how QG pan and play this one out one more time, because Rengar doesn't have ulti, they can't just speed up their knife cap.
Invictus Gaming shove the wave up. Duke already heading bottom, like you said, he's got that teleport.
And he should be able to take this by himself, it's already super low.
Yeah, and this is exactly what Raz mentioned a little bit earlier. Side waves. Both of these teams have had some difficulty managing their side waves in the past games, but it looks like Invictus Gaming are showing a little bit more success this time, as they're still holding on to those side tier 2 turrets. But it's Xiaogu who are definitely losing out on the side waves in this matchup.
And unfortunately for IG, they aren't confident enough to completely just set up for the Baron and go for it when two people rear their heads down in the bottom lane. They could have perhaps just immediately started the Baron, or at least pressured QG towards going there, which would have given Duke the free turret. Again, another structure would then go to IG. That would accelerate the game a bit more with the extra gold, padding the pockets of everybody, but It's close. Not enough. They're getting it though. As the
they're
game
slowly
progresses,
working it
it'll
down,
be
yeah.
easier for them to do this.
It's only about a 3,000 gold difference, so in terms of raw items and stats separating the team, it's still very close. 3 full items on Doinby versus 3 full items on Rookie. 3 full items on Marge versus, what is that, 2 plus 2 half items, so technically 3, I guess, with the Quicksilver and
I mean, the
Last
amount
Whisper.
of gold that he has relative is pretty close to that of
Yeah.
Marge.
Here we go. This is the play that you were talking about. Invictus Gaming, group up mid. There's Thrill of the Hunt. Kabe, gets denied, but he still finds some good damage. Derek's gauge is popped, and now Clid eats a big snare. Redemption tops Invictus Gaming off as Tidal Wave catches Kabe. Duke, meanwhile, is waiting on the far side. He's still got minion wave priority in that bottom lane.
And he'll probably get the turret from it. Rookie also gets the enemy blue buff, so Karma's denied again. Everything Invictus Gaming are doing is correct. The Redemption resets so well against QG, as they're now about to know they're not.
Yeah, exactly as you predicted. Xiaogu make a run for the purple worm. Megan's going to walk forward and immediately eat a lot of burst damage and goes down to alone. A little unlucky there as Doinby,
that damage.
wow, gets a huge flash soul flare to chunk Invictus Gaming out. They're going to try to force the team fight here as Ali eats a lot, forced to redemption himself. Doinby turns it around with alone and is able to separate and isolate Marge. Duke and Rookie, the tag team, trying to keep themselves alive as Kabe is about to chuck a shield at Kid or to slam his face into him. That's also a solution.
And that's now 3 dead from Invictus Gaming. QG immediately running straight towards the Baron. The Scuttle Crab vision has been removed as well. It has expired, and Kabe doesn't need to be there tanking it because they have a Lulu, they have a Karma to make sure that the Rengar will stay up and healthy. Look at those shields.
Yeah, that's
There's
going
no
to be
preventing this.
Full health Clid taking down the Baron. Xiaogu, 33 minutes in, now get themselves right back into this match.
It's so crazy. They had a Scuttle Crab, they didn't know where anyone was, and because one member of Clid actually walks through the pit, and because there's no vision on an explosive plant, they have to assume QG are doing it. And then they all die, and exactly what QG want happens at 30 minutes, and that's because they get a Baron after a pick.
Yeah, Invictus Gaming maybe not as conscientious of what we expected from them against Xiaogu, the standard League of Legends that they're playing. Here it is again.
The thing is as well, they have no Scryer's orbs to actually look for it. They have no plant, they have no blue trinkets, and Doinby's damage, as you are seeing, is quite substantial. But Marge has segregated himself from the team by going upwards. He should have stuck with Rookie, who had his ultimate. They could have protected him. And this is what happens. They get the jungler, and because the jungler dies last here, Kabe's able to delay it, use the charge. That's why the Baron's so easy to take.
So far, it's been 1,100 gold for Xiaogu as they bring a minion wave mid. They need to break through Varus and Victor, along with the Graves to help clear out any minions that end up getting too close. Instead, they resort to a 4-1 split as Kabe heads top to escort the minion wave in. Duke will surely answer him, as right now he is mid lane and separating off towards the top. Doinby's actually up there first as well as the minion wave makes it to the turret.
Yeah, they have a lot of wave clear on the side of IG, but not against Baron melee minions.
Duke doing everything he can to separate this, actually knocks Doinby in as Invictus Gaming are fighting for this turret, but that Baroned up cannon minion slowly working it down. Kabe is shielded so huge. There's nothing they can do to keep it standing. It finally falls. Meanwhile, Rookie has been diligent in maintaining that mid-tier 2 turret. And finally, Doinby is going to get to steal away a blue
And
from
this
IG.
is what QG do best. This is the lane assignments that they should have. I actually am really appreciative of their decision to make this a 3-2 split. Have Ezreal, Lulu, and Rengar hang around the middle lane, but actually to use them as a pivot point where they don't just stay mid. They use the Baron buff. They prevent the wave clear that normally Invictus Gaming have in favor of themselves. And then they go from mid to top lane, actually through placing control wards, preventing vision from IG. Because a Karma and a Poppy cannot be stopped unless they send up a Varus or a Victor. And if they do, then the 3-man unit of QG just goes straight towards mid lane. Doinby rotates quickly, having all of the shields, and Kabe has teleport. This is really clever lane assignments out of QG, and it's effective.
Yeah, you can see they've also been working. Whoa, that is an instant Elder Dragon as it spawns with 2 elemental drakes. That's going to be a lot of true damage. 135 spotted out. Invictus Gaming is there. Kid is ready with collateral damage. He chucks it out, but it's not enough. Clid, has got the spite to win the fight.
Watch the Rengar. He's about to get sped up by a Karma and a Lulu.
That fast cat does not find anyone out of position as Rookie races back to his tier 2 turret.
Just threatening. Of course, NewBee's consistently shielding him, speeding him up. He won't go in, you would expect, but they want the turret.
Yeah, they race in. Kabe zones Kid away, knocks him up, but blocks the Steric Gauge. That's very tanky, but he dies to Alone's True Shot Barrage. The damage in front is enough as Ali gets ping-ponged right into IG and dropped. But Kabe is still massively
Look at
tanky.
QG
Pins
go.
Rookie against the wall, and Doinby is doing work. This is the fight that Xiaogu want. Kabe continues to charge in with Alone, firing shot after shot, and they will pop the Guardian Angel on Kabe. He's got Flash, so we should be able to get out of this unless Duke locks him down. Alone is just dishing out so much damage. The inhibitor turret falls, and the inhibitor with it.
They're diving the 2 Nexus turrets just to get the kills. That is 3 people dead. Duke and Marge have to try and defend the Nexus.
Yeah, they're trying to end the game right now. Kabe has teleport, and he goes right to the minion that's tanking these shots. Marge is firing away, trying to clear these minions, but the Nexus turrets go down, and Xiaogu, despite being behind during the entire early and mid game, snowball the end and take game number 1 against IG.
And we looked at the drafting phase, and we said these are the win conditions of both of these teams. No engage to be seen for either of them. It comes down to who gets ahead through either ganks or objectives. The answer was ganks into objectives for QG. They get 3 picks, transition that immediately into a Baron, and then they snowball the game.
Yeah, big smile on Doinby's face as he's walking out with Alone. It's a question of, well, we need to take objectives to win, and Xiaogu says, but what if there's no one to defend the objectives because they're dead?
And it's all about getting rid of the wave clear as well from their opponents. Without that Baron buff, nobody was going to win this game, you would have to imagine. And it does come down to vision to get these objectives, and that's where QG actually shone.
Yeah. Now joining us to help break down that match is Raz.
Yeah, and just look at that graph going all the way up. That's just Xiaogu. I mean, that was great to be able to see them come up with a composition that really did fit their style. And what is their style? Their style is all in. The composition that they were able to pick themselves into was interesting in that they were going to lose a lot early. I mean, it's very rare that you see a team that's very comfortable picking double melee and double support. That's just like, it's just all in or nothing for the most part. You just see the damage coming out of Karma, who just built like supportive items for the most part.
I mean, it's Doinby. What do you really expect in terms of damage?
Not that much.
He's been doing great.
I don't expect him doing 20k damage, I'll tell you that much.
Flash Soul Flare onto 3 people for a slow. That was pretty awesome.
That was good. He had a lot of great setups. Like, I mean, there were multiple 2 to 3 man setups that he was able to get with Magic Q, and it was fantastic to see that from him.
And like, I mean, you have to consider that when you play against QG, every team except for Invictus Gaming for the past couple of weeks have always put attention towards the Karma. Whether they ban it or they early rotate it for themselves, you give QG Karma, you always add an extra risk towards the game's outcome.
Yeah, and I think even it just starts with the lead that we saw from IG, and we're going to showcase it with the first replay here, because IG's composition felt very clear for them, that they went towards tower after tower. The early objectives was very, very clear for them, and so, like, honestly, you can just see it here as we kind of just play the replay through. Just look at the strong 3-man lineup. Of course, they were able to get the fight a little earlier, and then they just pushed through the team fight. I mean, pushed through the turret. I mean, right there, he had no reason to stay there. Clearly was just going to lose the tower anyways, but he loses his life on top of that. And then from that point forward, it was very clear what IG wanted to do. In fact, 14 minutes into the game, Victor went down to the bottom lane to hope to go for the same situation. He gets picked off, and then it goes towards the next replay on that one as well, where, I mean, this is very clear. They already went towards the top side of the map to get that tower, and then they go towards the middle lane, and it was just because they had the range to be able to do that with Varus. And so that was the difference between both compositions. This time around, it was very difficult for Xiaogu to be able to deal with this because, yeah, the poke was coming through very constantly. The wards were there to be able to help out the siege entirely. Just take a look at Kid being able to control it with control wards on these sides. So, I mean, just even like kind of pulling back from those points, it felt very clear cut from IG early. Because the all-in composition from Xiaogu was just going to have to take time to scale up.
Rusty, what's your take on that? I mean, obviously it did take the time to scale up, and they were finally able to succeed, but They had wave clear. They could have sat under the turrets, maybe.
Yeah, I think the biggest problem was the wave clear from their bottom lane in particular, which is what Invictus Gaming were using as the big pivot point for this team. So when you were looking at the first turret going down being the bottom lane turret, they can take those guys mid, and Karma not being mid was ultimately the biggest thing that I would have a concern for if I was QG.
Yeah.
He's trying too hard to make plays with the Rengar when the Rengar doesn't need the Karma if he has a Lulu that can also rotate because the bottom lane turret's already dead.
Yeah, and as a general point, I mean, we'll just take a look at the MVP because NewBee, of course, he takes it with how much damage. And as a general point, I mean, he kind of, I mean, I don't want to say he bullied the mid laner. I mean, he had a lot of help to do that.
They were fighting each other
Yeah.
on equal grounds
Yeah.
until junglers showed up.
And apparently
ruined the
everyone else.
party.
Everybody ruined that party.
I think you called it out yourself. The fact that they sat in a bush for 30 seconds waiting for Rookie
They
to get back
committed.
into lane and immediately ganked them again.
They went hard for that
I just
one.
want to point out, that's 100% kill participation, 33% of his team's damage, and 160% gold to damage efficiency.
And this is what's very interesting about their composition. No other team will do this. Being able to pick out double melee with support means that if they don't win these all-in fights, they will lose 100%. The amount of zoning coming out of IG with the Victor and the range on Graves and Varus as a whole, they should be able to kite out these fights, play a lot smarter. IG made the attempt to play a lot smarter, but then of course it just started that one mistake when they didn't have vision towards Baron. They poke their head out of the water, and they get completely demolished and lose Baron for it.
I think QG engaged at least 10 times in that just by having the Rengar ultimate off cooldown and speeding him up. And it didn't work for 9 of them.
Yep.
And then the one that it does is next to a Baron pit.
Just that one time.
Lo and behold.
All it takes is one.
Yeah, I mean it's hilarious because IG as a team they're trying to play smarter, and I mean in this game they made the attempt, it just didn't work out for them because that one fight was all that mattered.
Yeah, and with that we were able to see Xiaogu take the win. Of course, we'll see if they can do the same in game number 2, or if Invictus Gaming are going to run it back and take us to game 3. We'll be right back. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to what very well could be our final game of the night. We just saw Xiaogu take game number 1 against Invictus Gaming after a pretty rough start.
Yeah.
They threw everything they had at the wall 10 times. They failed 9, but then the last one was all they needed, just winning that one single fight to propel themselves forward.
It's all that matters. It's
Yeah.
all that it takes to get a victory, right? If that one fight gets you a Baron buff, gets you the entire game, they have no complaints on the side of QG. They'll ram their heads into that brick wall until it falls over.
Of course. The classic LPL. Just keep on
Yep.
keep on trying until it knocks
Yep.
it down.
You dive tower after tower after tower until you get all the kills.
I mean, they were diving 2 or 3 turrets deep at the
Yeah.
end. They were diving the Nexus turrets. At
yeah,
that
once
point.
you have Elder Dragon and Baron for yourself,
Yeah.
that's the win for you.
So let's actually get into what we can look for in this next matchup. Obviously, NewBee getting the MVP in that last set was enormous, but the big enabler for him was that karma and the
Yep.
fact that IG might have disrespected Chagu a little bit by letting that through.
Yeah, no one really. I mean, if you're IG and you've been facing top teams or any team in the LPL for the most part, you're not going to worry about karma. Going up against Xiaogu, you have to play towards their picks, their weird picks, and for the most part, any team that goes up against Xiaogu bans the karma because it is a flex pick that you constantly have to deal with. It's a thorn in the side in the pick ban, and then you go into the game itself, and he plays it very well. So that's an interesting point. I think you're going up against Xiaogu, play towards your environment and ban it out.
I also think the rookie just went for a really safe pick. He actually went for the Victor, knowing that the Karma was going to go to NewBee. They went for Karma Lulu in the second rotation. Like, it's pretty clear
Yep.
where the Karma's going to go. It's not even a flex this time around. They've just given him his best champion, what he is always finding success with in this split of the LPL. Quite simply, could have picked something a bit more aggressive, but the way NewBee lanes with the Karma kind of warrants you having a sustain or a shield-based champion to match his trades, or you will get pushed out. The way that Clid plays around the map, if you're not Victor and you don't have wave clear, you will probably end up losing that middle lane.
Yeah, I mean, we mentioned him being, or at least as anti-mage for the most part. And Karma is just one of those picks that just consistently get a push in just about every matchup. I haven't seen a matchup that can challenge it for the most part, and so, or at least one that people are comfortable enough to pick. And so just ban it, especially if you want to be able to win through that mid lane. They had a lot of opportunities where you saw Victor looking to play towards the rest of the map, but then he gets picked off by the Rengar and the Karma. So, I mean, IG, they have the right mindset. They're playing very well early on in the game. I just want to see them ban what's strong, the Karma, and then just continue the play.
So let's actually get a little bit into the draft that we saw out of Invictus Gaming. The fact that they saw that Karma was going mid lane, then they still picked that Victor into it. But they also gave up Rengar and Lulu, who are enormous picks in this draft as well.
Yeah, I think giving up Rengar and Lulu is just a big miss because the Karma Lulu with the Rengar, it was the first 3 champions that QG picked. It didn't even matter what the rest of the team composition was there. That's just a ridiculous 3-man unit that can run around and make picks, catch people out. And the fact that they have the melee champions that are going to lose lane, you hit mid-game, you still got a Karma Lulu, so it doesn't matter again.
Yeah.
Because you can lose the early game all you want, your mid-game's going to be fantastic. I think IG, coming into this second game, might want to put the Gragas jungle, give Duke more power perhaps in that top lane. His Gragas was not fantastic. He missed a lot of ultimates. Does not impress me enough.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, whenever we see Gragas top lanes for the most part, it's either you either are a major carry that we saw in Let Me, able to get a lot of setups for his team, or you're playing for yourself. And at this time, we didn't see a lot of times where he was able to play towards an overarching team fight and get a great setup with his ulti.
Yeah, I mean, we saw him still dominate the lane and control it rather effectively. Kabe was locked down except for when those team fights would break out, and Kabe was still able to show that sort of dominance in team fights. So what do we see them adapt? How do they change this up outside of either respecting the Karma or putting Duke on something with more impact?
Going into this game, I want to see IG just play towards mid. I mean, I don't want to see Rookie on a Victor, or at least a Rookie in a bad matchup. So if they get red side this time, it'll be interesting. It looks like they're on, they're red side. So give Rookie a good matchup.
Get that man counter pick is the quote from Mr. Rez. As we have entered into pick and ban for game number 2 between Xiaogu and Invictus Gaming. Jace Syndra are going to be the takeaways from Rookie. Meanwhile, LeBlanc Varus banned away from Invictus Gaming. Big question is, if Rengar goes through, do you still priority pick Karma? Do you still priority pick Lulu?
It's hard to say. It depends on how many junglers are going to be there in the first place. This time around, though, IG have gotten rid of the LeBlanc, which is something QG had to remove. So obviously that red side ban gives QG the availability. They target perhaps something else. And is it just going to be another mid laner like an Orianna and take it away from him? Or this time it obviously isn't.
Interesting. The Gragas ban away from Invictus Gaming. Perhaps they want to remove that jungle flexibility.
Yeah, they do. I don't think it's all that worth banning, but it may well indicate what they want to pick in the top lane is another tank. Gragas can quite successfully bully that out. It could even have been the Camille, which was removed by IG.
Yeah.
No hesitation.
And immediate karma. I guess they answered the question that I set up earlier.
Yep.
Karma's up, take it.
How unsurprising, unfortunately, for IG as well. So Doinby, most likely going to be the person picking this champion up. However, Ali can always play it if Rookie wants to get the counter. But again, blue side to red side, IG have last rotation. They can save that for Rookie if they want to work out where this flex goes.
And
react.
instantly, Lulu Rengar is the follow-up from Invictus Gaming. I was about to say, Kid loves himself some Rengar. Well, he's back on that champion once again, and now he's got a Lulu to support him.
And that's the interesting part here that we actually have to watch unfold. Karma is matched only really by Lulu in the bottom lane. They do the exact same thing. They can hard push, they can bully out lanes, they can control the 2v2 and the pace of it quite well. It unlocks champions like Kog'Maw, unlocks champions like Ezreal, even Lucian to a degree, to have free laning phases, get their first items, and actually show up around the rest of the map. And that's one of the exciting things that you get to see from both of these teams now. As we look towards, honestly, Marge's AD carry pick, I would expect here.
Yeah, already Graves is picked up for Clid, and that Ezreal is now locked in for Alone. So we'll see if Clid can repeat what Swift did earlier and keep Kid locked down in the jungle. But Rusty, you were right on. Marge got his AD carry on that Ashe.
And I was expecting the Ashe to actually be locked in here. They could have went for a Jhin. They could have went for something with a bit more poke as well, like the Varus that they banned away from themselves, I might add. Invictus Gaming actually give themselves, firstly, an engage tool, secondly, another wave clear champion to go down in that bottom lane. So whilst the Karma usually has push pressure on most laners in a 2v2, Ashe and Lulu can hold that down.
Yeah. Vladimir is also still up for Xiao Gu. We know how much Doinby loves that champion, so that even further encourages the idea that that Karma could be going bottom. We'll see if Invictus Gaming respect it enough, as Orianna is now banned away from Rookie.
And you know what? Vladimir's a great champion right now. Doinby's a great Vladimir. But I just have this feeling that if he picks it, Rookie has an answer.
Ooh.
Rookie just always has an answer.
Also a ban. That's pretty
come
good
on,
against
Rookie.
it.
Direct counted.
But yeah, Vladimir now taken away, so we'll get to see what that's going to be as Talia is again banned away from Rookie, really respecting that super mobile champ.
The only difference in their bans right now is LeBlanc is Gragas and IG banned LeBlanc. So this is the exact same 5 bans.
Shen, Vlad, Shen, Jhin. And, I guess the Vladimir is swapped out. Jhin is Vlad, yeah. Orianna, Talia. Yep. But now it's Invictus Gaming looking for their next pick. Likely going to be Duke in the top lane. Looks like Rumble is now locked in. Of course, they do want to save that counter pick for Rookie.
I actually am a big fan of the Rumble being picked here. It does raise eyebrows to how much magic damage they would come out of if Rookie goes for an AP carry. So perhaps he is looking towards something like the Zed. But it's all about seeing what Doinby goes for first. Is it the Karma mid, or is that a flex all along? And there you go.
Yeah, it is Karma mid as Tom Kench is picked up for Ali, and Kabe takes Kennen in the top lane to deal with Duke's Rengar.
Yep. The Rumble against the Kennen matchup's going to be super interesting, Tom. I wonder if it's going to be the AD Kennen as well. I'm pretty sure that's the only Kennens we have been seeing so far in terms of itemization. Tom Kench actually going to be super valuable as well. Not quite the double shield combo that the Lulu Karma has. Of course, IG have that one for themselves. That's locked in, and that's confusing.
Kha'Zix mid? No. Definitely the wrong pick.
I was
Turns
right
out,
anyway.
Yeah, that was not supposed to be Kha'Zix. That was supposed to be Zed. I was like, what is this, season 3? And is it season 4?
There is the letter Z in it. That's nice.
there is a Z in his name, technically. Yeah, we'll get that remade real quick and hop right on in. But that is Zed into Karma this time. So Doinby going a much more aggressive route. Or excuse me, Rookie.
Yeah, Rookie's going to be a bit more aggressive. Zed into Karma, however, isn't all that great. You would expect the Karma's a quite successful laner in the 1v1, has still got wave clear, has the shields, has the ability to trade against an aggressive opponent, and the only real advantage that Rookie gets from that point is the lack of resources. The energy means that he'll out-sustain that push, out-sustain that poke and trading that'll come out of these champions, and Rookie is a fantastic Zed as well, to the point where he put Scout in the bin.
I mean, as expected, the mechanical king himself, who goes head-to-head with Pawn and really impresses everyone. He takes Echo into Yasuo.
Honestly, I mean, mechanically, he's still one of the best mid laners in the world, not just the LPL. So it's not unsurprising that he has these really good laning matchups. But this time, they give him the last pick, and it felt a little bit too obvious as well. By going for the Rumble, they definitely indicate they want the physical damage dealer in that middle lane. They have the availability of the 1-3-1 if they lock in that Z2. It also means that they can 1-4 and have the Z splitting. But he's going to be against the cannon, and that's why I like it the most, because they can put him into the AD cannon, they can burst the AD cannon, and that completely ruins his itemization.
And this is actually a sort of composition that I expected a little bit more out of Invictus Gaming. A lot more forward-oriented than the slow, perfect League of Legends style that they tried in Game 1, and Xiaogu had difficulty dealing with. I mean, we saw them struggling as they were hemorrhaging objectives, but they just didn't bleed out fast enough for IG. So a much more brute force tactic here in Game 2.
It definitely will be, but there's still the finesse in the strategy whilst they are brute forcing as well. Both of these teams, honestly, they have a degree of finesse. Cannon, if he can get a 1v1 actually going in that side lane, they may be even trying to match a 1-3-1 in some really roundabout way, because a Karma shouldn't die to anybody on Invictus Gaming's roster. Even the Zed, you would expect he won't die to. That's why you have to look towards doing his build. Does he go the Athene's Unholy Grail, or does he actually mix it up and go for much more of like a Morello Nomicon Zhonya's build, which is much more standard you would expect against the Zed?
The standard mage setup instead of the more utility-based Karma. Even if he decides to go for the Ardent Sensor this time around, is going to be pretty exciting as well. But Invictus Gaming looking pretty strong with this setup. Again, they've got the Lulu Rengar. You talked about the strength of that, and it really didn't matter what else Xiaogu needed with that matchup. The fact that they already had that Karma. But now they've got some long-range engage on Ashe. They've got Zed to follow up, and Equalizer to sort of force these fights. So really a lot of flexibility on IG's setup.
Yeah, it's going to be a very big deal watching how the Ashe arrows actually connect to their opponents. The Rumble ulti, as you mentioned, actually super big for objective control. So Invictus Gaming have an engage tool in the Ashe arrow, but they can also say, come at us, we're doing an objective, or we want to fight for it, and you have no vision. And then they lay down the red carpet. It's pretty hard to dodge an Ashe arrow when you're slowed by 80% if you haven't already flashed off it.
Yeah.
Then you're going to get caught.
Lots of emphasis on vision and making sure they see that Ashe coming beforehand. And there's really going to be a lot on Kabe to keep track of Duke as well. In game number 1, he had a little bit of difficulty after a pretty strong early first few levels. Duke just demonstrated what it is that makes him one of the best top laners in the world.
Yeah, Duke also having a slightly favorable matchup when you looked at that 1v1 between them, but definitely able to at least hold his own against Kabe, who has been stepping up massively in the LPL, finding solo kills, finding pretty much solo carries for the rest of his team in certain games here as well. So whilst their top laner, the rookie of the split almost, you would have to imagine, for QG, Kabe has been stepping up massively. He's trying to contend with one of the best players in top lane just in the world in general, particularly at laning phase. And that's really where Duke excels, not necessarily outside of that laning phase. And honestly, when you look at Invictus Gaming, that's a solid statement to make for all of them. Rookie, fantastic laner. Can he excel outside of that laning phase if all of them start to struggle there?
Well, luckily he's got Duke, who's also excellent at laning phase, and Kid has actually been on a bit of a tear lately as well. We've seen how capable he is when he pops off, and even when behind, he's not too terrible. And if game 1 is any indication, Marge and Megan are looking really sharp lately. They were a bit of a question earlier on moving into the split, but we're starting to see Invictus Gaming play a little bit towards that bottom lane and set them up for success, and as a result, the team itself is seeing success.
Yeah, they are still definitely looking quite good here. Honestly, I don't know what to add to that. It's just looking real good. I think the success is something that's just out of their reach.
What does this mean for Xiaogu if they're seeing, you know, they've got an excellent laner in Duke and Rookie, and then Marge and Megan are also being set up for success? Obviously, they can't use that as a weakness to try to exploit. We saw in game number 1, they tried to focus down Rookie, but he was still doing amazing damage.
Yeah, Rookie's always going to be able to do that damage. For QG in particular, what they want to do here is try and win through perhaps the 2v2. They haven't necessarily drafted to be doing that, though.
Okay.
They've looked much more at the I want the one item power spike. They can have Clid be empowered, and I think that's really where they're going to go towards. At the level 6 mark, you may even just see Tahm Kench roaming around trying to use his ultimate to get places and help the Graves or work with the Graves for second blue buff spawns. And I think that's where it starts to break open for these guys. They are still acknowledging that laning phase is not going to be the easiest of endeavors in the bottom lane 2v2, but they have reset their top lane perhaps to have favor towards Kabe, and that's a big opportunity for QG.
Yeah. Well, I'm definitely going to be excited to see how that matchup pans out. It turns out we actually saw this exact matchup, Kennen into Rumble, let's see, what is that, the 13th, 2 days ago? When Jin Air took it against KT Rolster, Ixu played it, and he did go for full AD Kennen, so it looks like that has been the meta.
No, it's been the meta for quite a while. The reason that I'm not too sold on... That's a control ward. The Kennen in the first place is because you're going to go for a Wit's End build into a Rumble, right?
Yeah,
so you go Wit's End, but by the time you have a Wit's End, Rookie's going to have a Ghost Blade.
Exactly.
And now you're trying to fight a Ghost Blade with a Wit's End, so you have magic resistance. Like, it's...
Is there an opportunity for them to keep track of Rookie, set up vision, so you can constantly have Kabe chasing Duke around?
It's a bit of a guessing game if both mid laner and top laner do go missing from the side of IG. The best way to control that if you were the Xiaogu roster is to stop the 2v2 from going down in the first place. If a turret falls, then you run into a spot of trouble. So if Kid gets going, they get top lane, that's a problem. If bottom lane gets going, then it's also a problem, as they have highlighted a bit of extra experience for the Kennen, by the way.
Yeah, Kabe looks like he cleared out some of the tiny raptors there. His red buff is finished up by Clid, and now he's heading over. Pretty hard leash out of Ali and Alone. Gets them to lane nice and late. And they weren't going to have a great time anyways with this Ezreal Tom Ken, so already starting to fall back as Megan starts harassing Ali.
Yeah, he's already forced a potion out, but it will be Biscuits, so he'll be okay as the Tom Kench may even go towards the Grey Health second, as this is a lane that usually dictates the pace of this game. Not surprising that he'll get pushed in at level 2, but when Rookie hits 3, maybe even past that stage, can he turn this around is the question.
Yeah, so important for Doinby to prevent Zed from popping off early. Clid on the invade is going to get around to this red buff, and he will, in fact, gets the ward down, sees Kid, who kites it back. He's playing patient and playing so far from the brush.
He didn't bring it around the corner, though. Like, bring it...
There he goes. Now Clid finally is going to chase him out. Pops the end of line to force Kid away and will steal away the red buff, but he does not get a solo kill.
Yeah, brings it to the bush as well to ensure there's no counter there for Kid. Gets the 3 buff start, though. And you'd be very happy if you were the Graves and if you were QG, because you're denying a red buff from a Rengar, and you feel like those level 3 or level 4 double buff ganks aren't going to be near as successful without the slows there. So still a great beginning of the game for the QG Reapers.
Yeah, Clid even taking away the Krugs, just trying to shut down Kid. So perhaps he is in fact imitating Swift in this setup.
Minus the 3 kills.
Yeah, well, give him some time. It's still very early into this game. Clears that out. Meanwhile, Duke allows the wave to be pushed in top, so there's no chance of him getting dived. Of course, Kennen Rumble nowhere near as successful as Nautilus, or excuse me, Kennen Graves nowhere near as successful as Nautilus Graves. Not to mention Duke is still at full health with Danger Zone. You ask Kenny Loggins. You don't want to deal with the Danger Zone.
The highway towards it, apparently. One thing that I want to see from Kabe, this is a really interesting dynamic that he'll have to consider, is we already highlighted the mixed damage that can come into his lane. I would like to see him just go towards some magic resistance and not complete the full Wit's End. I feel like he could go towards something a bit better in the way of maybe a Blade of the Ruined King if he's going to try and contest Rookie towards that one item breaking point where the physical damage dealer can come and try and put a 1-3-1 split on.
Looks like Doinby's about to receive a gank here. Rookie gets in, lands the slow, and pops Thunderlords. Doinby flashes away from Kid, who follows up and gets first blood.
Clid also looking.
He's got red buff and is slowly burning away, but the slow is not enough, and Kid is able to walk it away. And he lands the bullet to deny any further chase.
Yeah, so Clid already flashed towards him. Unfortunately for QG, there was nowhere for Doinby to go naturally against the Rengar. If you're going to try and run away from him into a bush, you're just going to die.
Yeah.
And so he tried to actually take the Gambit, go towards his middle lane turret again. Doesn't work. And now they lose their mid laner. Polar opposite game 1 and 2 in the way of attention in this middle lane for Invictus Gaming.
Seems like they're the ones to set up the first gank. Clid was on his way, but he was just a few seconds late. And that is going to end up giving that first blood over.
And this is without a red buff as well. This is Kid just showing up at the right time, being able to coordinate with his middle laner. Clid being more greedy. I will say doing it successfully in the way of being greedy. We're going to comment on that. It's level 6 to 4. He's got a massive
levels
CS advantage. No complaints, really. The biggest one is just that his mid laner died.
Yeah. I mean, Doinby's complaining, but he's probably pretty vocal on the team. I can only imagine that he's able to keep his cool against Rookie. He was able to in game number 1, and now he's got the exact same champion, so momentum might be in his favor in this setup. Meanwhile, March and Megan are continuing to shove in bottom over and over.
Yeah.
After this wave crashes, there should be a slight CS advantage for Alone, assuming March doesn't miss any of those minions.
Now, we've already highlighted why they're able to push in. It's an Ashe that they picked for a strong laning phase and engage tool, but they've also got the Lulu, so 2 really good wave control and champion controlled champions.
Yep.
The difference now, though, is that Doinby's picked up the Karma, so QG make, once again, a conscious decision that they're going to lose bottom lane extremely poorly, get pushed under the turret, be at risk of losing the turret if the pushing continues and mounts up to be any worse. Not only that, lose CS, lose control of the jungle, and that's why Kid's able to make all of these roams. Thankfully for them, Clid started off well and took a red buff, so it slows down the Rengar. He can't hit a level 6 gank anytime soon.
Looking for those Krugs. That might be enough to finally tick him over, but despite the fact that Clid is up there, they saw the Scryer's Bloom, knew that Kid was on that side of the map, and Clid decides instead to return to his own side of the jungle as Kabe continues to farm up these minions. And it looks like, again, the side lanes for Xiaogu just a little suspect. Kabe is taking a lot of harass, but he's up in
Here
CS, and Kid at level 6.
He should put his hood on before he ganks as well.
Oh,
yeah. Badass.
Ooh, Kabe is going to set up the equalizer, denies him the route to the turret, which means Kabe has to blow his slicing maelstrom. Kabe gets out alive.
Really good reactions, actually, to use the lightning rush. Immediately dodges the equalizer because he doesn't go towards his turret. Ali, just let it crash, mate. That's not exactly what you want to do. And so far, I mean, so good for Invictus Gaming, contrasting games 1 and 2. Unfortunately, they're not getting as much as they would like, but the ideas are definitely there.
Clid showing himself mid in case there were to be any sort of highlight play from Rookie, as he does have serrated Dirk, and it looks like Doinby actually going for the Lost Chapter first. So might be looking for that Morello Nomicon as he looks to be gifted over blue buff.
Well, it has to be the Morello Nomicon with the Lost Chapter. It's the only thing it builds into. But the question past that point is, will he go Lost Chapter into a Seeker's Arm Guard and a Zonia's, or will he go straight Morello's and risk it?
Should have phrased that a little bit better.
No worries, mate.
Yeah, you got my back. You know that build order.
I play that role. He'll go Morello's first. He went Armor Boots.
Yeah, Ninja Tabby. There it is. Okay. That's, I mean, it's going to help against the auto attacks.
And Ninja Tabbies are just pretty much busted. I'm not surprised it'll go towards that, especially with the Morello's build. You have the 20% cooldown reduction. You'll get Zonias eventually anyway, so you'll be up to 30, and with runes, that's already max CDR. So he's just making a decision now that I don't want to die in laning phase. I'm going to prioritize my boots and move speed over the damage.
So far, it's been doing good for him. Even in CS with Rookie, one of the best mid laners in the world. And Doinby did get MVP in game number 1. Meanwhile, blue buff has spawned, and Duke is on his way with equalizer off of cooldown. Ward is going to spot it. Here comes the rest of Invictus Gaming. And Clid is forced to use Smite to secure it.
They tried to coordinate, actually, between the Karma Q and the Smite. It was close, but he didn't get it. Unfortunately for Doinby, Clid receives it, but at the same time, IG making aggressive invades, trying to make positive moves, and it is the right idea because they can deny it from the mid laner of QG. And
well,
Rookie's got one.
Yeah, I think even specifically Doinby, the guy who uses so much mana, Kabe, they are really trying to harass his top lane.
No, he's
equalizer right on top of him. Rookie shows up, drops the death mark right on top of a slicing maelstrom, pops out before the stun can get him, and Kid says, don't worry, I got your back.
And one by one, the assassins just jump in and force the cannon's ultimate. Nothing he can do. Already we're seeing the makings of that Wit's End. He's going to complete it, so he's looking towards just fighting a Rumble. And if those two keep showing up in his lane, he's going to have a really bad day. I feel like Kabe can get exposed here. However, QG are trying to trade. Not exactly a monetary trade, but it's a trade.
Yeah, looking for the top tier 1. Duke takes a lot of turret hits. But Ocean Drake is the answer from Xiaogu on the opposite side of the map. That sustain going to be very helpful. Doinby, I'm certain, is going to love it. As True Shot Barrage, Again, Alone looking for the very opportunistic snipe.
Just hits his whiskers.
Yeah.
Doesn't actually get the damage off. And, you know, the trade's nice from QG. I don't think they were going to get anything more than a Drake. Next one will be an Ocean, so they'll be counting their blessings.
But now that is first turret gold all on Duke. He's got a Haunting Guise already, and this recall is really going to do a lot of work for him, as Wit's End is the answer from Kabe. But like you said, Magic Resist isn't going to do a lot against Rengar and Zed leaping out of the darkness.
And he's still going to get shredded from Duke. He's got a Leandri's completed as well. The burner will still be fantastic. Just about pushing down that turret. Kabe's job right now is to get the structure if he can. Push Duke out of lane or prevent Duke from teleporting. But because his structure's already dead, Kabe's now stuck in this position where he's pushed back. It's a longer lane. The lane's less safe. IG can constantly go missing because Rookie has control in the 1v1. What's a Kennen to do?
Freeze it?
If he freezes it, his team loses elsewhere. Lucky for them, there's no Drake to take.
Yeah, well, I guess that's a bit of a setup from ChiaoGu to look forward to. As Duke shows himself mid lane, and that means Rookie now is off the map, and he's pinging top right now while the rest of Invictus Gaming are setting up around this dragon. Yeah, Duke, maybe you should respect Doinby a little bit more here.
I think we're just going to see Rookie go immediately top lane and try and 1v1 the Kennen if he shows up at the next wave. It's just common sense if you're a Rookie. 3 kills to be seen, but there is a ward about to spot him. Kabe, patient player. And this is exactly what we expected. Complete a Wit's End. Kennen, what are you going to do now, mate? Have fun.
Doinby actually shows up, and Rookie didn't place a ward. Kabe could be trying to bait this as he walks in, but Rookie with enough presence of mind to know that that's a bad idea. Backs away. Clid covers mid while Duke pushes it in. Doinby even gets the gold, so again, that prioritization.
But this is the lane assignments. They want to send Doinby against Rookie, and now they have to get rid of their split push build Kennen towards the middle lane.
Suddenly the top laners become mid laners become top laners. Whole world's upside down.
But Rookie still has the tempo, because once again the turret is gone. So if Doinby stays for one more wave, then they'll lose the rest of the map because Zed's already moving, and the Karma can't, or is, but now no one's farming top lane. These assignments are so awkward for ChiaoGu and fantastic for IG.
Yeah, just running ChiaoGu across the map. They're not getting a lot of opportunity to fight. Arrow gets tossed out, but Elite immediately saves his AD carry. And Margin Megan working down this turret with no help whatsoever from the rest of Invictus Gaming. IG's bottom laner coming up victorious.
Why is Clid not showing up? I understand that Kid and Rookie are there, but you've got the turret as a sanctuary. Clid just watches as the structure falls down, and this is already what we didn't want to happen if you're watching for QG's sake. Is they know they're going to lose laning phase. They've sacked that laning phase through the draft, but they don't have the Rengar to speed up to go in this time. They're really lacking with their strategy.
Not quite the adaptation on the fly that we were hoping from them to look to close out this second match as we get closer and closer towards that mid-game. They've got a freezing bottom lane with a tier stacking Ezreal. They have a split push Kennen, who can no longer split push. And they've got a 30 CS lead on Clid.
I think they're banking on like a frozen mallet being completed perhaps from Kabe. I'm curious to see if that is where he's going towards, or if he's just going to commit to armor of some kind and try and save his
Tank
skin.
Kennen.
I mean, if that's what it takes to survive, it's what he needs to do, but...
Yeah, they've got magic damage on Doinby, and they've got a lot of split damage on Alone.
He's also legitimately mid laning right now.
Yeah.
Against an Ashe Lulu that can just engage on him and kill him.
All right, Doinby looks to get blue buff this time. Yep. Locks that down as he heads mid, and Kabe says, tag me out, coach. Swaps right back up to top. Invictus Gaming, however, have got complete control of the map. Rookie is split pushing bottom, and now Doinby has to race down to answer him.
What a fun experience to be QG in this set. Your game one, you know, you had a great time. You're like, oh, this is an easy set. We'll win this one. And now they're just being run around the map endlessly, waiting for those items, waiting to get power spikes. But until then, IG, we already said they excel at laning phase. They've got strong mechanical laners that will always get advantages if they can. They're getting too much of an advantage right now.
Yeah, I feel like we're also seeing IG play towards that laning phase even more by extending it. They're not breaking this out by moving ChiaoGu towards fights. They're keeping them in lanes. You've got Ashe and Lulu mid, Rumble continuing to split top, Doinby shoving bottom.
I also think it's IG choosing to continue laning, but also QG making a very much aware attempt of trying to stay in those lanes as well. They just want to match assignments and farm for as long as possible. I know that now that Morello's is there for NewBee, he'll be doing a sufficient amount of damage. He'll never die to Zed, so that's a positive. And I don't want to say that and watch him accidentally die, but he should be fine.
The old caster curse. Nothing like it.
I mean, I'm using logic, so if he dies, it's on him.
You're blaming him at this point.
So I should be.
At least that's what we would if he were to fight, but instead, NewBee just clears out the minion wave and disappears into his own jungle. However, Invictus Gaming do the same. Blue Trinket spots out the 4 members of Invictus Gaming, and with Ocean Drake spawning in 10 seconds, looks like IG have got their eyes set on that objective.
And there are 1, 2, 3 control wards actually set up from IG towards the jungle of their opponents. They're looking to deep advance into the enemy territory to establish control firstly for the Ocean Drake, but they want kills before they get the Drake. We know QG are obsessed with objectives. They may overextend just to find vision as Rookie.
Whoops.
Throws an angry shuriken.
That was deliberate. I wanted to get to the minions there. Yeah, this is now Invictus Gaming taking the Ocean Drake. Rookie's continuing to split push. There's no vision from Chaogu. They've got True Shot Barrage, but it is not used, and Ocean Drake is now picked up by Invictus Gaming to match the one that Chaogu is already sporting.
And a 2 odd to 3,000 gold lead going to be sported by IG on top of all of this. The question to me is they've got that lead. They've got all of the tools to continue this laning phase, run a 1-3-1 split for perhaps the next 10 minutes completely uncontested from QG. But will QG decide we've had enough? And will they say, let's just fight anyway and see if it works out, because we're slowly losing and it's a very frustrating game to play if you were them? Will IG make a mistake? Will they make a slip up and actually get caught out by their opponents?
So that is the question. I mean, in game number 1, we saw an IG playing safe, standard League of Legends and forcing Chaogu to hemorrhage objectives, but they were finally able to force and take a successful fight, which led to them winning the game. Do they have that sort of fallback strategy here? Can they take a fight later on?
Oh, both of these teams will be pretty able to take team fights later on. I think QG have more of an advantage trying to run a cannon into Rumble split push. If they can actually achieve that, which is unlikely, but if they can, then they have the power, as long as the gold lead's not too big by that stage. Whereas IG, they want the objective fight. They definitely want to bring Duke around. They want to pivot around their Rumble and actually meet them at the Baron. That's how QG won in game 1. But IG drafted themselves around exactly that. And they said, you want to fight at the Baron, we'll meet you there and beat you there.
Ooh, arrow catches Clid, but Elise saves him. That's Tom Kenshin to Atch, everyone. As the minion wave is being cleared out. Duke is behind them. He does have his equalizer ready, but there's no minions for him to set up, so he decides to roam back to New Kabe.
And again, while we're talking about IG, they win lane. Fantastic. They have an Ashe Lulu. They're always going to win, but Tom Kench is designed to do exactly that outside of the laning phase. Prevents one of the major engage tools of their team. If a Rengar comes in, a Zed comes in, Ashe Arrow connects, they've got Ali, they've got an Exhaust as well, and they can save priority members on their team. That's what QG is all about at the moment. It's all about, like, will that work for IG, or will it actually get countered by Ali? Because, honestly, hit the Tom Kench. He's a squishy member for the moment.
Yeah.
You got enough damage, you can blow up the support. I feel like they have enough damage to continue with the team fight, because their AoE is substantial.
It certainly is if they manage to layer it all, but I think that means they also need minions as well to get onto the turret so that they can dive. And it's Ezreal, Karma, Graves clearing out those sets, so that might be a little bit tough. At least Chaogu have got some AoE.
I mean, if Graves uses the Q on it, but he's in range of being hit, that's already a concern. He also has his ulti, but Ezreal's also reasonably ultimate reliant when we look at wave clear. He's having a hard time. You've already seen the bottom lane turret go down for exactly that reason. Whenever the ult isn't there, getting pressured.
Slowly peppering these shots in, enabled so much by that Lulu. Meanwhile, NewBee is just having to keep track of Rookie over and over. These minion waves are getting pushed in, and NewBee slowly but surely is starting to miss out on a few CS. So despite the one-on-one laning phase going well, now that Rookie's moving around the map, he's starting to fall behind a bit. Blue buff is up, and Invictus Gaming are on top of it.
I wonder how much map Rookie has traversed throughout this game.
A distance traveled stat?
Yeah.
It's got to be up there.
What would the unit of measurement be?
Units. Teemos. Teemo is exactly 100 units.
Just
and we use unit as range.
Yeah, but it's such a disorienting stat.
Ooh, that actually still catches Clid, and Rookie's right there over the wall. Is he even going to use the death mark? Oh, he doesn't. decides to turn instead onto Doinby, but chases forward for Klid, looks for the residual damage and gets it with Kid. So they manage to get that execution. Meanwhile, Ali and Doinby walk off the equalizer to make it into their tier 2, and Invictus Gaming force the fight, and Xiaogu cannot answer.
And that works out surprisingly good for IG, even after Rookie held his ultimate for so long. As the Tahm Kench eating Karma, as the teleport's actually coming in here from Kabe. That is super ballsy.
AD Cannon very far away. This is a long chase indeed, and he's slowed out by the volleys being tossed from Marge. Electro Harpoon denies Kabe entrance. Rookie's waiting over the wall. He misses his own shuriken, and now Kabe's got to back out. Suddenly, Xiaogu, as we said, very opportunistic, end up falling apart in this push.
That almost felt like a desperate teleport at 21 minutes into this game. Kabe has a frozen mallet. You can see him slowing them down. He was just trying to get in range to be able to do that, but how do you catch a Rumble? How do you catch an Ashe when they both have spells that can slow you down by such an extreme amount to even stay in range of them? Kind of foolish from QG to even think that was an option.
Perhaps it could be frustration in playing against this composition from Invictus Gaming, that they are so unable to answer back and trying to force the issue here.
Yeah,
They'll have another opportunity in 60 seconds as Infernal Drake is coming up.
And it's also going to be another Ardent Sensor from Doinby, so you mentioned that already. He's going to go towards the still supportive build as best he can, but just can't go for an Athenes because he's against the Zed.
Yep.
Armor boots seem to be sufficient for him.
Perhaps
lots of armor boots, actually. They're going to have 5 armor boots.
1, 2, 3, 4.
It will be 5.
Does he follow suit, you think?
He better.
Xiaogu are actually shoving out mid lane. They've got a slight push here, but Invictus Gaming are able to respond in time and make it back mid to catch the minion wave before Xiaogu are able to do anything. They do have a bit of speed making it towards that Infernal Drake and taking the Scuttle Crab, though.
And QG are actually still alright, all things considered. The Drake's something they may want to contest. It's really hard for them to siege structures, but it's only 3,000 gold, and that's the turrets between these teams right now. IG should just go for mid lane structures, get more gold on their team, but they're also happy to win team fights, it looks like.
They look set to fight. Duke is on his way, and he's got that equalizer ready. The arrow finds Klid. He's in front and saved by Ali, but that's the jungler pulled away from the dragon. He's going to have to toss him back out. Duke is ready, lines it up right across Xiaogu. Klid can't make up his mind. He gets the Infernal Drake, but IG take the fight. Doinby is dived upon by Rookie and will get popped by that Death Mark. Ali falls as well as Kabe is able to get some damage, but it is not enough. Alone is slowed and pinned against the wall as the rest of IG chase forward. He tries to get revenge for his fallen team, but Marge denies that. That is an ace for 1 for IG.
They try their best, QG, but it does not compare to the damage out of Invictus Gaming. These guys are starting to go absolutely berserk. You'd have to say game 1 was a pretty big warm-up for this team, but here they are. What's your next move, QG? Because you're already desperate. 23 minutes into the game. 5K doesn't reflect the absolute control that they have over Summoner's Rift. Infernal Drake goes to QG, but that's just scraps. And yay, replays.
Yeah.
Klid's stuck. That's the first problem you have to look at. So he has to go over an equalizer and just dies. This is the Lulu Rengar combo. You feel like Cannon's actually on their team as well with how little that does. Once again, here's a split push Cannon build. Does not do a single thing. Almost gets a Rookie here, but Lulu, thank you.
He can slow them.
Okay,
oh
they're
boy.
desperate.
Xiaogu, yeah, very desperate for this Baron. I mean, at the very least, they're expediting this game. They either get the Baron or they give it to IG. Kid leaps in. He's locked down and stunned. Kabe manages to get it, but Baron is secured by Marge. Klid did not smite at all, and Invictus Gaming now are the ones with the Baron. They are the captains of this ship.
How does Marge get it? How does Klid still have smite? What is even real life? If you're going to be desperate, you're going to make a play for the Baron. At least make a play for the Baron. They just tried to, they tried to eat Kid with the Tahm Kench before they went for the smite, and then they just completely butchered it. IG now have a Baron buff that are sieging mid lane.
Yeah, and they are going to break down this tier 2 turret. Kabe will try to clear out these minions, but AD Cannon not exactly known for his wave clear. And with Marge dishing out these huge attacks, he is shredding through that turret's health. Doinby's even there, and ooh, that's a lot of damage on Doinby. Arrow is going to deny him as Duke follows up with a slow True Shot Barrage. And again, the desperation kicks in for Xiaogu. They might be able to get a kill onto Kid, but IG are still in complete control of this game.
They are. One pick's going to be super handy, and again, the biggest wave clear tool that QG have got going for them is doing big. Kabe, really not a useful member. Now we get to watch Clid. How does he not even press smite is the question. The answer? Who knows? No one's touching him. And he just doesn't use it.
He's on top of an equalizer and then panics.
Truly a tragedy. I think it's the Z burst simultaneous with
Ooh.
other things, but
Clid is actually trying to get this collapse onto Rookie, but gets a little outplayed by the own Shadow. Doinby follows up. That's Flash, but he's still caught by a slow Deathmark as Rookie looks for the outplay and saved by the rest of his team. They manage to assassinate Rookie, but Kid goes mid and takes down the inhibitor turret.
just backdoors it. Doesn't need the minions. Very well played actually from Kid. Good awareness that he needs to try and make a trade, and makes the best one that he possibly can by himself. Also has to use his ultimate to get out of life. But QG, again, still showing resilience. It's mostly IG getting picked off. However, QG is showing that resilience.
Yes, they are demonstrating that no matter how hard that laning phase was, no matter the 10,000 gold difference they're now at, they're still fighting back as Doinby gets blue buff for himself, and that Baron buff that Invictus Gaming had. It broke open mid, but their momentum might be a little bit slower now.
Until the mid lane inhibitor falls, I am not sold on IG winning a game just yet.
Okay.
I mean, 9,000 substantial. They should.
It's pretty big, yeah.
For all intensive purposes, this game is over in favor of IG, but I just refuse to believe it
It's
until it happens.
Mathematically, sure. But we've seen Gu go for the 50-minute mega Clid kick. We got to come up with a better name for that.
What, mega click kick?
Yeah.
What if we call it the clutch Lee Sin kick?
The clutch Lee Sin. Oh, sure, but that's just like the description. It's like, this car is red, so I will call it my red car. No, it's got to have a name like Enterprise.
What?
You've got to have a descriptive name for it.
Wait,
It's
no,
a very
Enterprise?
specific play. You don't name your cars?
I name them after the license plates.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so
Interesting.
I try and come up with a name based off the license plate.
Okay. So is... We're getting way off
Lee
topic
Sin
now.
doesn't have a license plate, Dom.
He just he does have a sticker on his back that says, if too close, if you can read this, then you're too close.
They're pushing mid lane right now.
Yeah, they are. Invictus Gaming are now pressuring onto the inhibitor. They do not have Baron anymore, but they've still got a lot of damage on Marge. And with the arrow landing onto Alone, he's able to break it down.
And they get out. QG's still
Ooh,
looking.
that's a true shot barrage, forcing the Wild Growth redemption to try to heal them back up.
Stop it,
Top them off,
QG.
but suddenly Gu are backs against the wall. They overextend a little bit too far, and that's Rookie diving onto the back. Doinby's firing shots, but it is not enough. Clid dies to the burning as Rookie chases Alone down. Meanwhile, Kabe has already fallen. And Gu, they win quickly or they lose quickly.
There's only so many times you can say run at them until it doesn't work. 2v5, but I think perhaps QG can hold this. There's no wave.
There are no minions.
I still think they can hold this.
Yeah, Doinby's trying to go for some damage on the side. Ali gets snared, tries to make it onto the fountain, and they're doing a lot of damage, but he's healing up and is able to get back to full health. But Invictus Gaming are still chasing this. 5 versus 2.
Yeah, I still think they can hold this. The game's going to continue. Let the Battle Royale resume once again. QG do not actually get defeated just yet. 29 minutes in, death timers aren't all that long. And so they get to come back in time. This is the Karma wave clear. Doinby getting Karma, able to prolong that game. But IG well and truly got that middle lane inhibitor, as we said. And so that's where the hope starts to dwindle further.
Cloud Drake now is the pickup for Invictus Gaming as they retain momentum. 12,000 ahead. Some big items now as Rookie has got the full lethality set up, some armor penetration, and then some, and he is on the hunt.
I'll have a great time here alone.
Immediately pops the ultimate, gets consumed by Ali, so that Deathmark pops inside, but he gets spat right back out. You can only chew your food for so long, Ali.
And the Ash Arrow connects from mid lane's outer turret
yeah.
as well from Marge. Fantastic shot from the sniper of Invictus Gaming, and surely with those two dead and super minions barreling down this lane, IG can close this one out.
Doinby's going to try to clear out these minions, and Clid has got his end of line if he can proc it on that super. but it might not be enough here. There he goes, gets 2 hits, but it is nowhere near enough. I was wrong. Collateral damage clears out that wave.
Oh, God.
But here comes the next one.
Oh, no, they
And
back
Invictus
away.
Gaming back out again. Back and forward. The ebb and flow never ends.
You bunch of wusses. Just get in there.
And end the game.
Hit the damn turret. Ah, well. IG are going to go back to base. They play it safe, and that's okay. I understand. They lost game number 1.
I mean, you really don't want to take any chances against Xiaogu, knowing that they've got the quote-unquote clutch Lee Sin kick in their back pocket. If they could wait for a play like that.
You know what they should make? I'm going to stand by this.
Uh-huh.
A Disco Stew Lee Sin skin.
A Disco Stew Lee Sin
Yeah,
skin.
he has like the really big platform shoes with the fish in it, and it can be called Lee Sin the Blind Funk.
What about roller skates as well? Roller derby, disco roller.
Maybe you can turn them on and off
disco?
like Rengar's hood.
Oh yeah, yeah.
I just wanted to put that one out there because I'll
legendary
never
skin.
say it again.
I like it. Rookie is going to take the shadow to retreat from Ali and Doinby, but Baron is up, and Xiaogu are so protective of that precious, precious purple worm.
Yeah, but they need to protect their Nexus as well, with IG going to set up the middle lane.
Yeah, but Baron.
Yeah, they'll push in minions here. I'm pretty sure Duke will end the game if they don't actually rotate towards that. Blue buff obviously does come first. They have wards. They have the Scuttle Crab, I believe, so QG are okay for the moment. And the question is, now it's being started,
But
how do they do this? Because Kennen has to deal with bottom.
Yeah, are they though? Looks like Kabe is holding out. Duke is slowed, and he's got his equalizer set, so he can deny them entry into the pit. Arrow is going to catch Clit in the front, and Baron now picked up by Invictus Gaming. That inhibitor is still down. Teleport is going to get Kabe in, and he immediately drops the Slicing Maelstrom. Deathmark is not enough to drop Doinby, but he's low enough to retreat regardless. Tosses out a good shield and gets a good chunk on the side, but it is 1-for-1 trade. Invictus Gaming have still got Baron and Superman minions racing down for that final Nexus turret.
I'm not even going to say the game's over just yet. We're just going to watch as Invictus Gaming wait for Kid to spawn to get some health back onto Duke. He doesn't have his teleport. They're going to play it a bit more efficiently this time. They're sick of pushing down mid lane, and thank you Invictus Gaming for doing this. They're going to push top lane. They already have bottom lane set up. I don't know if they'll actually get this turret as there's only 2 of them. But this is what IG should have been doing all along.
They're trying so hard to not give in to the LPL that is in their blood. The 5-man dive.
Raz walked out before, I'm pretty sure. He's like, the game's over. I'm going to come sit down at the desk. Nope.
And then he got up and walked away.
It was all a ruse.
Alrighty, so they've still got Baron for a good 3 minutes now. Let's see how Invictus Gaming make use of it. They're sending Kid bottom. Looks like Rookie is the one split pushing top.
They're just going to 1-3-1. That's what they should be doing. The inhibitor is back up again, however, in the middle lane. And so they will want to potentially take that one down. I feel like the 3-man unit of IG can still threaten that, but as we mentioned even in Champion Select, they're actually super strong at doing a 4-1 and having Rookie split push because he always has kill threat in a 1v1. So right now they should try and keep the Karma with Rookie. That is the lane assignments that QG need. But because Rookie will be then against the wave clear of QG,
Yeah.
big advantage. How are they going to deal with Sieges when Karma's not there?
Yeah, they pull Kabe to try to answer Rookie, but that means it's currently 3 versus 4, and Invictus Gaming immediately make use of their numbers advantage to rush in. Arrow catches a lead. That's the Tom Kench you were calling out, but they decide to let him go with only a warning as they clear out the inhibitor and back away, but there's no answer to Rookie.
Exactly. Proper assignments now being seen from IG. So they have the Zed. He'll get the turrets. Bottom lane's already being sieged. And because they had to move Karma from top to bottom and bring him all the way down via foot, look at how IG can break open the base. It's almost as if it's been this simple all along.
Yeah, Marge does huge damage to those structures as we are 35 minutes in, and he has got a lot of items under his belt. Runan's picked up for Kabe is going to be great if he can auto-attack in a team fight.
He's given himself pretty good wave clear at least, or minion control to stop Rookie from sieging. He's gone for a chain vest, so he has some resistances, and you would expect a Guardian Angel from him, but he doesn't have it. IG have too big of a gold lead. It's now 16,000. It should be enough with both of these inhibitors and a Baron.
Yeah, Marge is respecting it, using Redemption to top themselves off. Meanwhile, Rookie dives and solo kills Kabe before backing out. Arrow catches Ali while Alone is on a hook. Equalizer separates them as Klid is forced to pull back, but there is just not enough damage out of ChiaoGu's roster. Doinby's firing away, and Alone is almost being soloed down by Megan. Rookie gets the Shuriken assassination, and Doinby, the sole survivor, goes down. That is a triple kill for Marge. The Nexus for Invictus Gaming, and game number 2 goes to IG as they drop ChiaoGu.
Better late than never, I will say, for IG. They get the victory that they were looking for, and honestly something that they should have found in game number 1. It wasn't all that pretty, but the strategy just had no counterplay really available from the side of QG.
The team comp working out rather well for Invictus Gaming. Very big smile from Marge on that setup. I don't think I've seen him smile that big in a while. He was really set up for success in this setup, and in this game, and he really made it work. Now joining us once again on the desk, this time for realsies, is Raz.
Yeah, I keep coming. I think it was 2 times where I was just denied because IG just decided not to end the game. To be quite fair, as you mentioned in the set, I mean, you don't want to fall down to ChiaoGu's level, and there are a few desperate plays, and just look how massive that lead was. And there's a good reason why IG wanted to play it safe, because ChiaoGu was starting to throw a few curveballs. Try to go for Baron. Couldn't get the smite off.
Yeah.
So it's just a few question marks overall, but ChiaoGu definitely will double down if they are far behind, because their mentality is when they, sure, the 9K gold behind, it can't get that worse. I mean, it's essentially you still get the loss anyways. You might as well try and turn it around.
The thing is, no turrets that game at all.
Yeah.
For QG, they just couldn't siege a single lane. Nothing was winning. And from minute 1, the only place that can go even is going to be that middle lane. Klid didn't have an impact.
And that's what it comes down to. You look towards ChiaoGu's composition, and the Kennen is always really awkward because if you pick Kennen into Rumble, it is nice. You just have to get a lead on it early, and that's the exact opposite that happened here. So that's just them not playing towards their composition where you need to play mid through top side. Don't worry about the Dragon, and honestly, they just got outplayed. The moment Rumble was able to get a lead, Rumble got an outright item advantage. It just didn't really matter to him, and at that point the tower goes down because IG is playing it well from that point forward, and then Zed gets matched up with him, and that's just where the merry-go-round goes around.
And I think that was Invictus Gaming also actively identifying Kabe as a potential weakness on that Kennen. They ganked him, 3 times before they finally broke down that turret, and he had to back away so frequently. So it really showed Invictus Gaming had their plan set.
Yeah, and it's a combination of also saying that Duke is a strength much more than Kabe is a weakness by any means, but it was a champion that they can exploit. Like when you look at Invictus Gaming's win conditions, it's by getting either the Zed or the Rumble ahead and then swapping them so that they both have advantages. Because if the Zed's fed, he'll kill the Kennen, whereas if the Rumble's fed, he'll kill the whole team, and Zed can hold his own against magic resistance. I feel like drafting-wise, it was a seamless strategy to execute on, and there was no real complications besides Akama.
Yeah, and honestly, IG, for the most part, they played it very safely. There was a time where they were just sieging up on mid for the longest time, saying, hey, you know what, we have full control of both the jungles. That's what we're just fine with, and full Dragon as well. They're very thankful that Infernal Dragon was the next one, so that's where the fight was really centered around. But for the most part, it felt like IG were not going to be making any extra, curveballs. They didn't want to go for those risks through dives, and I guess it paid off at the end of the day. But ChiaoGu's looking to kind of scare them just a little bit.
It really did seem like they respected them a lot. Both of the side lanes had a lot of difficulty in this matchup. I mean, I say respected them. They also tried to go for the sneaky Baron, which they lost, and then the forced team fight after losing a Nexus turret, which they lost. Yeah. So classic ChiaoGu. I mean, what more can you want out of him? Aside from
smiting the Baron.
That one helps. I'll tell you right now.
I suddenly realized this is the exact same logic that we apply to LGD. It's like, classic LGD. They're just going to A-ram down mid lane, and eventually they'll come back into form. It's like, LGD are still one of the worst teams in the league right now.
You hear that,
and we're at the end of week 6.
Nice bet.
There we go. But yeah, as a general point, I want to actually focus towards the bottom side right now, because Ezreal Tahm Kench is a pretty bad lane, right? It's especially if you are kind of putting a lot of gambit in your top side of the map. Your bot side should not be. I don't like Tahm Kench for the current point, unless if you have a 80 carry to help you out and push you forward.
Yeah, actually, when we looked at the draft, I thought the Karma was going to be support. I was talking like it was going to be support. Like, sure, Doinby plays it, but You want to have a pushing bottom lane, you're just going to lose.
Yep.
Yeah, as it is, MVP goes to Rookie. So the first one went to Doinby, the second goes to Rookie. Who's going to end up taking the set, guys? Is it going to be the... I mean, obviously being on the winning team helps.
Yeah. As a as a general point, IG have played both games in the set. Early game very clean. As a general, like even just taking a look at this, Rookie has gone off, of course, but he's gone off with proper setup from the rest of the team as a general point. And so going into game 3, all you can really ask for is just to continue to play the same way that they have, and just kind of just worry about. The only thing you have to worry about is Chagu going for a random curveball as they did in the first set and going for the all-in composition. And then the next set, obviously, when they're going towards the Baron rush.
We've also seen really good progression, actually, from IG when you highlight the drafts once again between games 1 and 2. We said they didn't have Engage. They had a Gragas top lane. That was all remedied. They had a Rumble top lane for damage, and Ashe was going to be their Engage. So they actually complemented the things they had, the same strengths, and then added more to it. So I'm really happy with what IG did so far. I think the momentum from this game should actually be able to carry them through, because they've already highlighted how to beat QG very effectively.
Yeah, we'll definitely have to keep an eye on whether or not that momentum continues as we take a break and get ready for our final match of the evening. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to our final match of the evening. It's Invictus Gaming versus Chaogu, and after Chaogu were able to take game number 1, despite being down for a good 80% of it, we're about to see IG. They took game number 2. We're about to see the final climax to this series. Can IG close it out and cement themselves as second place in their group?
There's one thing I can tell you, is that IG can win laning phase.
Yep.
The question is, after laning phase, can they actually do anything else, or are they just going to slowly lose the game?
Yep.
Because right now, game 1 looked good for IG, game 2 looked better
Yeah.
for IG, especially once they got out of laning phase, they drafted better. Game 3, you'd expect consistent improvement, but who really knows?
It's actually kind of exciting to see how patient they're taking this, almost as if they are trying to play this more deliberate League of Legends.
Okay, there's a scary patience for both teams. IG, of course, they're looking to play the best way of League of Legends. Like, for instance, the early games, they've been playing that, mapping up quite well.
Winning phase advance.
And then getting that, there's patience on Chaogu, because a lot of their times, like, first game specifically, they recognize, all right, we're just going to look to constantly look for these fights, at least set them up. Game 2 was just them trying to hold on to it, so they were able to hold on to that mid lane tower for so long. And I was genuinely scared for how the game was going to go, if they were going to scale to a point where Kennen early punish was actually going to be decent as the game goes on. Unfortunately, IG did get that crucial fight on Clid when he got caught out in the blue side jungle. But as a general point, both teams are patient just for different reasons.
Yeah, we'll definitely keep an eye on that patience in this matchup if we go for a 50-minute slogfest or if we return to our LPL roots. Because I think that's something that Invictus Gaming have been holding off on. When there's a single Nexus turret and 2 people standing between you and the Nexus itself, most teams in the LPL will just go in and force the fight. But Invictus Gaming they're waiting.
Why, Rusty?
They watched a series beforehand.
Oh.
And there was a team that was playing that was going to win the game. And then they got to the Nexus turrets, and then they threw the game and almost lost. That was NewBee against IME. And so maybe Invictus Gaming was sitting backstage saying, that's not a good idea. Let's not do that ever again.
Yeah, I feel like IME is the team that consistently looked to play that gambit, and time again throughout this one split alone have just costed themselves the games by trying to go for that play. So yeah, definitely play it safe.
Even against Invictus Gaming themselves, IME did the exact same play, and it was a 55-minute match in which IME lost the game on the Nexus of IG.
So lesson learned, everybody. Play to your side lanes. If you have a split push champion, maybe they shouldn't be looking to group up with you.
Believe it or not, 3 inhibitors is easier to win with if they're both all dead than 1.
Yep.
I think that's the moral of that story, IG.
The more super minions, the better.
100%.
Alrighty, looks like we're all set to get into pick and ban for game number 3. Raz, final prediction for the set. Who's taking it?
I'm keeping it with IG. I ain't no flip-flopper.
Alrighty, we're following up on that later on as we finally enter into picks and bans for what is very likely our final game of the evening. It is Invictus Gaming electing to go for the blue side. Camille and Rise going to be banned away from both Doinby and Kabe. Meanwhile, LeBlanc and Jace still banned away. So, Lulu Rengar have been pretty big deciders in this matchup. Invictus Gaming get the chance to pick one or ban one and pick the other.
Lulu, Rengar, Karma is also just going to be another prolific champion as we look towards this pick ban phase. IG have chosen to ban Rise, and I thought the reason they were going to do this is because they also want to ban the Karma away from Doinby. Rise wasn't actually touched in game number 2 from either of these teams, but that's because QG already had the Karma. They'll naturally want to have the Rise if the Karma's not there. And so now all of Doinby's champions are starting to get taken away, and we question if he'll default to a Vladimir again.
Yeah, we'll see what he decides to go for. This certainly is going to change the priority for Xiaogu, and they can only ban one between that Lulu and Rengar. What is it going to be? Syndra instead. So, looks like we're returning back to the first 3 bans for game number 1 of Xiaogu. Instead, they're calling the bluff of IG and saying, you know what, we'll leave them both up.
And sticking to their red side bans as well. If the Varus does get locked in here from IG, they can always default to something like the Ashe. They can pick maybe a wave clear bottom lane duo. Lulu's always going to be one of the big picks.
Oh, Duke bursts out laughing as he swaps over at the last second. I love it.
I mean, both picks were going to be good. This now opens up the possibility of a Varus and a Lulu just to be picked in that bottom lane. But they don't have the Lulu-Rengar combo. However, they need to take it away from IG, and now this is like a forced pick for QG in the first part of their draft. We look towards the second pick, honestly, and where they will go here. Do they actually get an early priority towards Doinby's champions? It's unlikely as they're on red side, but they also like to give counter picks to Kabe.
Yeah, we'll certainly see as they're going to have to show us something here. Yeah,
Graves makes sense.
Is the standout. That's what you think to. Of course, Kha'Zix as well. Clid perhaps could demonstrate that he could take Gragas into the jungle. Who knows? We'll see what he decides to go for as he's just confirming with his coach that final pickup. Instead, he prioritizes Kabe and locks in Shen.
They lock in their top laner. I'm not against this, but it kind of forces them into a third pick of the jungle role, or he could be at risk of getting banned out completely here. So Clid may be putting himself onto the back foot. But by doing this, they give themselves a fantastic top lane of choice. Now they've now got a Lulu and a Shen. This already speaks to me as a Kog'Maw composition or a hyper carry in the AD or mid lane type of comp. Really hard to burst people out, really hard to pick assassins into. And I like that from IG because that's not an assassin.
Yeah, that puts a lot of the onus onto Alone, and he hasn't exactly been performing too stellar this series. as Marge and Megan have been pretty effectively bullying both in champion picks, but also in the actual lanes themselves. Now you add in a long-range Orianna Shockwave onto that low-mobility Kog'Maw, and then a Gragas cast to separate them, and that could mean trouble. We'll see if that's what they decide to go for, as Doinby is going to scoop up Vladimir for himself.
You know, they picked the Vladimir acknowledging that the second ban phase is about to come around. Rookie's already gone for his Orianna, so they could have targeted out that middle lane quite easily if they chose. This does mean that no AD carry has actually been selected in the first 3 picks, and QG do get that first choice, so they may ban the Ashe, they may ban the Jhin, or the Varus and pick the remaining of the 3.
Yeah, we'll see what IG decide to focus, because as you said, there's no jungler out of Clid just yet. So they have a bit of an opportunity to remove that Graves, remove Kha'Zix maybe, and run through those sort of priority picks and sort of try to limit Clid's success. Oh, getting rid of the Lee Sin. Goodbye, clutch Lee Sin kick.
Yeah, of course, as you mentioned, those 2 junglers of the Kha'Zix and the Graves still stand out. IG obviously showing that they just don't want to deal with his Lee Sin.
Yeah.
Especially given the rest of the team comp that they've got here. With the Shen, it usually indicates a Kha'Zix or a Lee Sin. That'll actually be the jungler of choice, being able to protect somebody that can go in. Assassins have a lot more pressure if there's a Shen ultimate able to keep them alive.
Yeah, there goes the Graves. Banned away from Clid. That means that Jhin is available for Alone, but he's also got a lot more safe picks if he wants to play back in this setup, but that would be very surprising considering how tough he's been having a hard time in the bottom lane.
Having the Lulu does open up the ability to play a lesser wave clear based champion. Also knowing that IG, you would expect perhaps a Caitlyn Nami again from Marge and Megan. Not a lot of other AD carries are around if they want to match the pressure of a Jhin. Ezreal generally does okay if you get the Nami, as mentioned before. I just think that is the best supportive choice when there's no Karma.
Yeah, it's so easy to just use that tidal wave whenever Jhin sets up with a curtain call. So it looks like this time that's what they're going for, as Ezreal and Nami are locked in for the bottom lane of Marge and Megan. A little bit more difficult to trade with Jhin Lulu, but they've been seeing a lot of success so far. We'll see if they can do it again here in this final match, as Kha'Zix is the final hover from Xiaogu to set Clid up for success.
Yeah, you expect this unless they throw a spanner in and maybe pick a different champion. Unexpected. Elise is the only really other remaining one, so the Kha'Zix will go. You have to go Nami usually when there's an Ezreal there. You'll out-sustain a Jhin Lulu in the 2v2 matchup if you can have even trades. But Alone and Ali will always have actual all-in kill threat onto you, and that's where the problems are. It's about trading on equal ground so that you can outlast them. And that is something that Duke will also have to do, and Kid may want to look towards, because he needs to get through his jungle early, at least with health.
Yeah, and the fact that Alone and Ali, if they find themselves in a tough situation, will have Kabe's ultimate on that Shen. Stand united if they find themselves getting ganked or dove by Kid. And it'll be on to Duke. Now, not doing a hugely stellar performance. Of course, his laning phase was great in #1, but not a huge performance outside of that on that Gragas, returning to it. But this time against Kabe's currently top champion. He's got an MVP, what, 2 times on it? 3 times on it?
He looks ridiculous when he plays it, I will say that.
Yeah.
Shen, Maokai, 2 of his best champions, and the Shen in particular has definitely made him really appeal to me as a top laner. We always thought he was just a Maokai player, and
yeah,
when he brought out that Shen, we actually realized that he's actually just that good.
Yeah, he's been putting out some great stuff. Now, Xiaogu, this is game 3 for them. Obviously, they want to take this win here and tie themselves up with EDG and further separate themselves from Game Talents, Vici, and NewBee. This win, I think it's even a little bit more than that. The fact that they can show that their style of League of Legends can be successful against teams attempting to play perfect League of Legends.
Yeah, it always can work. Once again, descending someone into chaos, or more so, it's forcing people to make decisions quickly.
Yeah.
That can be a big problem. When you're playing against multi-language rosters and you're the first person going in, perhaps their communication is different, perhaps they're not on the same page. It's always something that you can rile teams up with. Duke's new to the roster. He may not always go in the same direction as the rest of his team. There are things here.
I think even in the long-term scenario, this could have implications internationally. What better way to upset the weaker regions than by just forcing them to make these really tough choices later on? And it's also a bit of a preview for me of like, I wonder if Xiaogu played against the best teams in Korea. Could they keep up with the quote-unquote perfect League of Legends style? And tragically, Game 2 is a no, and Game 1 is also a no based on the laning phase.
It's an example of how you can play against better teams when you know that you're not a better team. That's what I would say if we're going to compare how QG would go against Koreans. They would have to firstly acknowledge the fact that they're not going to be as good as those teams.
Yeah.
Like the top couple Koreans there, KT and SKT. But they could also descend them into madness by constantly trying to fight them. I feel
They
like
could certainly try, yeah.
the unexpected is a great way of being able to surprise teams, and it's something that should be considered by most regions. Watching the LPL isn't always, you know, just about seeing the best League of Legends in the world. You're not watching a slow-paced, methodical, always well-thought-out game, but it is thought out, just in a different way.
Certainly is, as Thunderlords is proc. Doinby looking for the cooldown on
One
that
of
transfusion.
these has sustained.
Command attack is going to pop out first. Doinby walks forward and is going to heal up off a minion instead.
He has an extra potion here, Rookie. There's also an Ignite. On the Orianna, something you don't often see might be a barrier for the Vladimir Kha'Zix combo. Doesn't need a cleanse, and honestly, it could even be an exhaust if he chose, but wants the kill threat. And so any equal trade that happens in this middle lane, you would say there's always a risk that a Rengar shows up and that Rookie has the advantage, but he's not trading that equally right now, Rookie. He's actually expending life bar to make sure that Doinby is missing some minions to control the wave.
Perhaps some priority from Rookie to control the minion wave instead of letting Doinby do what he normally does in that sense. And I think that's sort of been the big theme for that mid lane battle. Who controls the minions controls the universe. Who controls the spice controls the galaxy.
Oh, the same thing applies with his bottom lane. You need to man up, Ali. That's the thing. So he's started with shield. He's level 1. They're at a disadvantage, and yes, they need 2 before they start trading. And Marge and Megan just simultaneously say go. And on opposite sides of the lane, they actually crunch QG constantly. And right now, it's a matchup where there's not really a massive amount of push pressure for an Ezreal Nami. They just win. They're just obviously playing better right now.
Yeah, Marge and Megan are doing work. Rookie's continuing to harass Doinby and actually forces that potion out of him, so it is a 1-to-2 trade in terms of potions. Rookie still got 1 backup as junglers start clearing out their red side of the jungle. Quick scuttle secure for Kid is going to make sure that there's nothing cheesy out of Clid on that side of the map. And even a very deep ward to make sure there's no sort of
Doinby, this last hitting is frustrating.
Yeah, he's not having a
he
great
got one.
time, yeah.
9-19. Rookie, by keeping the Vladimir under the turret, is also getting a bit of RNGs as helping him, but he is heavily winning this middle lane. He actually needs help already, Doinby, you would expect to stop him, but fortunately, Rookie doesn't have infinite.
Eventually, we are expecting him to run out. Doinby, luckily, takes the Manalist champion so that he doesn't run out of mana, as he is wont to do, and still in the bottom, alone, now fully healed up. Did start with a longsword, so he does have 3 biscuits, so he's able to top himself off rather quickly.
Yep. Of course, you don't necessarily need to have 3 potions if you're going to be playing the Ezreal. When you have a Nami for added sustain, you can go towards a bit more brutish health and damage.
Ooh, bubble catches Alone. That's immediate exhaust onto Marge, but it's used just thereafter onto Alone. Flash and the kill from Megan. Homing auto attack. Ali tries to follow up with an auto of his own and trades it back. AD carry versus AD carry, but Megan forces the flash out of Ali.
Ali's so going to do it as well. These two are just feeling a bit of bloodlust there. Bottom lane's going at it. Neither AD carry getting the kill.
Oh, yeah.
Both supports lock that down. They both get the gold. They're going to be sitting pretty with all of these sight stones and vision in the bottom lane right now. And this is actually a good thing for QG, because one of them has boots when you look at the AD carry role. The other one has to go for a tier. Look how much quicker he does get here to actually collect some minions. Unfortunately, there's also going to be a push back towards his opponent, so Ali has to stay a bit longer and help him out.
Yeah.
And so it still ends up favoring IG.
I love the first recall out of Megan. He actually goes for the Frostfang and 2 control wards.
Yeah.
So perhaps calling the buff of Clid. I don't think you're going to be ganking. I think Rookie is going to keep Doinby locked down.
Yeah, it could be where he actually moves towards as well, place a control ward towards the blue buff even, and here they go.
Yeah, they look for Duke. That's Flash, and he's actually pathing in front
He got
of
bluffed.
Duke. That was sick. Doinby's going to pick up that kill, so still 20 CS down, still a net negative in gold, but huge play out of Chagu.
I don't even know how much of that was intentional, but he completely stops Duke from being able to walk.
Yeah.
Big old Gragas having a big old bad time in the top lane, and Doinby is also there, uses the Ghost to collect a kill. He'll be happy he has the kill, I will say, given a 25 CS deficit at 5 minutes.
Not great.
Isn't wonderful by any means, but he has the gold, so that might be shrunk a little bit more so.
Oh man, he's going for Kindle Gem. So this is going to take a little while before we get to see any big effectiveness out of NewBee.
Yeah, straight towards the proto belt. So once again, where Vladimir should be heading towards, but opts the cooldown reduction route.
Kid is waiting. He's found him! Erupting out of the brush, he lands a second bola, and then he's just gonna keep on leaping in and out. Okay. He's not a jungle camp kid. You don't need to keep resetting that.
The biggest problem here, though, whilst we look at both of these teams, is not actually where Ali is. He has potions to sustain through. It's NewBee. And when the Lost Chapter's there for Rookie, every time he levels up, he's got that extra sustain. Once this wave dies and he ticks over to 7, extra mana to harass under the turret as well. Things are looking real bad.
Yeah, that's level 7. There's the mono regen. You can see Rookie already just trading so much in terms of these autos. I think NewBee might honestly turn that into a Spirit Visage just to keep himself alive in this landing phase, because Rookie is just running him around.
I think he'll commit to the proto build still. If he doesn't go the damage route, they'll never be able to kill Rookie. And it's just the Ignite threat, honestly, is always going to be present. NewBee can never get himself low enough that the Ignite will straight up kill him. Fortunately, and we've mentioned this before already, Rookie is running himself to 0 mana to do all of this harass. Things could be a lot worse for QG once Rookie gets a blue buff, and the blue buff is alive. One thing that I do like, however, is that QG have, they're pretty much aware of that fact. There's a control ward on it.
Yeah, from the previous gank that Xiaogu have already set up a little earlier on. Perhaps conscientious that this might be how Rookie decides to play.
Well, Rookie's not recalling, so he's definitely playing around getting the blue buff. Once he gets that, he probably shouldn't recall. He'll continue to harass that middle lane, and you'd expect either a Kid dive or Kid and Rookie move in tandem to actually invade the jungle of QG or get around the map. And this is when Invictus Gaming look their strongest, is when Rookie and Kid are able to be completely unlocked. Rookie usually wins lane by himself, so it's just about Kid.
Yeah, Rookie is definitely unlocked in this one. 25 CS ahead, harassing NewBee non-stop. The guy cannot get a break. And it's on Vladimir, too. You would expect him to be like, oh, he's probably fine. He is not fine. This is not okay for NewBee fans.
And the bad thing about this matchup, for those who don't know as well, is Orianna always wants to be in auto attack range whenever Thunderlords is available. So can shield yourself, can walk up, press QW and auto. That's Thunderlords, you win the trade. However, he's got Ignite, so he's able to continue those trades, prolong those. And Vladimir is a champion that has to be in the same range as Orianna for the trade pattern. So you constantly win as Ori whenever you're matching the damage that you're able to output. And that's why the blue buff is the single most important part of this laning phase, because you'll be able to match the trades and even outrange the Vladimir.
Oh, he actually ghosts, and that's Stand United onto him as he pulls forward. Shockwave flings them both back, and Rookie is going to be caught by that Shadow Dash. He makes it under the turret, and Kabe goes down. Rookie gets a kill. I mean, they tried to break it.
They tried super hard to get that blue buff away from the Orianna. Even Ali shows up towards the end of that fight. Duke now just gets free time in the top lane. The Shen dies, and he'll have to teleport back up there. So now a play can be made for the Mountain Drake if you're Invictus Gaming. QG have to go back to base.
And reset this. It is a Gunblade, so NewBee is going for that Proto Belt as he pushes forward along with
Do they want the
Ali.
turret? Yeah, I think they want
It's
the mid lane
super
turret
low health.
instead.
Kid is there.
There you go. The play's not for the Drake. Mountain Drake's not worth all that much. It takes too long to kill, especially at 9 minutes. They can get the free first turret blood instead. Why not?
Yeah, split that on both Kid and Rookie, and you're going to be feeling pretty happy with yourself. NewBee finally makes it back into lane, but he's still down 36 CS. Meanwhile, alone in the bottom lane, down almost 2 waves as well at about 12. Still got a few to catch up, so suffering, but nowhere near as much as NewBee is in this matchup. Kabe, though, is doing work up top.
This is the thing, right? Like, we went through games 1 and 2, and oh no, Invictus Gaming are losing through their top lane and their bottom lane. Only NewBee looks good. And we get in the third game, and the opposite's happening.
Yeah.
But QG win through their mid laner, so if that's happening, it's actually a bigger problem than the first 2 games. So Vladimir still is okay, right? Like, 106 CS at 10 minutes is absurd, just for the record. And it's not even that NewBee is doing horribly. It's that Rookie is just doing so well, it's unreasonable.
Rookie is fully
Who's ahead of
turned
the clock
on.
at 10 minutes?
Rookie with blue buff. I mean, if anybody was in the LPL, if you had to pick any mid laner to be ahead of the clock.
I just picked Rookie to be the best mid laner in the LPL.
Well, yeah, well, there you go. There's your answer right there. Mountain Drake is still on the map as they've got a lot of vision around it. Invictus Gaming have got double control wards both on top and bottom and deep vision into Xiaogu's jungle with Marge starting to push back. Looks like Xiaogu are going to have to go on the defensive for a while, especially with Rookie continuing to shove in mid.
It's not just going on the defensive for a while, it's trying to actually withstand the onslaught that will now come out from the Orianna. These two are going to have a great time. I don't foresee a kill because there's no junglers nearby, but moving past that point, what I'm trying to... Just stop hitting each other. Orianna has a free range of motion now. There's no mid lane turret to actually contest. NewBee has to sit back, and they can even see the movements of the jungler when he tries to go through the middle lane now. Clid's currently farming. So Rookie, he can either stay mid, he can pressure the second turret, or he can move. And because there's the enemy blue buff up in under 20 seconds, he can either pressure that with the Rengar, he can go bottom and pressure the turret, and Marge and Megan don't necessarily have push priority, but they do because Rookie's free.
So far, we haven't seen him make too many movements as blue buff is taken by Clid. And yeah, he just shoves the wave right in and starts heading bottom. Kid is down there with him, so just catching that minion wave, forcing NewBee to make a decision. Trouble is, there is no right answer.
They know exactly where this Kha'Zix is. They've watched him go from blue buff to bottom lane. They're just going to counter gank, so here we go.
Tidal wave, they force the fight. Megan eats a snare, but there was nothing to lock him down. Stand united onto Clid, but Kid leaps after the bola, catches him. Duke tosses a cast to get him out of a dodge zone. He dies to the concentrated efforts of Invictus Gaming.
And what are you going to do to stop 5 people from pushing this turret now when Orianna still has the shockwave? There it is.
Yeah, pins
Never
Kave
mind.
against the wall. There they go, starting to get some damage. NewBee goes in with the Proto Belt, and that's Curtain Call, along with Hemo Plague. So this could be some big hits. 4th bullet finds Megan as Hemo Plague wears off.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's all about pushing them off this turret. Between Rookie, Marge, and the 5-man strong unit of IG, they can move to a Mountain Drake, or once again, they can do what they did with the mid lane turret and prioritize the global gold for the entirety of their team. It's such an easy decision to translate the advantages to the Drake after kills or turrets.
Yeah, that's Deadly Flourish catching Megan, but the rest of IG move forward in unison to keep him safe and, more importantly, take down that tier 1. It falls, and now IG's bottom lane is unlocked.
It is all too easy for IG right now to just work around their strengths. When Rookie gets ahead, when Kid can move with him, this is when IG win League of Legends game. And this is when they actually look like one of the best teams in the entire league. It's just so far and few between games like this. And from what we've seen so far, QG are very good at coming back. So this is a sizable advantage at 14 minutes. Unreasonably fed Orianna in this middle lane, yet I still can't count them out.
Classic Xiaogu. 36 CS ahead for NewBee, along with those 2 kills, as he's now going to refresh his blue buff. Yes, he did get that blue buff that Clid had secured for himself. As here comes the rest of Xiaogu to find Duke, he casually walks away from the Shadow Dash and maneuvers his massive body around that Deadly Flourish.
Drinks his graggy ass and walks it out.
Yep.
Why not?
That leaves Dragon undefended, but so far IG are content to manipulate these side waves. Duke is actually still staying there, and the rest of Xiaogu are now suddenly swinging towards mid as if they had suddenly remembered, wait, we left the oven on, we gotta go towards Dragon.
And there was going to be an expectation there of IG actually swapping towards top lane, taking the Ezreal and the Nami up there, but Nami's sitting mid lane, Marge is by himself bottom farming. That's because they just want to get the free major objective first. I would expect a recall now, or a rotation from IG, I should say, through mid lane, even towards that top lane turret. Everything is theirs.
Yeah, Xiaogu send 3 people top and then rotate them right back towards bottom. Alone walked to the tier 1, cleared out the minion wave, and then went right on back to the opposite side of the map. Bit curious to see as to why that happened, but Mountain Drake now secured by Invictus Gaming. Rookie is still popping off, and Duke is managing to hold Kave up here.
Yeah, there's definitely some signs of struggle for even the top lane 1v1 at the moment. If Kave is being completely held off and bodied by Duke, what are the next steps for QG is really the question. they've got their first items, but when you think about it, their first item breakpoints aren't actually even something that can amount to that of what IG have themselves. Rookie, when he gets that Luden's Echo, it's pretty much the shockwave that you've never wanted to have happen to you will hit you. He'll probably, you know what? You remember that game where Rookie killed somebody just by pressing attack dissonance?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's going to be like that.
I think we'll see one of those this
Goodness,
game.
I hope so. Marge with red buff is slowly starting to whittle down this top tier 1 turret, the final tier 1 on the map, and with Megan showing himself as well and tossing out those zoning bubbles, they break it down. Even Rookie and Kid were waiting in the wings, so Invictus Gaming are just playing this so patient. They have got complete control of the setup. There's the Ludens you talked about, now completed along with some more wards. Chaogu are just slowly hemorrhaging objectives here.
Junglers are invading. The whole enemy red side jungle belongs to Kid. Marge works from the Mountain Drake, recalls as expected, goes towards the top lane turret. This is almost too easy, and it's basic League of Legends. It feels like game 1 all over again, because it is just that simple for them to execute on these strategies. What's that top lane turret?
Oh, there goes the shockwave. Wow, that's the command attack you were talking about. Attack dissonance.
Still half health him, and he has a null magic mantle.
Yeah. I think the only person who can deal with that right now is Kabe with his Spirit Visage. He's actually heading bottom and trying to zone Rookie away from these minions.
He can deal with it.
Yeah.
That's the thing. Rookie's build isn't actually to deal with the Shen.
Oh, he actually shadow dashes in, and the rest
Kabe.
of Invictus Gaming collapse. Kabe's caught by the bubble. You will be punished for laying hands upon Rookie. Flash engage from Duke to try to catch Doinby, but he just pulls to safety.
Duke just gets completely outplayed. And that's okay, because they had to use summoner spells. Gragas is a predictable champion. When he body slams, he has to flash if he wants to lock you down. But it looks stylish, so I'll take that one if I was QG. Small victory on the back of their top laner, for some reason diving a turret, not knowing where the rest of IG is. There are some big question marks tainting this team. However, they look flashy when they're losing. That's all I got for you.
The classic. No, it's expert analysis that we're getting on this setup. As Doinby finds Rookie again, flashes over the wall to chase him, and whoa, Kabe is back for round 2. Glid is there as well, and Rookie will go down to Doinby. He has proven that even gods can bleed here, as a bubble prevents Doinby from chasing. Is it technically bleeding if Vladimir is throwing blood at you? I don't know, that's a question for later, as they continue to chase on to Glid. Curtain Call to follow up even more. They are having a really tough time killing this Knife Cat.
He's going to get
just
out.
going the long way around. Kabe and Doinby, the tag team, now turn it back around. Kid thought he could fight, but there was the rest of Chaogu there as well.
Yeah, unfortunately, he went up instead of going left with the rest of his team. QG are looking for a lot. Marge went forwards.
Yeah, I mean,
Back it up. Everyone
he's
calm
playing
down.
great. Oh, hey, touchdown. Is it you don't touchdown in football? It's goal.
It really depends on the country. It's also very rarely a goal. It's also a try. Jeez, 80 carry. Thanks, I'm so derailed. I'm not even sure what I was saying.
Striker Marge. That's what we're going for here. As this is still IG's game. Yes, Chaogu were able to take a fight. They were able to kill Rookie. They were able to kill Kid. But that's put no halt on their momentum.
No, not whatsoever. They get kills, and yeah, they chase for a very long time just to get another 300 gold, but at the end of the day, it's still the advantage going to IG. They are still looking for the objectives, whereas we've mentioned this time and again, QG are just looking for the kills, because that's how they actually walk towards objectives. IG will set up, they'll try and place vision, they'll slowly push towards killing a turret. QG place vision to find somebody and kill somebody, and that results in a turret.
The slightly more tactical play for Invictus Gaming, yielding big rewards, about 5,000 so far as we get towards that 20-minute mark. Another Infernal Dragon, the first Infernal Dragon of this particular game is up in 1 minute. And so far, Invictus Gaming looks like they are prepared as Doinby.
So he proto belts because of Jin can then W.
Oh, and they catch him with the snare. That's the thing you were talking about that happened right there. And that's now Rookie definitely dead as Megan makes it over the wall.
Analyst level.
They catch Duke as he teleports in, and they're going to pin him against the wall here. And that's a very dead world champion.
This needs to stop happening. He's dead.
Oh, Doinby!
Thank God it stopped happening. All right. QG have lost their mid laner, but they've made 2 successful picks that should never have happened. And now they look towards threatening at the very least this mid lane. I feel like realistically they're just going to push it in and then leave. They're not going to be able to do it without NewBee there. Oh, strong combos though, and that's the thing. So when you look at the team composition of QG, how is that even allowed to happen, right? Because Jhin exists, and Jhin is the longest range, not engaged, but lockdown to add crowd control to spells. Kha'Zix will evolve his W and has done so with an 80% slow that comes out onto up to 3 people roughly. The Jhin W is actually free to hit. Lulu's Glitter Lance, the exact same thing. NewBee's E and Pool, if he's locking people down, even the Proto Belt, just because of the range that he can do that. Like, all of these things actually set the Jhin up to make engage out of a team comp that shouldn't really have that.
Despite that success that they saw in finding the pick onto Rookie and the follow-up onto Duke, the Infernal Dragon still goes over to Invictus Gaming when they respond. And again, this is the question that we had for Xiaogu. Yeah, they're looking for kills. They're definitely very greedy and hunting for these fights, but kills don't win games until 40, 50 minutes.
And note that they got the kills and then tried to siege a turret, but it was never a realistic opportunity for them to actually make that play. They're still like 5,000 odd gold behind. The saving grace for them right now is that it is actually 6-6 in kills. And if they start breaking turrets, that gold lead will shrink. We watched in game number 2 is QG didn't get a single one.
Yeah.
And now they have an opportunity to break that trend.
Taking a look at the gold difference, it's 2,000 gold lead for Rookie here in the mid lane, 1,500 gold for Marge. Duke himself is actually down about 200, but he's been keeping track just fine, and another 700 gold lead for Kid. So Invictus Gaming, they've got gold on the right people right now, but out of the bushes, once again, there's the Evolve W, as you mentioned, in the immediate Deadly Flourish. Rookie puts on his dancing shoes.
Yeah, it doesn't amount to it. Of course, the W did actually miss this time around, but they're kindly displaying the potential combo that I have been telling you about.
That's really clever. Can you do that, like, with bank accounts?
The lottery numbers as well? No, unfortunately not. I'm limited to League of Legends.
Ah, unlucky.
They're giving this one over to Alone, actually, as well. Of course, NewBee not needing a blue buff as much as a Kha'Zix may want one. They choose to give it to the Jhin. Very mana-hungry champion, I will add.
And now things slowing down just a little bit as Invictus Gaming set up vision around the Baron. Xiaogu find themselves falling back now that their primary means of engage, that Deadly Flourish and Curtain Call combo. NewBee eats some damage and immediately applying that healing debuff.
Trying to control the brush. IG actually working heavily around the Baron at 23 minutes. A realistic objective for them to even consider, but I think what IG would rather choose here is an opportunistic shockwave, capitalize on a pick, and then translate that to an objective, much more QG-esque in how they should escalate this, just because the Baron is riskier to go immediately towards. Oh, he pressed E on himself. He wasn't ready.
Unfortunate.
Oh, that tilted me.
They've actually lost the bottom tier 1 as a result. They were relying so heavily on that play that nobody was there to answer Kabe.
And it should have worked, Dom.
They set it up. They had the vision. It's a game of inches, Rusty. And in this case, units. His mouse was not on the right person.
In this case, it's a game of pressing the right damn button.
He did press the right button.
They were standing on
His
top
mouse
of
just
each
wasn't
other.
in the right spot.
That's the problem. It happens.
Unlucky.
He's just had such a good start to the game, and now he's tainting his record.
Oh man, Megan barely still alive. As NewBee actually gets chunked out by March, who goes in. Stand United is used. He flashes aggressively onto the AD carry. But here comes Duke trying to get into the back. He's got the cask. What's his target going to be? Ali is the first to fall, and he saves the cask as Xiaogu split.
Yeah, they lock it down. Megan's got enough sustain for the Ezreal to be happy also. And now IG starts threatening these structures. With a Shen taunt available, though, it's pretty difficult to actually hit the turrets. And so IG, once again, might be looking towards the big objectives after they try and get as much as they can onto this.
Yeah.
They can't stop it, QG.
Not quite enough wave clear, or at least they couldn't get close enough to the minions. Invictus Gaming break down that tier 2 and toss out a nice little parting gift on the way as well to prevent any sort of counter push out of IG. while they stagger their recalls. Looks like it is Kid and Marge getting the first set. Doinby brings the minion wave in, but Rookie with blue buff is there to clean it out.
Yeah, they'll be able to clear the waves perfectly fine. The recalls weren't even necessarily staggered in this case. They were just outright prevented as QG were trying to harass them and pressure in. But we get to see this all over again. Lesson number 1, even with healing reduction on your AD carry, it's pretty difficult to prevent healing out of a Vladimir. But this is the combo. They're trying to proto build into a Jin W. Unfortunately, it misses. But look at all the health that Doinby gets. Lulu ult, Lulu shield. Vladimir's ultimate also providing him all of that back with the Hemo Plague. However, getting all your health back doesn't actually save your life of the rest of your team.
Yeah.
Like, you put everything on a Vladimir to ensure he survives, and then you just die. Unfortunately, that is Ali's life at the moment, as they try desperately to continue scaling. In saying that, the gold hasn't actually changed in the past 10 odd minutes.
Still 5,000 between, despite the fact that Invictus Gaming were able to break down that mid-tier 2 turret, one of the most difficult ones in this setup. And now they just need to split the other 2 down as well before they can really start trying to break into Chaogu's base. And again, sure, 5,000 gold. Invictus Gaming still have got this advantage and the momentum in this match, but we can't count out Chaogu.
Pretty much. It's so sad saying things like that, but they're definitely a team that is incredibly capable at doing the unexpected and winning team fights convincingly when they get towards that later stage. At the moment though, when I'm looking at the items that they've completed for Kabe, he doesn't have armor just yet. He's working towards it now with the armor boots and another cloth armor, but the Ezreal will absolutely destroy him. And that's the biggest difference right now. Yeah, Doinby is doing a lot of damage. Granted, that's great. I'm not seeing the same thing from Alone, whereas Marge, honestly, I think he's topping the charts at the moment. He's been going insane.
Doing some real work in this. Completing the Mortal Reminder before even looking for the Bladed Ruin King. Wants those extra slots in his inventory. As Mountain Drake is now picked up, the second for Invictus Gaming. As they transition later and later on, this team is picking up a lot of momentum and propelling themselves further and further to close out this set. Meanwhile, looks like we do have the Abyssal Scepter Proto Belt finished for Doinby.
He's not far off his Zonias as well.
Yeah, Kabe is doing some work as well.
If he is allowed to get to the Zonia's Hourglass, though, Doc, he'll be able to team fight and not need the Lulu to protect him. One of the weirdest interactions that I dislike about Vladimir is that if you ult somebody in Zonias, you still get all the healing back, even though you're invincible. So it helps a lot with his team fighting when he can throw that down, turn into a puddle, then Zonias get all of it back. He gets 2 resets. Lulu can then focus the Kha'Zix or the Jhin, and that's why the team fights will start to get progressively better for QG if they're allowed to get to that stage. However, they're against all of the completed penetration items out of their opponents in IG on the carries, so they won't live for long.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's the idea. We'll see if they can pull this fight together, because as I've said, Kabe is going pretty huge as well. 275 CS at 29 minutes into the game on Shen. So he's been doing some really solid work.
There's a lot of farm actually just in this game for most of the carries.
Yeah. And
All
Alone,
about
yeah,
scaling.
despite him effectively being a Deadly Flourish Curtain Call bot, he's actually going towards that Duskblade of Drakthar, only 850 gold away from that now.
Yeah.
So, Xiaogu are getting there. It's taking some time and a lot of fighting, but they're getting there. Megan actually is caught. There's the Deadly Flourish Curtain Call
He's
combo, and he is dead indeed. Rookie kites it back out before hopping over the wall, and teleport is canceled by Duke.
Yeah, by cancelling Duke's teleport, he now has to run the whole way up. QG, you would expect, might have an opportunity, but they don't have a whole lot remaining after getting that single pick. It's more of a time purchase that they just got for themselves with the single pick. Perhaps a bit of vision control will also be established, as I hope you two don't fight. Save us all the trouble. Walk it out. This never happened.
I like how he just slams him into the wall and they trade with... Yeah, there we go. This is more exciting.
Thank
We
God.
would rather watch Rookie and Marge farm minions than the 2 top laners fight.
I'd rather watch grass grow.
Oh boy. Particularly exciting paint drying, meanwhile, in that bottom lane. And yeah, as you said, Xiaogu, they find the kill. They're able to stall this out, slow the match down just a little bit more. to get them towards that late 50-50 team fight.
It's not even that QG is stalling, it's just that IG are honestly incapable of warding as a team. And that's why things are going wrong. If Megan's dying as Nami because he's walking into a Vladimir, why is there not a Rengar with him? Why is there not a Gragas helping him, for God's sakes, if that's how they're going to play this? Like, stop letting NewBee get kills, and everything will be okay.
I love how Marge just effectively 1v1'd alone, and then NewBee was like, I want to step up to the plate, 1v1 me. And then decided it was a bad idea once he saw the Ezreal's damage.
The healing reduction is actually a clever pick. I'm quite happy with how Marge has been playing this one out.
Yeah.
Preventing NewBee from doing as much as possible.
Oof. Didn't want alone to hit that. Was just about to get the blood rush for full healing.
The zone is there as well, actually, for NewBee. These team fights, you might see more aggression, actually, out of the QG side, if he can get his health back. And somehow, they've worked their way into the river, completely uncontested from IG.
Only IG might be giving up a little momentum here. Duke, still without his teleport, is pulled mid, but there's a large minion wave pushing bottom, and Kabe's already there. There's going to have to be an answer or a forced fight, or else Kabe's just going to take that tier 2. Never mind, Xiaogu are recalling.
And he's doing Krugs.
Yeah.
Look at you go, dog.
I was like, I got it. This is the macro play. This is the setup. Oh, no. It's, never mind.
The idea was there. They actually changed their minds a bit of the way through it. And perhaps the reason for that is as simple as they need more wards. Ezreal's also very good at trimming waves, as you just saw. Kabe has now got nothing to push with. And they get the red buff for free. So everyone settles once again. We're all content with the state of this game. The shockwave will win the entire thing if it hits. They just need to be able to place vision and not die whilst doing it. Need to set up minion waves and not die whilst doing it.
You mean those regular things that most teams should be able to do?
I mean, do you expect QG to be in every bush you bought? Like all of them? Because that's what they are.
Yeah, that's actually a pretty good point. At this point, Xiaogu are just... They feel like they're fighting... I personally feel like they're fighting over every single bush that they can.
They're engaged as Proto Belt Jin W. Have you ever seen a team composition that has Vladimir Jin as their primary engaged tools?
They've even got Evolve W on Kha'Zix, and they're still using NewBee. I mean, we call him the heart and soul of the team. He's also the heart, soul, your trip to work. He's got bank money when you need it. He can help you pay for rent when you're down. He'll buy you pizza to help you move your couch. NewBee's just an all-around stand-up guy.
We also force some summoner spells out there. And Duke showing up means that this is where things get spicy. QG pushing side lanes. IG obviously want to jump into the Baron pit, but they're hesitant because they want the Scries to go down. They want all the vision to be removed. I would imagine that any moment now, they make a decision. A decision.
Oh, Kid actually sidesteps the Void Assault and now is forced to back away as that Stand United. Kabe is in, but NewBee's solo help. The Shockwave pulls him back in and he goes down to Duke. Kid is able to heal himself back up to a huge amount. Kid continues to chase on the Kabe now as the rest of Xiaogu are retreating from this victorious Invictus Gaming. They pop the GA onto Kabe and will stick around to see the job done. Despite a huge Shadow Dash, he drops regardless. It's 5 versus 3. Invictus Gaming look like they're heading for the Baron.
The Shadow Dash is an afterthought. IG can now absolutely go directly towards that Baron. They have enough damage between the entire team. They should be able to lock this one down. Now, Kha'Zix is just around the corner. I find it unlikely that he'll get this.
Oh man, Marge actually chases him away and forces the leap. He flashes back, but it is not enough. He dies to a bouncing grenade as they effectively abandon the Baron. Alone is pinned against the wall by Duke and dies. Rookie and Kid are trying to finish up the Baron. He's like, team, help me. Finally, he's able to top himself back off a little bit more. They win the fight and take the Baron at only the cost of one single AD carry.
Everybody actually just collapsed on the enemies of QG. Rookie went and killed Ali as well to the bottom side of the Baron pit. And throughout all of this, Kid was left alone just tanking the Baron up. Like, this is a little bit awkward.
Yeah, very interesting. But they now have got the Baron and Invictus Gaming. Perhaps this will finally kick them into 5th gear. They've been grinding it for a while, trying to knock it into that final gear to lock out the game, but is this going to be the setup that lets them finally move forward?
You'd have to expect so. Dom, like, in all honesty, they need the Baron to try and get through the team of QG. When we've looked at how both of these teams have been playing it out, they're fairly Baron reliant on being able to make the plays that they need to actually break inhibitors or break the Nexus turrets. The problem was up until the Baron, it was how do they actually get it? And it took them like 15 odd minutes to actually get it. So, at the end of the day, yeah, to answer the question, that should be enough. They should be able to get a victory, barring one of many LPL miracles that we have seen happen in the past.
Yeah, seems like Xiaogu putting up one heck of a fight in this set. Backs against the wall, but still challenging Invictus Gaming as best they can. The man on your screen you can see, Rookie, putting up an excellent performance in this game.
He has been starting it off pretty well, and IG as well. They had a pretty strong early game. It's more about how they hit that mid game. As you can see, he's got an ice pack. Not feeling too crash hot at the moment, unfortunately.
But despite the fact that he is feeling under the weather, he still absolutely crushed laning phase. He's been having a really strong fight. That just speaks to the mechanical skill of this player.
Well, sometimes it's just muscle memory in the first place, right? And I'm glad that they put him on a champion like Orianna if he's not feeling 100%. It's a champion that everybody can play, and you know how to play it autonomously. You don't have to think about the minute details of the champion. It's just about how you're going to do it to your opponent. So less to think about, and he's still playing fantastically,
Yeah.
all things considered.
Yeah, so this is quick pause again between IG and Xiaogu. We're in game number 3. Baron now on Invictus Gaming as they want to try to close this set out and lock down second place in their group. As right now it's Invictus Gaming, IMA, Snake, OMG, all tied for second. And all Invictus Gaming need is one win to distinguish themselves here and really secure that second place. And this could be the game that does it. As we have returned back to the Rift, and with Baron buff, we immediately see Ocean Drake as a priority for Invictus Gaming to provide even further sustain as they transition later on.
They just take the free objective, to be fair. They'll go towards the Ocean Drake. They'll transition from that to the wave that has been prepared earlier, just like a good cooking show. Their bottom lane is ready to go in the oven.
They've got the instruments all set out, all measured in nice little bowls.
Been baking for 20 minutes, so
Yeah.
this is where they actually make it collapse. And
But is
again,
it like an actual cooking show where they actually make it there, or did they make it before the show and it's like, and to save you the time of sticking it in the oven for 30 minutes, here's what it looks like when it's done?
I am incapable of comparing that to this scenario.
Because they're trying to force the fight, and this oven is not, in fact, done. NewBee goes very aggressive, forcing the engage issue once again, but Duke is ready to counter him. He dies to the true shot barrage of Marge, who fires it across the bow. Kabe will die as well. That's suddenly NewBee and Kabe gone. Alone has got some wave clear with Klid, but is it enough? 5 members of Invictus Gaming with a large minion wave continue to chase.
That works out perfectly for IG. They get the team fight that they need before the minions even crash, and they're not done. They'll keep going. The inhibitor should be free.
Oh, Duke forces the cask and
That was
finds
sick.
Alone. Completely assassinates him, and this is actually the game. It turns out that pause was just for morale to savor the moment. And Invictus Gaming, in game number 3, 37 minutes in, take the match against Xiaogu and lock down second place.
They actually end this one on time, Dom. They get it straight away with the Baron buff. As we said, they prepare a minion wave, they crash the minions there, and before they even hit the turret, they get the team fight. The beauty of the Orianna into the Vladimir is the shockwave may not connect, but it forces Azonia's Hourglass from somebody who's just used his puddle, so he dies straight away. And when NewBee's dead, that's all of the hopes of QG completely eradicated. That's exactly what IG needed.
Yeah, and joining us on the desk to help break down this match as a whole is Raz.
Ooh, and I mean, I'm just going to give it all up to Marge on that one. Marge on the Ezreal played incredibly aggressively, and that's what we need to see from him. I mean, overall, he recognizes purpose, and he was the anti-Vladimir. It was fun seeing that play from him.
You have to appreciate that IG, knowing their mid lane is not feeling too well, like, all right, we'll just end in 2 minutes.
Yep.
We'll just straight away end the game, no problems. Easy victory.
Yeah, you can see it's all about believing. They believed in Rookie, and it certainly paid dividends in this setup. He got them through the early game. Marge, you said, did work in the bottom lane throughout the entire series. Invictus Gaming, is it time that we start bringing up the conversation? Could they be a little bit ahead of the pack when we're talking about the rest of those teams tied for second? Well, now tied for third.
I mean, this is going to be an interesting point because going up against EDG and WE, that was a big test for them. They didn't pass that. Going up against Xiaogu, of course, they were able to take that one out. A little bit of a thorn in their side, but they were able to do it fairly cleanly in early games from all of it. And then now they're going up against Vici and Game Talent. So I mean, they're gonna have a pretty much a good learning period for themselves. They should take out the wins very easily in the next few sets. But yeah, learning period, growing, looking back at the tape and trying to perfect their gameplay at the mid-game point. Because we saw some great plays out of their bottom lane, and I think we need to see a little bit more.
Yeah, I think that has been a really big theme with Invictus Gaming, the fact that it seems like they are constantly refining what they've got. And sure, every once in a while they make a mistake, but their big mistake this series, what lost them game number 1, was that Xiaogu were just throwing everything in the kitchen sink at them, and they only dropped the ball once. Tragically, it did cost them the game, but Invictus Gaming are slowly but surely honing themselves into a real weapon.
And I just wonder if they're Vici-ing themselves and that they're playing it too slowly to try and get things done, because you get yourself 5,000 gold ahead really early in the game. You have a mid laner that pivots and you break all 3 outer turrets at like 12 minutes in a game. You are so far ahead, you expect that one to be a really clean victory.
Yeah.
And it never feels as clean as it should be for IG. They are definitely heading the right direction, but not at a rapid pace.
Yeah, and that's a big point because a lot of teams, they tend to think that slow is better, especially since it comes down to the fact that, yeah, their outer turrets, they go down fairly well. But I think as a general point, maybe it's against Xiaogu that they're playing rather afraid, because there are certain points where they can dive towards mid lane. Second game when they had the Zed, they can do that a lot cleaner. It was Xiaogu that made the mistake, Clid going out further ahead, so the stall that Xiaogu had was broken from that point forward. But as a general point, IG they tend to stall out the pace once they get the outer turrets down, and that is a problem. And it turned out a problem when they were going up against EDG and WE. So I mean, as a general point, we need to see them hit that point harder.
Yeah.
And that seems to be a point that they need to work on in scrim sets. If they can't get past that point, then we can't get into that conversation about top 2.
And it was reflected there as well. The only reason that IG finished the game within a minute and a half of the pause ending is simply because QG flash engages of Vladimir. Like,
Yeah.
IG were never making that move. It was QG gifting them that they were winning the team fight.
Regardless, though, they were still able to take the set and looked remarkably good while doing it. On the other hand, Xiaogu, they took game number 1, albeit a little bit shakily, but then game number 2, I don't think there was an opportunity where we could have comfortably said Xiaogu can win this game easily. It was always going to be a struggle for them to take it. And then in game number 3, it was even more extreme.
Yeah, as a general point, Xiaogu just had a point of just having to make the games as scrappy as possible. That was it was very relevant within their compositions, and it was relevant as the game went on. It was just that was their plan of action, and they could not perform it against IG.
We actually can take a look at where these teams are going to end up over the course of this set. Of course, Xiaogu still in 3rd place, another 2 wins ahead of Game Talents and Vici, so they're still rather comfortable. Of course, they're going to start feeling the heat if they don't take more wins. But IG now securely in that 2nd place. They have poked just their head above the rest of the standings. They need to continue to muscle up and show us that they deserve that 2nd place spot. MVP for this set, though, looks like it is going to be Megan at 3, 1, and 10. This guy was all over the place, chucking bubbles everywhere.
Yeah, a lot of key point bubbles. I remember when they are Xiaogu was definitely setting up for something in the bottom lane bush, and it was like, I guess this is just gonna happen.
Yeah.
Here comes the Nami bubble, or at least the ulti, and they were able to catch
If you
up.
see a Nami ultimate engage, you know something's going wrong.
Yeah, so I was like, wait a minute.
Very good from IG, and I will say very well played from both bottom lane members of Invictus Gaming. Could have went to either of them. I think both are equally deserving. Marge played well, built smartly, and did his part, but so did Megan.
Yeah, and even when they were talking about outer turrets, it was mostly just Mar, or at least Megan, leading the charge in a lot of ways. So, yeah, as you mentioned it really comes down to those both in the bottom lane.
Yeah, excellent performance overall. Last week, though, we saw a very spicy conversation between these two analysts. Of course, tomorrow we're going to see our number one team, RNG, take on the other number one team of WE. And both Rusty and Raz seem to have different opinions on which of those two are better. Let's take a look.
It is a big one. I think that WE is, I would have to say, one of the best teams right now. And now when I say one of them, I'm going to stop and I'm going to back up a little bit and say that they are the best team.
The best
They
team.
are. They are the
You've got-
best team. All I'm saying is that WE is coming on the up and up.
They certainly are.
That's pretty ridiculous
Oh,
to
you
say that they're
say
better
that to
than
my
RNG.
face.
I mean,
Oh, no, he's
I
turning it down.
they're a
He's
talented
turning it down.
guarantee that RNG beat them. Like,
Ooh.
there's no way.
Whew.
Yeah.
No way, I heard.
I heard
Yeah.
you stutter.
A little, just a tiny bit. I'm a stuttering man, all right? I'm not ashamed to be able to admit it.
I feel like it's a lack of confidence, Raz.
I'll tell you
All I'm
right now,
saying.
I'm definitely more confident after WE took down LGD. And guess who else they took down? I mean, they took down LGD and IMA.
yeah.
All
Do,
right, I'm
do-
putting.
do you know who they took down?
No, I
You
thought- I
kind of
just-
hesitated
I-
for
It
a
was
moment
processing.
there.
Yeah,
Hey, you know
again.
what? Hey, you know
Is that
what?
it again?
I'm just telling you right now, W versus RNG. It's not gonna
So,
look good.
gentlemen, do you stand by what you said just last week?
100,000%.
Mm-hmm.
I see no conceivable way that WE should actually beat RNG if they show up to play.
I like it. Well, of course, we want to know who you at home think is going to take this set. Is it Team Raz or Team Rusty? Tweet at us on Twitter, of course. We'll get a tally before the set, hopefully, and see what we can do. But again, this is going to be a really exciting matchup. I mean, RNG, they stumbled a little bit at the beginning of the week, at the beginning of the LPL, and then they have just been on a tear. WE, they seemed like they stumbled just a little bit longer, and now they've been on a tear.
I'm going to tell you right now, all you Razomaniacs out there, you get the vote out there. Shoot up on Twitter, hashtag LPL, hashtag Team Raz. I want to hear it right now. WE is going to take that set tomorrow and let this man burn.
I feel like you're going for Raz win, not WE win right now. Because, like,
They're unanimous. They're together. All right, they're synonymous.
So Rusty, what is it that is going to get RNG the win? That is so clearly proving Raz wrong.
so I think if we would actually highlight both of the teams right now, WE have a really good jungle and mid lane. But I also think that the mid lane of RNG with the jungle as the duo is actually just better. I think they are able to work together better, which ultimately will be what gets them over the line. If we're going to say Mystic's the best AD carry in the league, he's up against Uzi. Like,
yeah.
That's unrealistic, right? Like, I just feel like as a team, RNG have been doing it better for longer.
And I think it's a decent point, but then with the rise, rising, like I suppose the 7.4, it's working really well with WE. The comp is working well, and Connie's just on a tear. That man doesn't care who's in front of his face. If it's going to be MLXG, well, he's just going to be another man on that list. So overall, I just feel like if we get another 10-0 Rengar play from it, it's just, I'm
feel
ready.
like- okay, to be fair, it's easy to highlight that the strengths are in the same spots for both of these
Yeah,
teams,
yeah,
right?
it
So
is.
when
Yeah,
it
yeah,
actually
that's
comes
true.
down to
Yeah.
it in the match itself, it's a bit about who does it better earlier.
I mean, it is a question of execution after all. Who will be the better team tomorrow? I believe WE did already play earlier this week, and we saw that they continued to maintain their momentum. RNG haven't had another match this week. They have one thing to prepare for, and it's their set against WE.
Yeah, and as a general point, WE just don't know what RNG is playing. The last time we saw them, we saw Nocturne and Leona. So you know what? If you want to
Yeah.
prep against that, then good luck. So I still have faith in them, of course. But RNG has a bit of just a tiny bit of advantage. And I'm not pulling away from it, all right? I'm not flip-flopping.
Uh-huh.
I'm just saying that you guys definitely put out a hit in terms of prepping. Their coach is somewhat smart.
Faith didn't get WE to Worlds.
The old SmackDown. We'll see if this is the year in which it is upset or if RNG will continue the tradition and send their team to Worlds. Of course, thank you so much for watching. Be sure to come back tomorrow to check out that matchup. And once again, let us know who you think is actually going to take it. Is it going to be Team Raz or Team Rusty? Let us know on the Twitters. But on behalf of myself, my co-casters, and the entire production crew, thank you for watching and have a nice night.
see.
There's poison in my blood. Yeah, feels so wrong but tastes so good. Ooh, yeah. Feed the monster, fuel the fire. I will hold you in my arms.